Chatto, it's Sundat, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, we've made the team probably worse objectively, at least from a first team standpoint, by selling a couple of crucial players for quite a large amount of money, but we hope to reinvest that, bringing forth some wonderful youth prospects from around Europe and the world, not just guys from the Spanish 4th tier, who apparently are going to make our second team better than our first team. In time, we shall progress to becoming the greatest team in all of Spain, and that starts today on Outcasts 2 Icons. I don't know what that was. I had to reset Stream Deck during the intro as well, which was great fun. And it actually worked this time. He's gone and done it. Ah, delicious. That would really suck. We've got to be really careful about that. Just no, well, we can't be worse than Fulham. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Toffee Boy, thank you for the 13 months during the intro. And Afro Chuck, thank you for the 36 now. Let me turn this down a little bit. Stop. There we go. Did it. And Walt McConville as well on this blessed day. Otherwise known as Sundat. 34 months. Thank you very much. Tripped up on that. I know. I'm a new man. What can I say? It's... Once I become Matami Vice, it's... Actually, no. This is not quite Matami Vice. Although someone like, it could be. Oh, well, they're not going to stop, though. The usual shenanigans. It's just like... They're up to their bullshit again, basically. I specifically got back from town early yesterday to watch the Fulham game. Brilliant decision. Would recommend. I mean, do you know what? First half, actually, literally, for 47 minutes of the first half of 48, Fulham were brilliant. Like, created chance after chance after chance, looked absolutely imperious on the ball for the most part. There was a couple of really nice spells of Everton possession. I was like, damn, okay. Sis got hands. And then Sis did, in fact, not have hands. Sis was, in fact,
one more day until I complete
armless.
University. At least we'll always have memes and Sven as mates.
You make it sound like that means that... Hang on, wait a minute, Adam... He's only allowed to watch streams while he's at uni. The moment he leaves, he's like, nope. I am above this now. Do you know what? I actually agree. You probably are. So that's fine too. Thank you for the 21 months. I hope... when do you find out, like, uni results and stuff? It's been such a long time since I failed uni that I actually forget how that sort of shit works. And it might be different. Bagfest, thank you for the 46 as well.
Matto and Chatto. Missed the streams this week. Thanks work for making me go places and do things.
Places?
Looking forward to see what kids you've managed to get in the van and see what they can do for the future of Tenor Ladies or wherever it is you play.
Bruh, I stole the magic school bus. Like, that is what's basically happened as far as our youth recruitment's gone. That's all I can do. If you were to sum up our youth recruitment or recruitment in general over the past 6 months of this save, it would be I stole the magic school bus. That's what we've essentially done. Let's get off of this so I can catch you up on some of them. Yeah, recruitment is basically just, hi, you there. You've scored a goal in the park. Get in the team. Everybody says under Fulham, oh, it was I mean, that first goal was so lucky, but at the same time, it's like, you have to deal with that. You'll get that happen in football, right? And then the second half, fuck me. It seemed inevitable, basically. We just did not look like the same team. Josh King looked good coming off the bench. So did Marshall Goddo, I suppose, but like, oh dear. It sucks, because I was pleased for ESR to finally get an assist. It was a great header from Raul, and I thought, okay, this is it. It's like, no, this is it. By this, I mean 12th place, probably. High scores, legitimately, that's been our entire youth recruitment this year. Let's go and dive into it, shall we? Because we've still got a lot of money left. In fact, we've got much more money now than we started last stream with, as it happens. Palace can win the FA Cup. I hope they do at this point. I've suddenly switched my allegiances. I no longer don't want Palace to win the FA Cup. We've got no chance of getting 8th spot. Now, Palace... Win it for us, lads. Do it. Who did we sell? We sold Fisher. Because Torino decided that they wanted... I feel like he was becoming a slightly hot potato. And I was worried that the music might stop and we'd be left holding the potato and burning our paws, basically. And I figured that the best thing we could do, basically... This is a really condensed view of it, but essentially we did a lot of investigations and came to the conclusion that Fisher may not actually be the player we thought he was. We suspected... basically, the logic we tried was that over a year, with the perfect training schedules, 30 games in the first team, he had seen not a single improvement in any attribute, and he'd actually seen declines in several of them, which, with a player that's training well and has a good personality type, and there should have been something there, and it made me feel like he's one of those guys that's like 130 CA, 135 PA type of players. That's the way I tended to look at it. Coaching staff is decent. I mean, the fact is, other players on this team, most of the rest of the guys have had really big improvements. So it seemed odd that Fisher was just sort of stationary. Not only that, then he turned 22, or did he? I think he'd already lost his 5 stars as well. So we figured it might be the perfect time to just sort of switch it around. sell him for good money if we could, which we did, and then we can reinvest that and roll again, basically. That was the idea, hopefully. Nasty hidden attributes, perhaps, or he just didn't have the minerals, you know? On the gods this week. How are the gods these days? How's my boy Vishnu? And Ganesh and other gods. Why am I specifically sticking with Hindu gods here? Other deities, chat, go. Mercury. No, that's a planet. Was Mercury a god? That feels like a Roman god, right? And it's Eurovision week. But notably, and more importantly, not today it's not. Next weekend, this time next Sunday, I'll be frantically cleaning an Airbnb. But this time next Saturday, your boy's going to be eating a fry-up. Gods confirmed. Just named all the planets. Which is lazy. For me. Small range. Yeah, I just didn't know if I wanted to be involved in it. My worry was basically that he never got any better than he currently was. And as a result of that, we would outgrow him and we'd struggle to get rid of him. So I wondered if the best place to... It's rare that you get to get rid of a player that you actually want to get rid of for good money. And with Torino being the only team interested, I wondered why. So I figured, you know what, let's just make that happen. So, players we've actually signed. Currently. All of these guys here. Literally, and of course, Steiny.
Chato, how the devil are you? Did you see the utter bull crap in the Leighton Orient game? Also, it be match day for Wickham, a really rare Sundat Wickham game. Pray for us. This is the bull crap offside, by the way. This was given as a goal. Note, 23 years Charlie Kellman, just learned that Fulham are doing £20,000 season tickets.
Yes, so the goal, the Stockport Leighton Orient one, was mental. I assume there's just no VAR in these playoffs or anything, and as a result, they presumably didn't think that the guy got the flick on, and as a result, that's presumably why it wasn't given offside. It's still mental, but yeah, with no VAR. I wondered if maybe they'd brought in VAR for some like the playoff games since they were like of a higher status of importance. I don't know. But yeah, it was mental. Just bad refereeing. But this is why I feel like VAR is useful, because in situations like that, it's just so... It stops big games like that from, in theory anyway, more often than not, from relying on things like that. You'd hate... Imagine if that goal is like actually pivotal in the tie. It would suck. Other offside... Yeah, you totally do usually see it the other way around, but it's one of those things. Yeah, the £20,000 season tickets with Fulham will be the Riverside stand, them trying to make up for the money they lost on it. They're actually only raising season ticket prices at Fulham by 2.8% this year. However, that comes off the back of them doing insane increases a couple of years ago. So, you know, it's one of those things. They're trying to pay for the new stand, basically. Do you know what we could do to do that? We could maybe get into Europe, Fulham. How's an idea? How's that? Try that one on for size. Right? Oh, I've seen the picture, but if you haven't seen it, this. I mean, he's just a tad off. Just a smidge. FM would be drawing the lines like round here, though, to be fair. And then it wouldn't show you a replay. Hello, HP. First season, 11th place. Very, very pleased. 49 points, 11th place, 20 points above the drop zone. We absolutely smashed it. He was onside in 2D, chat. Nicholas Jackson. I love Nicholas Jackson so much. So yeah, as the players we actually signed. Steiny, obviously you all know about. Lewis McGarry, random youngster from Linfield. Freebie. Wanted. Hello. Cool, that could be a good loan. Or he's a B-team chappy. Love to see it. It's going really well, Bente. I'll get to it more in a sec. I'll show you. I'll try to show you players without comment while I bring this up. Pog and I did park run yesterday. Really, really slow, naturally. I think it was like 34 minutes and something I did it in, which was crazy, but it was really nice just to jog around, because my plan was, of course, Scott McTominay here, to do park run and then run home from park run. Really, really difficult to do on account of the fact that I live like 7.5 miles away. So we did the park run and then I ran the 7.5 miles home, which ended up being my nice little 17k run for yesterday morning, which is why I'm sunburnt down half of my body, because there's this really long stretch along the river where it's like 6 kilometers in an entirely straight line where the sun is in the exact same position the entire time. So the left side of my neck is a little bit sunburnt, as is my left arm. Right hand side though, not at all. I've basically got an American trucker's tan, which is fantastic. New one for me by any stretch. So that's good. But on the plus side, did manage to complete the run, which is good. Did lose 4 pounds of body weight, though, as I absolutely did not fuel it properly. David Attenborough. Maybe Stream Nana's just been watching a bit of Planet Earth. And can you blame her? It's great. Those Zimmer soundtracks. I know, you think this... I tell you what it is, Hadrian. The Sun didn't have familiarity on the right side of the tactic, so we couldn't do the switching wingers. This is Sun's fault. Cheers, Sun's crying. Yeah, Borja Cespedes. You'll note that some of the guys we brought in from the lower Spanish sides now have I'd love it if you could notice that, but I'm struggling to notice that for a second. What the fuck? Smart Patrol? No. You did this last week. Thank you. Fuck me. Yeah. I really am glad I made the second sub, the gifted sub emote. It's much better than just straight up capybara hype. Well, that's a way to start a Sunday. My back is sweating so bad. Holy shit. Smart Patrol, thank you so bloody much. That is fucking very, very kind of you, friend. And anyone that did just get a gifted sub from Smart Patrol, that is... Thank them, damn it. That's very, very kind of you and very, very unnecessary, but I do appreciate it a lot. Running knee went. Knees are a massive... There's this guy on TikTok and YouTube called Knees Over Toes or something like that, and he is brilliant. He seems to be the go-to guy for knee strengthening stuff to get people back into things like running and lifting after knee injuries. Dosso has 4-5 sub. So basically, the reason that Dosso has less PA... Wait. Hang on. That's a good point. His was lower than that before, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, there's obviously going to be a limit to that. You could do a lot with, like... That advice that Doc Paul gave me, like, a couple of months ago about my Achilles problem and stuff... It's fantastic now. I actually notice no Achilles pain whatsoever thanks to doing those exercises. Every time before I run, I do all these different, like, single-legged, like, flamingo tiptoe stands and all this sort of jazz, and it's brilliant. My Achilles has never felt stronger. It's called Fan the Hunk. That's amazing. Can I see that and raise you a guy I found on the last stream called Zepp Plomper? Anyway, I'm moving from Cespa poor him, because you'll notice that some of their PA, other than this guy, has gone down a little bit. I think that's because some of the new guys we brought in are better and it's reassessed things slightly, which is a good sign in a way. Evolved to a Greek god, yes. Can't you see me? I'm going into the Olympiad and whatnot. No, I actually look even more scrawny now. Not that I had muscle mass before, but if I did have any, it's certainly gone from this calorie deficit. But on the plus side, I'm now down into... I was 11 stone 10 yesterday. I've officially lost 21 pounds. I'm happy with that. Squad strength will definitely have improved, mostly because of these guys. This is one of the ones we're really excited about. I love Gorka Bilbao. He is amazing. He's one of the better ones. Solar was pretty decent as well. Yeah, oh my god, actually, he's even better in a way. Lax a bit on the physical side of things, which is why he's staying out on loan. Yeah, oh, was he the eye-bar guy? So actually, he's probably stronger, honestly. Randomly collapsing. Holy shit. Can barely walk a mile. That's fucking horrendous, man. What's the prognosis looking like as far as coming back? I know blood clots are a serious issue. There was an NHL player this year that, or was it last year during the playoffs? I forget who. Was it JT Miller? Or it was Brock Besser, maybe. One of the Canucks that was out for quite a long time with blood clots as well. I mean, that is not to be fucked with. But hopefully you can recover and get back to sport. Because, you know, it's just good for the brain, isn't it, right? Any kind of sport. Yeah, Solar is great. And he's solar powered. So he's good for the earth too. We got Albert Calderon, who we took a little gaggle of guys from Real Machada Honda. They're not as amazing, but they're still probably going to be really backbone of our B team type of lads, right? We also picked up Ephraim Opry. He wasn't one of those guys, but my god, am I glad we signed him. I think he is a brilliant player. To strengthen our left back spot in the way that we have by actually getting a guy that is properly designed for the role. Yeah, it was Brock Besser. That was the one. I knew it was a Canuck player, but I couldn't remember which one. Jesus San Martin, probably not as good. He's still on loan. It's okay. Hello, Leafy. He's better than Astanis, yeah. But I think he could improve too, which is the thing. Gives us an opportunity to, and it fulfilled Dosso's promise. It absolutely did, yeah. Javier Zambrano was another of the... He's slightly better. Wanted by every team in Spain for a loan, which means I might just dev list him. Because you know what? I feel like they'll probably still gain more because we're only going to be loaning... If we loan them out, they're going to be loaned to our B team. Sorry. If we don't loan them out, they're only going to play for our B team, which is in the same division as most of these clubs anyway. And I feel like we'd benefit from the AI physicals boost if we can. Because I really do want to test that a little bit more. And we've got a great little sample size. Now, this guy here looked quite good as well. Jose Miguel Aguado, because he's on loan at Ibiza, which is a third tier side. So that should tell you a little bit about how much they rated him. And they've given him quite a good squad status too. So that'll be fascinating. The one I was really excited about though, and chat loved this one, is Raul. He's the one, I would say he's the best of the bunch. Because he was wanted by Roma and Getafe before we signed him. And he's a model citizen at 17. Know how it works. Permanent AI signings get the look stupid. Oh well, either way, they'll still get the benefit of playing in that league. And with the amount... Bubble with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Mum. That is very, very kind of you. You need to stop doing that. You already volunteered to help with the garden. I told Pog about the flamethrower yesterday. She couldn't believe it. Thank you. W Mum. You love to see it. Oh, hang on. What? Ah, dearie me. I was meant to see my mum on Friday, but things didn't quite work out that way. But Mum's going to come and help Pog and I with the garden. And I mentioned that we got some weeds in the driveway. And I was like, oh, have you got some... can you suggest like a good weed killer we can use? And she's like, no. No need for that. I have a weed flamethrower. And I was like, you want that? So yeah, apparently she's got this gas-powered thing that is like really targeted and you can get rid of weeds with it. So I'm like, damn shit. My mum's got that industrial strength gardening equipment. I'm so excited. I think it's actually quite good because this is like stuff that's come through the actual brickwork of the driveway rather than being in like an open grassy area. Updated version of Clue. I'm so excited. Weed flame. Plus, there's another area that where it's just a giant bong. The ultimate weed flamethrower. Ah, dear. Do we say about the additional training focus? Oh, nice. That's awesome, man. I'm really glad that it is. It's one of those things that's worked for me for the last several FMs. Bear in mind, this is not information that I've personally discovered. I would say 95% of the things I know about training I've learned from Aaron. That guy is like the training sensei, basically. Every year I would just wait until he drops his training guides. I had such an opportunity to talk to him about this sort of stuff last year because obviously we're doing a lot of it with the England stuff. Less so because we didn't really need development, but it was still one of those things I'm just like, damn, okay. He's a get the B team promoted type of chap. Yeah, and that was just the guys we signed before the season ticked over. We also picked up Jose Maria Puello. These are all players from 4th tier sides that we've just managed to nab. We won't be able to do this again because it won't work the same way. Maybe on the promoted sides, perhaps. So we'll have a look at that. We did also spend £4.4 million on Flavio Almeida. That was less of a... I just thought that it would be too good of an opportunity to not get this guy because look at his wonderful attributes. He's on loan at Celia for not for the rest of the season. But yeah, for the rest of the season. We did Cincinnati Cappy last year, and I suspect that it's not likely to yield as much. And I want to sort of... Basically, we've only got maybe 3 weeks left of the transfer window. And I don't want to fill it up with Cincinnati Cap, guys, because it means that we won't be able to focus on the players that we might need instant scout reports for. And with us already having done it last season, I don't think it'll be as fruitful. So there might be one for next summer. Because today, we need to bring in some like first team quality. Yeah, I feel every other year is about right for Natty Caps, I'd say. Baggies, boss! Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. But yeah, on this guy, 20 aggression, I'm going to make it my mission to dispel the myth about this being good for loads of red cards. It's not. Honestly. There's nothing on here that suggests it actually is a good thing. This is a good... It literally here. This attribute does not necessarily reflect a player's dirtiness. What reflects a player's dirtiness is their actual dirtiness attribute, which you can see on the cons as competitive streak. The redder it is, the worse it is. So he is actually probably going to be very good for this role. Because he can pass too. And for 4 point... Yeah, he does argue with the... Don't get me wrong. He's an irritable bellend, but he's a clean one while he does it. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this guy. Like, he's not a dirty player, but he's going to get stuck in a lot. He's basically João Paulinho. Like, that's the kind of attitude he's kind of got. Like, he's not trying to hurt anybody, but he's going to get booked 17 times a season. He's João Paulinho. Actually, without the arguments with official, he's João Paulinho with Mitrovic's mentality, basically. He's a respectable twat. Yeah, he's a twat in uniform, you know? He's Ryan Yates. Yeah, exactly. We like a player like that. Which is good. So also we've got Jose Carvalho, another youngster, just another one of these guys. We've got Pepe's nephew, Mohamed Traore, who I don't even understand this one myself. Came through a scout report because we were looking at this team because it was probably one of the only teams in Burkina Faso that I had scouted. He didn't look that good. We picked him up for really, really cheap, and then he became 5 stars. Now he, on the other hand, is a walking red card. This guy here is 100p going to get red cards. So look out for him. Look out for our Burkinabe unambitious as well. I know it's actually perfect for us. Jailson, we wanted to take a risk on. We've loaned him to Getafe just to see what happens. And then we've got Zumana Dosso, another of the Dosso lads. He's not great, if I'm honest, but we didn't spend too much. Alex Sid from Zamora. He's fine. Also, the one player you didn't see us actually sign is Vitalis Skakun. Attribute-wise, he's decent. Doesn't really have much of a ceiling. He's fine, really. But that leaves us with a lot of cash. £14 million. Plenty of money to spend. We also sold a few players, as you'll imagine. Mostly loans. The only real notable sale, Mocamelo I sold to Supersport United, and obviously the big one was Lewis Fisher to Torino for 18 million quid. And I still think this is going to work out as... I believe this is going to be the right decision, but I'm prepared to be wrong. As always. Sad to report that Tenerife has suffered a significant setback in actually, like, yes, this will happen sometimes. The funniest one is when it's about their determination and you go on their profile on the development curve and it will show their determination has gone down by like 10 points. It's actually mental. You can get good stuff on these ones though. So you can have the exact opposite. The Osijek dude, yes, the Osijek dude is Flavio Almeida. He's a Brazilian Croatian who is very, very good indeed. But we loaned him out for another season because I didn't think he'd get a lot of game time this year with Steiny, Juicy, Herholt, Sheila there, those lads. I figured having him a season of football for Celia, probably playing in the Conference League or something, is not a bad shout, just to get him a year of consistent game time, basically. Yeah, I mean, then again, he's 2-star. And when you look at some of our other players, they're not far above that. I think it's quite a tight group, and I think he'll get better too. Now, one thing I do want to look up before we go any further is something that Asher put in the actual requests before stream today, which is a thing called Etoile FC, but it's not the one... This one here. Etoile FC of Singapore. Now, apparently, this team is set as being based in France, according to the game. Or some kind of glitch. Now, I'm not sure how I would actually find that out. How would I find that out? I guess we could look at the players, but they wouldn't really have... Oh, yeah! He's absolutely right. That's amazing. So this Singaporean club has been accidentally listed as being based in France. Only to sign French player. Oh, I see. So it isn't... Maybe that's how they nerfed it, perhaps. So maybe that is just how they are, because they are Etoile Football Club. Do play in the French national team kits with a French badge. So maybe that's not the case. Maybe that was just a club culture thing. Foreign national clubs in other countries. Oh, I see. That's kind of sick, actually. Is that something you can replicate using the editor, or is that just the way that the FM hard codes it? Because that's definitely something that would be quite fun to play around with. Selling transfers in the first window. I actually do like it. Because FM, as you know, is quite... It likes making transfers, and I find that, generally speaking, in a lot of saves, I do switch it on for the first window, just to keep things... I find that you don't see as many moves in January, so you're kind of guaranteeing more realistic squads up until the first summer window, proper one anyway, and especially on FM24, because obviously the squads are kind of outdated. So at least it gives... Then again, now it makes less sense, because obviously the squads are so outdated. I'd steal one of the... Oh, so you steal the club and then you edit the club itself. God, I wonder why they wouldn't change that. Hello, Kyle. It's going well. We have a scout report to look at. Most of the players in it are not ones we have a lot of knowledge of, but I didn't want to progress any further without actually going through it, basically. It absolutely should just be a tick box for sure. So, this is Van Noj guy. I think because he doesn't play, we simply cannot get scouting information on him. I like the look of him, but I don't want to action anything until I can actually see what his proper attributes are like. Because he's got great tackling. His work rate looks amazing too. Worry about the physicals a little bit, but... And it's called Isvan Noj. Like, it's a great name, but I just need more info. So he's on there. We've also got this guy, Patrick Van Beek. He's not bad, but he's also not amazing either. His technicals are really lacking. He is slow as hell, yeah. I mean, this makes me think that this is going to be an 8, right? And he ain't going to get likely much quicker. I am keeping an eye on that guy that we've got working on as far as... I think, was it Garcia we've got working on his... Oh, hang on. We also got one of the youth guys really badly injured, if I recall. I forget who it was. It might have even been Garcia. Oh, maybe not. Am I imagining things? Ah, no. Yeah, here we go. Garcia. It's because he's in the B team, technically. Yeah, unfortunately, he's got lower back strength. That happened on stream, though, didn't it? Point is, we are at least seeing some slight upgrades on this, so that's certainly something to keep an eye on. That is a little bit concerning, though, as far as his development, because this is quite important. Yeah, that was injured like a week ago, so he's going to be out for a couple of months. Frustrating, but not the end of the world. It's not like he was actually going to be... Well, I think the only one of the guys that's like realistically going to potentially start for us this season in the league is Socorro. But that's only because I might sell our goalkeeper when he'll get Venezuela caps. I think before he's 18, if he develops okay. Obviously, that's leaves a lot up to chance. We've also got this guy here who I quite like the look of from Go Ahead Eagles, Felix Müller. But again, more information required. Soccer developing. I have actually looked at his development curve because he's not been around that long yet. But we'll see. I think he's Venezuelan first nationality, right? There's also this guy who intrigues the hell out of me. This is Frankie Borja of Colombia. I want to know more about him, but he does feel like the kind of guy that if we did sell Arnado, could be the ultimate, like, sell Arnado for 30 million, who's no longer wanted by City, by the way. And then we sign someone like Frankie Borja as an immediate replacement for him for like 6-7 million. Keep the other 23 million in the bank. This is what I mean. When I saw this guy, I thought this guy is the perfect. Yeah, I want to know his full stats, but I am going to shortlist him while we do it because he feels like the type of guy that is good to have in the back pocket just in case. Owusu, who's a winger. Oh yeah, the one thing about him is he does lack that top end speed, but he doesn't look like that's gonna. Wow. Which Spal? Where is your Spal side? Is it like Serie A? Because like he doesn't seem 4-star CA to me, but I wonder if that's just because you're playing at the lower level. Okay, fair enough. Actually, yeah, for Serie B, fair enough. It's you can never tell when people say like whereabouts in their save they are. Because to me, I was like, that seems like a lot of stars for those attributes, but that makes sense. That's definitely a good player. And he probably can get a little bit faster as well. We've got Raul Arias of Real Oviedo. 15. With these guys, it's like you just don't know. This guy's called Nando Gallego. He's a complete wingback, but he looks completely not very good at his job. Yeah, you're going to want to drop down a level to get to the real football in Italy. Mark Hernandez. They're just not. I'm a level with you. I'm not a big fan of Nando's. I must admit, I've only been once, and that was specifically because I'd mentioned that I'd never been to a Nando's before, and it was proper, like, average as fuck. I would say actually below average, but maybe I just went to a bad one, you know? It's the same reason I'm not really a big fan of Chinese food, and probably just because I haven't had the right Chinese food, right? Rusk, he got loaned out now. That's annoying. Just a posh KFC. I do like a KFC, to be fair. As even though I'm subbed, you really shouldn't do, and I really fucking hope they haven't changed anything like that. Like, I don't run any manual ads. I've never once in the 5 years I've been streaming on Twitch run manual ads myself, and because I know that I could sometimes stop the pre-rolls if I did that, but I would still rather just. I think it's better for the overall experience if I just don't run them at all. But that's ooh, Polish man wants out. He's just too expensive. I feel like Portugal. Oh yeah. You start that right, Maureen. I'll be with you on it. Go with you for free. As a free signing, that is absolutely gold, basically. It's a bit like when we signed Arnado. Sometimes you just get those guys. Oh, by the way, Napoli have been at it again. I'm almost certain that Napoli did another one. I'm pretty certain I saw like an £80 million. Oh, no, they didn't. Maybe it was rumoured. Either way, let's be honest, they're definitely in the process of signing someone else. Because they still have another 160... Oh, they've got £80 million left, so they're definitely in the process of signing yet another insane player. On discount official in a few weeks. Maybe. Is Nocon... In fact, I think he must be on our shortlist, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be being notified about the thingy. Nerman Karic, 200 million. Yes, Nerman Karic. Those of you long-time watchers of the streams will remember Nerman Karic because he was the guy that we found, but at the time had not got the funds or the real clout to actually sign him. They... Arsenal signed him for £4.6 million. 5 years later, they sold him to Napoli for over 200 million, which means he must be like 190 PA or something. Free transfer market. The issue with it is most of the players that are going to be free transfers are going to be like older than 23. Oh, weird one for you. You'll like this, but also be on the fence about it. So Zambrano, this is good news. We'll get him out to the team that's going to pay him the most and play him the most. Ooh. That will pay us more. This one is... Oh, hang on. I think I'm going to reject these ones. I wanted to play the most. So, yeah. You remember Cole Pineda? That wonder kid that was at Le Havre that was worth like £20 million? Yeah, so notably, he's no longer worth £20 million. No idea why. But all of a sudden, he's actually available. Le Havre? Now, we could pay them in pasta. Yeah, I don't know why. All of a sudden, I got a notification that someone... I can't remember who it was. I think it was... It wasn't Burnley. It was Swansea. Swansea put in a bid for him, and I was like, why are they bidding so cheap? But now, they're willing to take much lower bids on him. I don't know if we actually need him as such, but it's bruised ankle, no major injuries in his entire career. Because, like, he's considered a wonder kid. I mean, I don't think he's amazing. He's not great going forward, but he is fast. But we do have Mekawar and the guy that isn't showing there for some reason. He's still 18. I mean, this is the thing, right? I think what it would come down to is how much he actually... what his squad status would be. I think he's probably worth picking up because I think profit exists because he is French-American. I don't know where he was actually born. Le Havre. Okay, that makes sense. Cole Pineda is a very cool name as well. And he would be EU because obviously he's French. I think there's money to be made on him, and he's considered a wonder kid by the game, which is always a nice little update. And we can make Cole Pineda jokes. I think it might be worth getting involved, even though we're fighting Premier League sides for this, because we've got the money available. I mean, if they accept this, how about that? Why are you asking for more money than... Hang on, haven't you accepted bids from the other clubs that are of less money than this? I'll just put that on the table. To be fair, their potential fee is actually higher. It's because of the add-ons. I'll try that one as well. I hadn't realised that in fairness. Salty Scotsman, thank you for the 38 months. How was your Sunday, my friend? If you like Chloe Pineda, we can call him Chloe Pineda. Nah, to be fair, the Burnley deal did have an extra... It was like rising to £4 million. I would like to just... I just want to get... Basically, I want to get in a room with him so we can see what his wage demands are like. If his wage demands are reasonable, which they look like they might be, but more importantly, his playing time demands are reasonable. Like, he's 18 years old. I'd want him to expect to come in and be a backup player for us. If he's expecting... Yeah, Las Palmas' first game and at home again, which is mad. I wonder what at one point we'll get the entirely dead ass, like, hey, you've got to change all the tactics again point when we, like, lose a couple of games. Because we will. It's the top flight. But this time, and to be fair, I need to stop being... I need to get better at not rising to it, frankly. Because it doesn't do us any good. 1 year extension. Brother's only just joined us. Ooh, William Jose. Hang on a minute. Wait. Who are you managing? How has bro managed that? This is the man that got the Las Palmas job instead of us, and now he's Arsenal manager. But... he could be about to do us the biggest of favours. Because if he's interested in Tenerife's Walter Moreno, who I've said will sell for £11 million, which is a lot of money for a guy that was worth like 4, it does pave the way for a certain Luis Socorro to move into the first team squad. Which could be fascinating. Swansea are back in again. Man United are in for half an all pasta. The big one, that's not even that much money. Mudra, lovely loan, please. They've rejected our bid. So Swansea have now bid 3.9 million. Sid's gone out. We'll come back again. All right. But they've rejected bids from Swansea and Burnley. They've negotiated. Wait. Fine. Do you know what? Let's just see. They're starting to get into the territory of me not wanting to pay them this kind of money for the player. When he was like £2 million, I thought that seems like a good deal for us. But now I'm not totally sure. We've actually got a league game today. I didn't realise how close we were to a league game. I'm not entirely sure how this squad's going to look here, unfortunately. Right. Let's just do a quick pick first, see who's actually available. Ooh, I don't like that. Mekwa right back, Portela in front of him. I do like Portela. We mostly signed him to play wing back, but both is also good, and it would allow us to not have to play Alex. Is Stanis instead of Opry? Don't think so. What season? This is the beginning of season 13, Morris. Juicy Steiny, Herholt, no. We'll play Feta there. I want... Is Cyril not around? Oh, he's still being a baby, isn't he? Vanderlei and Canal. That's not a bad pairing. It's just we are missing, like... We need another centre-back. 100% need a centre-back. We need a backup left-back. Sorry, left winger. A starting righty boy as well, if need be. Who's actually available, or is that just it? Oh, that's literally it. That's just our entire bench. 3 finishing. Who's got the 3 finishing? Yeah. But, I mean, there's always the chance of swapping these two over. Oh, Sven makes... Yes. So now we set Sven available for the... Wait, I don't think we can, you know. I think we can only set him available for the under-19. I think he's too old. Wait, that wouldn't make any sense. I don't think we're allowed to make Svenny available for the B team. Other than putting him in the B team, which... Yeah, but all we can do is move him to the B squad. But the issue there is... We then wouldn't have him available for the first team games. Which is still something I would like to have. Young winger from the B team. Which one's that? Because if they're under 17, they can be put into the squad without any, like, show your B team as a... Yeah, but not if they're on... Say they're playing in the same game that day already, then he wouldn't be eligible for our squad. Like, if I'm going to put him in the B team, I'd probably have to just deregister him, because then he's almost wasting a squad slot for us that we would probably need for someone else later. That's the problem. Let me just look at B team wingers. Out of interest. So left-sided players. Yeah, B team doesn't really add a lot to the left side. That's the one area we're not great in. I actually wonder if playing Portea as right back and Mekawar further up might be a better idea, actually. Youth players on the bench, at least. At the end of the day, surely we want the best players on the bench that are going to give us the best chance in games. We spent all this time strengthening our squad. If we then move a load of squad guys out of the team to put worse players on the bench, like if I'm not realistically going to want to bring a player on, I don't want them to be on the bench. Although what I could do maybe is take out like the goalies and put like 2 of them in the goalie slots. To be fair, out on loan last season. Oh, you mean this guy, Albert Mbala? Sorry, I thought you meant left-sider. Mbala was the winger, yeah, but Mbala is a right-sided winger, and the one thing about him is I don't think he's fast enough. But you're right, he absolutely does deserve to be on the bench. I think that's a better idea, actually. I agree. Having at least like, why is the B team so small? Is that because they're not available at the moment? Maybe having one of the Jose's available for us on the bench too. Better defensively. Portea, I think he might actually be better. Point is, Mikawar is better. Mikawar's better going forward. We have sold Fisher. Yeah, we sold Fisher. So we've got to use that money wisely today. Let's have a comparison, but I'm pretty certain this one's the way to go. So just from a defense, let's just compare their roles for the wingback roles so we can get their defensive attributes highlighted. But so Portea, better tackling, worse marking, worse positioning. Skelly, yeah, probably shouldn't be on the bench either, actually. Hello, James. He's more athletic, but not by much. But Mekawar's better mentally, which is weird considering he's a lot younger. I think it's much of a muchness. The thing that really sells it for me potentially is the fact that he's so much better from a finishing standpoint. I'm not sure there's really a right answer. Because Mekawar is much better positioning-wise. Oh, I know what Hadrian's about to suggest. Do you know what? I actually don't hate that because I'm a masochist. I've actually forgotten how to do this. Isn't it down here? How do we even do that? Oh, is it on this tab? Sorry, for some reason I thought you could do it from the main squad. No way! It won't let you do it. You can't swap a right winger with a right back. That is some absolute bullshit right there. I do want to get to the stage where we can swap these 2 over and these 2 over at some point. By these 2, I mean the roles, not the players per se. FM's absolutely done that. I know we've had no bids on the players because we haven't actually moved on a day yet. I don't think. Oh, do I even want Skelly on the bench? The only reason that Skelly's useful is because. No, to be fair, there's no one else on the bench that I'm like desperate. Sorry, no one else in this little set here that I'm desperate to put on the bench. Skelly still has like it's 88th minute. We're down a goal in the game and we're trying to play for set pieces kind of value, but that's it. God damn it. Oh, that's annoying. That was actually something I would totally consider. Portea should be up front. Yeah, but the thing is, Portea can't finish. People will say he should be up front until he misses a chance, and then it's like, hey, do you know what I mean? It's one of those sort of can't win chase kind of situations. He does look for a pass rather than attempting to score, which actually, I wonder. That actually might be what... The thing I like about that is that if he actually is going to do that, it means that he may just look for constant pullbacks to Dosso, which might be more beneficial for us. How about this? Since we don't know, and I don't think there's a true obvious decider, we just try it and see what happens in the match engine. I think that's going to give us a better idea, because we can logic our way all we want, but until we actually see how it plays, I think we'll just have to try it out. Number 2 for a winger. I'll put it through the middle. He can go full Aruna Kone on his ass. Shoot less often. Yeah. This role has shoot less often as part of it. Pretty much every role in our tactic has that on, except for Dosso. Right. Let's go. Exactly. We can't be perfect about this. We'll just have to give it a go. What we need to get... Oh. Wait, I literally have less subs than I need. We may as well at that point put Socorro on the bench then. I forgot that we had a spare sub slot. We'll have one goalkeeper. So Chilavert... Wait, why did you not have a number? Or is it because he wants a different number now? You know what? He's kind of earned it. Last season, he was stellar. Really deserved. Chilavert off the bench is an absolute cheat code. It's actually unfair on other teams that we get to bring him off. His bench work last year was wild. I think he got like 7 goals and an insane amount of assists without even really starting many games. He will... 2 keepers with Sven, exactly. If only they can let us bring us both on at the same time. It's the dream. Mbala, I am totally on board with you, Anarith. I think Mbala, long-term, is probably the guy for the right-hand side. If he gets a little bit quicker, he's still super young. I'm excited about what he could be. And I think he's the kind of guy that I reckon one day he could be as good as Minyambres. Maybe not. The one thing I really like about this team is the way we've signed players this summer. We've got so much scope for progression in the future because so many of the crucial good young talent are very, very young. It's going to give us this wonderful development curve over the next couple of seasons if we just stabilise things, as Vanderlei gives us an early lead. 13 minutes in, and Las Palmas don't know what to do. Arnado gets his first assist. Vanderlei, by the way, remember, we signed him alongside Canal and Fisher last season as we probably do need an old head in here, someone that can play if there's any issues. And he has been brilliant. Vanderlei Fellaini, innit? He's been so goddamn good over the last season and a half. He just does it. Like, what a signing he was. Didn't he cost us like 2 million quid from Forest? Just a really solid player who just does the business. It's also going to be interesting to see what we can do with Dosso in the lineup over a consistent period, because he never really got a long stretch of game time last season because he got that injury. So I'm curious to see what he can do given a proper run in, see what he can do with 10 games up front for us properly. Go on, Arnado. Also, it's a debut for Opry as well today, so I want to see how he gets on. That's a good cross, actually. Oh, they've caught out massively there. What are we doing? Well, so much for the insane positioning of Mekawar there. I would like as much pace as possible on the inverted winger because I just love the way that with the dribbling combined with the pace, they can just go past me. Why does Mekawar come inside there? Like, the centre-back is dealing with that, and then Mekawar just goes, you know what? I'ma just do this. Watch out, everybody. Very poor decision-making there from a man who should... Maybe he's got poor decisions. 16 decisions, 16 positioning. Were any of them present in the room with us? That was poor. So weird that he did that as well. It's just a weird decision in general. He's having an absolute mare of a first half. Maybe he just really wanted to be the right winger and now he's annoyed because Portea's in his spot. We've been quite poor, actually. As first half games where I kind of figured this was an absolute gimme, we've not really created anything. Maybe he just, as you say, doesn't trust Danny Canal. And in a way, I kind of agree with him. Second half is going to need to be better than that. There is a little bit of lacking match fitness in some of our players, but it's not really an excuse. Right, come on, lads. Let's improve. That is not how you improve. I'm hoping that this is just a case of we'll have a stronger bench. And we'll, in theory, be able to just grind through. Although Malera's going to bang this top bins now, isn't he? Ooh. Just how dominant. Yeah, that does worry me. Although a lot of this team should still be the same players that were benefiting from that, no? Oh, Christ. Wait, is that... No. Well, okay then. It's 2-1 to Las Palmas now. Just directly from a set piece. Well, not directly, but like weirdly easy. That was just dreadful defending from Vanderlei. Just lets Uarte get the run off of him. It's a great ball across. Canal doesn't get there, and now it's 2-1 Las Palmas. Holy shit. Right, it might be an early substitute time, honestly. That was woeful defending from us there. Portea's been shocking. No, I can't really do it. Why am I putting him up there? They've both been awful, but... Mbala, fuck it, let's go. Sheila Vera obviously on for the Vet. Vet has been really bad today, actually. Dosso's not been great, but we lack that secondary striker option for the time being. Alex does. What does Mbala? Oh, we don't know, do we? No, maybe it should be Alex instead of Mbala. Can Mbala play other positions? Not really. Herholt instead of... Giussi, maybe? Just because he does things. Opry's been okay, but he's still getting into the team. I'll get Action Ponga for a little bit. This is bad from us. Like, we weren't looking particularly good in the game in general. This is just a woeful performance. A disappointing one at that. Losing to the guys. Oh, they've got Malero injured now. It's a poor start to the year. Oh, come on now. Not a third one, please. Right, come on. Nope. Nope, please no. Oh, it's okay. Long term, it's going to be okay, but my goodness. I'm starting to... I mean, to be fair, I feel like the keeper can't even see anything. This is more on the defenders for not clearing this. They just simply do not get out to Gechter fast enough. They've got to be close. I think that actually deflects off the guy who's offside as it happens. Ooh, yeah, if Arsenal... I'm starting to think that that bid from Arsenal cannot come soon enough at this stage. We'll go on attacking because we're already losing at this point. He's got a lot... Oh, we can't actually make any more subs anyway. That's a bad one. They've been the better side here. We literally just scored a set-piece goal and did nothing else. We haven't had a single chance we've seen in this game from open play at all. I think match fitness is definitely something to do with it, and building in these new players. We're just going to have to accept that it's going to be a tough start to the season. I think the goal for me this year is stay up again and develop the squad that we've got while strengthening it with the money we've got. And I think we can improve. But obviously with La Liga, you can't expect to like jump up the league in the same way that we did in Portugal because there's just so many better teams in the top half. But I still believe that we're capable of going on another run like we did last year. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Wow, Dosso, buddy. Any chance of actually showing for the ball? He's gone full Emil Smith-Rowe in this game. He's just hiding on the pitch. It's a terrible play from him. Right, well played. Herholt looks aggressive. What are you doing? Never mind, eh? With play like that, I mean... I think he might be offside this time. I don't know if it is... No, someone called A. Ugarte. Like, the ball's right. If they can't even collect the ball when it's being played directly to them, I think that's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, they're going to have an off day today. Well, we're about to lose to the Savannah Bananas. That's less than ideal. Dosso's had an absolute shitter. Bear in mind, he's annoyed that we didn't upgrade the training facilities, even though we upgraded the training facilities. So that tremendous FM logic is working out there. Last season we came 11th in the end. We pulled ourselves well away from the relegation zone. It just took a little while to get there. Once things sort of bedded in and we found the right players, it worked really nicely. Well, that's good. Can't complain. Shocking performance. Played like crap. Deserved the defeat. One that's slightly better. There must be something about one of them that makes them preferable over the other for the role. Even if it's just the marginalist of things, you can always, in theory, find something that's better for one role over the other. So it depends entirely on how your tactic is set up as well, though. So, like, you may have a shadow striker with other roles around them that work better, so you don't have to rely on the shadow striker as much. Yes, we thrashed them 5-0 at the start of last season, but we then proceeded to basically not win more than, like, 3 games in the entire first half of the year. Like our schedule last year, we actually started off with 2 wins back-to-back, then didn't win another game until December. So, us beating them on 5-0 wasn't exactly a harbinger of good things to say that, you know? We finished 11th last season, which was above expectations as far as like where the season preview rated us. We're a better side in theory than we were last season, so that's a good sign. Unbeaten for the rest of the season? Maybe. The way we finished last season was actually incredible. Like this was the end of last season. We only drew 1 of our games in like from February onwards, and there's a lot of green in there. Getting thumb for a time. Oh, absolutely. And that was with just a couple of little signings. It was less about the signings for me, although that definitely helped, but more about just purely finding guys that are going to be squad player. He's not going to get France caps, is he? He may get USA caps. I'm just like, I'm actually happy with that release clause. We do miss Winter. Agreed. I think he was the biggest thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not above just signing Winter back again. Like, he's there for us if we want him. But I wanted to see if we could maybe find a guy who was a little bit younger and a little bit, like, had that ceiling, because otherwise we're stopgapping it a little bit too much. And he would be quite an expensive stopgap. And we've still got time left in the window. Like, we actually have the funds. Dosso's going away on international duty again. Are you serious? Brother seems to spend more time playing for Cote d'Ivoire than he does for us. This man. Look, just in August. Cyril's just gone on holiday. It's not a great vibe. Yeah, I mean, I actually can't wait for someone to trigger his release clause at this stage. Monaco met Pineda. £6 million. That might not work out so well. Important player. We'll accept that and not that. We should more track. What we need is a centre-back. Let me just look at centre-backs that are available. Maybe it's his sister's birthday. Who knows? No, we lost to Las Palmas. We did lose to Las Palmas, yes. It was the first game of the season, though. Right. Still unfortunate, though, because really, at home against Las Palmas, we should be winning, let's be honest. Oh, hello. Totally useless just right now, but there's a couple of guys here that are probably worth a little look-see. I kind of hate that it's dumping all of our main scout reports in here now. It's like getting in the way of our proper scouting, and I don't know why it started doing that. But more importantly, this 15-year-old dude, Seydou Kouame, isn't the answer to our problems right now, but he is an interesting... Ooh, 6'3", shadow strike, slow as balls, good on both feet, probably a good signing for us later down the line. Lichtsteiner? Really? Oh, in the scouting centre, sorry, yes. Let me just... I want to have a look and see what centre-backs are even out there that we could realistically sign that don't break the new transfer philosophy. Just to see if there is anyone that's, like, intriguing. There's a guy from Vitesse. He'd probably be too expensive because Netherlands, right? I also probably should absolutely... Yeah, maybe a loan. I still don't know if I want to rely on... I mean, if we have to rely on loans, we totally will. But I'd rather we didn't have to, because then it sort of... It stops us from developing our own players. And we're developing them for someone else. But I want to use realistically signable. Danny Canal feels like he might be Louis Fisher part 2, honestly. But we'll give him a bit more of a chance. So Lisandro Sala of Roma is £25 million. Sporting Gijón have a guy. I don't think he's not really... I mean, he is a centre-back, but I don't think... Oh, a 9 tackling? Hell no. Cheers FM. Cabini we looked at already. Alessandro Mora, 23 years old, of Norrköping. He's just not it, is he? Salah was 20... Oh, either way. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Whoa. Okay, we do like a map. We like a king with 20 jumping reach. We like a king with 20 jumping reach. Oh, there is not a shelf this man cannot reach. He's not even slow. He's got good tackling. Slight problem, though. Argentinian. And I don't know if he would be eligible for us because... He's not EU in Italy, but that's not the same. But is he worth using a non-EU slot on? Bear in mind, our current non-EU slots, because I'm pretty certain he wouldn't count as EU, are Arnedo, Portea, and Chilavert. 3 players that cannot come out of the side. So we really can't afford to sign a non-EU guy at this stage, really. That's the issue. He can see for miles. He just has blurry vision. He's got really nice physicals, actually. Sure, I'll totally shortlist him, yeah. My worry is that one of these guys, mainly Wolfsburg, Arnedo won't qualify until the end of next season. Sorry, start of next season. The closest player we've got to qualifying out of those guys is... Yeah, none of them are really close to it. Arnedo's the closest because he signed in last summer. But they need 2 years, so it's going to be a while yet. So we'll free up some slots next summer. Throughout next season, it'll be much better because we'll get more players. But right now, we'd have to find someone absolutely godlike to want to get rid of those guys. Who else is even there? A lot of these are old reports too, which really don't help. Let's have a look at loans again. Maybe Winter will be back for loan. Although it does seem almost impossible to loan a player for 2 seasons this year in FM, which is a bit of a shame. How old was Winter as well, actually? Cool. I really need to change that thing where it has the low rep thing turned off. But maybe we can get a better player on loan. The problem is with loans, the amount that they'll charge for the loan is obviously absolutely absurd and not worth paying most of the time. Ron is still here. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't seem to find anyone to buy him. We've got Daniel Jez of Lech Poznan, who is actually Polish. There's 2 guys here. Nicolo Durante of Roma. I don't think he helps us right now. I think they'd ask for a lot of money, and I don't think a 5'10" centre-back is... He's a fullback, yeah, for sure. Daniel Jez... has 2 jumping reach. What are you, Daniel? I mean, you're an interesting player. Got to give you credit for that. But what on earth? Don't come to me pretending to be a centre-back there, laddie. We got you, Amorfini of Milan. Better, but still not the towering presence that we're looking for. Guy from Independiente's Marseille guy? Why are they all like 6'13" jumping reach type of lads? Which is fine. That's the same guy. Yeah, but to be fair, if we were in that much of an emergency, I think I would just go and get Winter again. We already looked at Moore, didn't we? He's actually a really solid player, but Bojanovski could have... He'll probably have 13 as well, right? Good tackling. He actually looks like an okay player. But he's... I just feel like that's going to be 13 again. His head post, that's actually quite good. We just call him Sonic. Shame he's not that far. Oh, Emiliano. What about you? He feels... I don't like the low aggression, but I do like his physicals. 18 jumping reach. He's not stupid slow either. He's like capable, if not foreign. You're right. He is, isn't he? Unless there's any kind of nonsense going on here. Or maybe Red Bull Salzburg. Wait a minute. No, he's got nation trained in Austria, which might be enough. Potentially. I don't know. Is there a way we can find out? Oh, no, it literally says it there, doesn't it? Yeah. Apparently not. God, he would have been the one. Or at least a player we could have realistically had a look at. I just want to see, was this even a realistic signing? In terms of, no. Absolutely not. We'd have had to pay like £12 million potentially just to sign him for a season and pay the wages. That was never going to happen anyway. That's a shame. FC Copenhagen guy we looked at already, didn't we, as a reason? He's fine, but he is like that. He's fine. It's only the 13th of August. I think you're right. Deadline day for loans will be better. Let's just see if Joseph Winter is still available and what the sort of the situation is like with Winter as well. Because the last thing we want is to rely on that as an option and then not be able to sign him. So what was it made him special? He's great in the air, pretty solid. He's not amazing technically. He's just decent. He's not listed for loan anymore, is he? Testing a different... I hate that crap. If he was good, let him stay being good. Let me try again. Amorfini, but wasn't Amorfini kind of very mid? Pep Boys.
Actually up for a stream for the first time in a while cause uni semester is done and I'm graduating lol.
You'd love to see it.
VOD's been major help in passing time over the semesters, so credit to you, Matt.
Thank you, my friend. Credit to you for doing all that work, man. So are you like officially going to be out of uni or just out for the semester? Physicals boost. I don't know how much you can really do that because most of them are quite short contracts. So Winter would cost us between £5 and £8 million and big money wages. The only benefit Winter has is that he's the devil we know, so to speak. Not that he's the devil, but he just happens to be... We have experience with him being in our first team. The one thing Amorfini doesn't have is jumping reach. And I wonder if that was the thing that was doing it for Winter, was his jumping reach. Oh no, she's in Spain. Yeah. You could sign anyone you like. Well, you could sign anyone you like. Registering is a different matter, but you can sign anyone you want, really. Officially out. Nicely done, man. That's awesome. The Beast. Thank you for the
Hello,
14.
Matto and Chatto.
Defensive stats. Yeah, but I wonder if it was the... Yeah, I suppose Vanderlei. How does Vanderlei even have... Yeah, he does, doesn't he? The question is, though, would Milan even let this happen? Because he isn't actually listed for loan, I don't think. So it's more likely going to be that they're asking for stupid shit to get... So that means we still have to pay £3.7 million for a season and a mandatory fee of 30 million quid, which they're not... I mean, I can ask to get rid of that, but... Yeah, they won't let us do it without us buying him for 13 million quid, which obviously we're not going to do because that's wild. Do you know what? I'm content to just go. Macedonia thing. I would be surprised if it's been fixed, honestly. Let's have a look. We will look at the Polish national team in a second as well. 3 million for the season is okay if we didn't have that extra clause. Oh, so it's fixed in this save. Right, okay. So probably not fixed in your save, but it is fixed in this save, as far as we know. Let me just check. Wait, do I not have that same... I think I had to recreate my scouting view and it's removed the thingy. But yeah. Officer squad, well, I don't know. Either way, I'm not content. I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable spending that kind of money on him anyway. I think that we can still find better players. Kayembe, I mean, probably quite well, if I'm honest. He moved to Brighton. These guys are all long gone for us as far as realistic signings these days because they've all moved to big clubs. And even if they'd sort of struggled there a little bit, their wage demands now as a result of having like one season in the Premier League. Oh, they're at it again. Napoli are fucking at it again. He's bloody done it again. It's Napoli with a £30 million offer on Jose William Arnedo. It's annoying that they've just come straight in with that because now I can't even do my bullshit. Well, that's something, I guess. It's free. The skin, if you do !skin free Fries FIFA, then you'll find the link to it. Offer him a contract. Offer who a contract? Oh, yeah, it's release clause. So there's nothing we can do about it. Arnedo, why would I offer him a contract? This is good. Us being able to sell him for £30 million is great. Oh. Hang on, does what not work? Yeah, basically Arnedo has a release cost of 30 million. We signed him for free. I was willing to let him go because if I feel like we can get that guy from Zagreb or Rijeka or whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't think he would accept a contract from us anyway. And at this stage, as much as I like him, I think £30 million it's not good, but it's also not horrendous. And there's always the chance that I could get Newcastle to buy him off of us for 28 and stick in a 50% of next sale fee clause yet. So I ain't done yet. Although the chances are he accepts Napoli because money. 10 from Moreno. Yeah, the thing is though, and this is going to prove my point from what I always say about transfer windows. We are now going to have money. But having money doesn't equate to being able to find the players to spend it on. And that's why I always would rather have the player than have the money. Although in this case, I still think it's the right piece of business because we kind of already have identified a guy who should be a solid replacement. So I feel less bad about it, which is kind of why I was glad I found that guy as it happens. Let's just check Poland national team right now. It would allow us a bit of leeway as well on being able to take a couple of swings, which is rare. Current transfer budget is 13 million. This will be a lot more. Osijek guy. I think we have to buy Osijek guy because we don't have a replacement lined up. He's the guy. And if we don't have Arnedo, we have nobody. So we need the Osijek guy immediately. Sorry, Harduk guy. Yeah, but Arnedo's not EU. While it would set us back a year as far as the development, we do need to sign the guy. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the Polish national team these days is... What sort of clubs are we looking at? Wolfsburg, Valencia, Union Berlin. A couple of domestic guys. Well, actually, just the one, actually, as it happens. And he plays for Pogon. There's the Hearts guy in there. He must be, right? 30 million is lowest in the Liga. I don't know. Bear in mind, the reason it's so low is because we had a lot of, a lot of budget leveraged into this season. Yeah, Inter apparently have just got the whole Polish national team there. Shout out guy at Bristol City as well. Unfortunate for Bristol City, the 3-0 defeat. Not ideal. As a centre-back. Oh, hello. 24. Let's have a look. I mean, I can't imagine he's that great. Yeah, Catanzaro, he's not even on loan, is he? What a strange, like, set of players. The fact that he's not on loan. Yeah, I suspect you're right. He's Catanzaro, Serie B. Where is he getting into the... I'm going to scout him anyway. I know he's 23, so he can't be that good, most likely. But that is intriguing, nevertheless. They may just have a giant gap in their squad, right? They need to get some Lech backs. Sorry, the joke didn't really work when I stumble over my words, does it? West Brom currently in the Championship under Axel Burgo. Their captain is Harrison Murray Campbell, MP. Their hot prospect is Jordan Childs as a striker, and therefore dead to me. West Brom Barkley. Wait. Did you say there's a player called West Brom Barkley? Nah, that's a stadium, isn't it? No, it's a team in Mauritius. West Bromwich Albion Barkley. You were hoping for another Manchester United MacGyver type of situation there, weren't you? I could see your brain ticking away. I can't believe I didn't find that on my little search. Yeah, West Brom currently, lately, they have spent a season in the Prem in this save, but it was just the one. They've not been prolific, shall we say, unfortunately. Obviously, that means... And they did it through the playoffs as well, but they came 18th at least when they got relegated, so they weren't the worst team. Okay, the party goes on. I'm going to try... The problem is, if I offer... Okay. We're going to try this. What's safe? I reckon 25. Just to, that way they're not too close to it. Offer him out for 25 just to see if anybody bites on it, and I can try to get what I want. I think it's unlikely, but you never know. So Brandon Cooper's gone to Torreense. Latore's going to Sporting Gijón for a season, and they're going to pay us a lovely amount of money for him, which is more cash for us and more complainy boys out the way. This summer, we are losing a lot of squad, like a lot of players this summer. Do we start the... Should we just start trying to sign the other guy? The guy from... Do we have the money? We do have the cash for him, right? And the wage budget's available for the other guy. So we may as well... Because if we don't sell him to someone for 25 plus it, he's going to Napoli. He's not going to turn down their contract, is he? And at least we could delay the contract of the other guy if needs be anyway. Because we kind of need it for... we need the guy for the weekend. That's the Patreon regions. It's annoying that Mosquera went to Swansea in the end. Wait, is he even on the shortlist? Did I not shortlist him? Fuck. What was his name? It was Osiek, wasn't it? Not his name, but the team he was playing for. I can find him through that. It was Frankie something. Oh, Harduk. Not Harduk. Hajduk. There he is. Frankie Borja. What I see here makes me happy. Who's he wanted by? I think his physicals... Ike Athens is not a great sign. No, let's just check his agent. Wages are okay. Plenty of players. Let me just prioritize his scouting. I'm not going to try and sign him straight away. If I could find the damn guy. There he is. I'll just add him to the shortlist this time at least. I think he technically would have been. It's the Ike Athens part that scares me, because I'm like, shouldn't someone slightly higher up the footballing pyramid be the one that wants him? Now, sometimes teams do just make great decisions, and that's definitely something we've got to consider, but I'm a little bit concerned about that. That worries me. Then again, if he is like a 140 PA guy, that could still be really good in our squad. It just doesn't give us much room for progression. And he's 26, which does go against what I was kind of looking for. But if we need him, we need him, right? Afonso Trindade, thank you for the 8 months. I hope you're well. Is that another... Oh, we don't want to get rid of Macias. Or do we? That's very cheap, lads. Actually, it's £7 million. They're paying a lot of money. I might accept it just to see where that goes. Oh, wow, you can progress? Okay, I didn't think he had anything left in him. But okay. Could we sell him for a decent amount? Maybe. But if he's not that good, then maybe not. That's the thing. Oh, God. I swear the left back in this tactic is cursed. It's a lot for a dud. Yeah, but we don't know it's a dud. And in addition, if Arnado leaves, we do not have a left winger in the entire squad that is able to play that role. So somebody has to come in there. And if it's a guy that's kind of decent, then I'm happy to do it. But it doesn't give us a lot of time to find the replacement, given that I thought he was the replacement. I think it's easier to find a left-sided winger than it is to find other positions in the team, at least. It's not the most obscure of positions. There's a lot of them about. Marseille now want Macias. He is interested in joining Marseille. No con. Can he play both? Hey, that random team has just taken... Kermade's finally got a move. Imagine the scenes. The problem is Nocon was a lot more money. Then again, he might still be worth it. Nocon is a right-sided winger. I like him, but he is a right-sided winger, so he doesn't really do as much good here. Although I do still really like him. And there is 100% a world where I could see us signing this guy anyway, but it wouldn't be as a replacement for Arnado. It would be more so that we could then use Portela and Mekawar as right-backs instead, because I think that he's a better forward player than both of them. Disappointed not to be able to join Middlesbrough. It does worry me that... See, this is interesting. Ike Athens are in for this guy as well. And I like this guy, and I think he's good. So maybe Ike Athens... Are they just, like, randomly good now? Oh, actually, hang on a minute. They have won a lot of titles. Now, I know that it's... They're rich, which could just mean that they've got a tycoon. No, they don't have a tycoon. Ike Athens have actually done okay in this save. If I remember correctly. So, Champions League. Playoff round. They're a group stage Champions League team. Tiger by default. Oh, really? But usually they scale down funding. What about Europa League? I'm not as scared of them as I was now that I've seen that they're in for another player that I like the look of. Ron's injured. Oh, no. I think we can still work this. But it will certainly put a bit more pressure on. Sassuolo, dude. Oh, he's Sassuolese. He's fun. I want to scout him more just because he's a Lichtsteiner. And he's 27, though. Lost to Linfield are not bad either. Linfield and Shamrock Rovers are... out of like Northern Ireland and Ireland are massively better than everybody else. Shamrock Rovers are spending like millions of pounds on players. Wait, you say Club Bronx won? Oh, you had me dreaming for a second there. My hope for this window was to actually sell Ron, but that has yet to materialise. It also seems like me trying to ship out Arnado. There is a chance that perhaps he doesn't go to Sevilla. Doesn't go to Napoli before the Sevilla game, which actually would be probably better in a way, because at least stop us losing him. But it does seem like me offering him out for 25 is not... It's weird. You think Newcastle would be absolutely chomping at the bit to pay 25 for him, right? I guess they know I'm up to something. Dosso's just... There's a reason he's called Dosso. Let's just put it that way. Kate Bullen, thank you for the 22 months, friend. Hope you're having a lovely sun that morning. It's still the morning too. Yeah, what is Dosso up to? Is he even the Ivory Coast's first team, or is he still playing with the under-23 in like the Olympics or some shit? It's Chan qualifying Zone West B second round first leg. I was going to say, I thought Chan was only for players that play in Africa. So how is he being called up to the squad? He must be in the 23s. Whose next game isn't until October. It's got to be the... What? B team, perhaps? Under 20s? What is Cyril doing? What team is Cyril playing for? It looks like he's going to play in Chan. Do they count Tenerife as part of Africa? Because it's like... I think he's playing in Chan. He's found a way to play in an African domestic players only tournament, while the fact that... Remember, we signed him from Cyprus, not from... Confusion continues. Unless there's a glitch where you can play in Chan qualifying if you're not, but you can't play in the actual tournament itself. It's very annoying to be losing a player to qualifying for a tournament that he's literally ineligible to play in. He's going through... right, let's get rid of... Oh, there's me, Moreno Luanco. Get rid of most of these guys. Wow, Yoshi has fallen off, man. Attribute-wise, he's still fine, but that's about as good as he was before. Or 18 playing. We've looked at all the only team that's playing is the national team. The other teams haven't got fixtures scheduled for those matches, unless they haven't scheduled them yet, but I think that's unlikely. It's Pierre. I do want to just have a little look at these guys in case there's a random centre-back in there that isn't like good for PA, but might have a right CA. Doesn't look like there were any, though, and these guys aren't good enough. That's lower league Spain, isn't it? Oh, there's a couple of A-star rated. Oh, it's both at Inter. Are they both loans? They have to be loans, right? Lucas Sardella. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would we loan him? Him, on the other hand... This is one of the guys that were, like... He was playing for Greece when he was, like, 17. Orestes Sapalidis. Now, if Inter want a sensible loan for him, I'd be tempted. Do we need him? Well, we do need a right-sided winger. And remember, he can play as a number 10 as a backup to Cyril as well, if Cyril decides to go on hollybobs. Could be another Hartman. The difference is he's got 16 pace and insane agility. He's a match engine machine. And if we can have him for the season without having to pay Inter a king's ransom, considering they're the ones that have listed him, 1.3 million for a season of Sapalidis. That gives us depth. It gives us right-sided. For me, that's doing. I would be willing to do that, since they're not asking us for any silly bollocks. 1.3 mil for a season. And even 1.6 if he doesn't play at all. So we'll end up paying somewhere around the 1.4 probably. I think just to have him for a season, he's EU, so we don't have to worry about registration stuff. He will cover the right-hand side for us, and he'll cover the number 10 if Cyril goes missing. Attacking midfield right. Oh, shit. They may end up recalling him in January, though, because of this. But if I take this out, they'll ask for stupid bollocks. I'm just going to keep it. I hate that, though. STI Harold, thank you for the 51 months. That's mad. The role recall issue will happen, but the moment I start trying to change the role there, they'll then ask me... They'll double the price of the loan, basically, and it ain't worth it to me. I'd rather have 6 months of him at least and then deal with the issue in January. That's future Matt's problem. Who's this guy? At Cardiff? How are you at Cardiff City? They're like... These guys were in League One a couple of seasons ago. And are in quite a bit of debt, it looks like. Yeah. John Eustace is... He's useless to us. Although he's got pace. £22 million is way out of our price range, unfortunately. Trevor Howlett, Newcastle... Wait, that's very, very cheap. Probably worth a scout, actually, as it happens. He's a youngster. I don't want him to be our goalkeeper going forward, but hey, you never know. Start as a winger. If you personalize his role, the game will only see the role that he's personalized to, and then he would have to... I wouldn't... oh, wrong guy. Shit. Fuck it. What was the Spurs guy? Howlett. Basically, it's one of those things where if I have to try and remember to do something before every single game, I'm simply going to choose... I'm not going to go ahead with it because I will simply not remember to do so, and it will just cause more problems. Cosimo Di Fusco. 16-year-old Swiss. Definitely worth a look in the future, but Mark-Henry Bear, they're both strikers, though. Thoughts on Luton? Well, I mean, what can you say about it, really, other than that it's happened? And it's one of those things where if you looked at Luton's underlying numbers this season, they're not as bad as their position would suggest, but at the end of the day, you've got to get results on the pitch at some point, right? Niels Van Kempen is a fun-looking player. He just ain't us right now. Real Madrid rebound. I have actually, yes. I saw all the badge chat. It is hilarious that now Newcastle are considering. I reckon you're going to get full-on round. It's either going to be one of two things. It's going to be round badgery, or we've gone for negative space, where it's just a magpie like this. Like, oh, you're 100% getting a circle for sure. Very expensive guy at Al Arabi. Wait, oh, it's Qatar. That's why. It's also 24. Solid keeper, but do it Inter, do it Milan. Centre back at Inter, Alvaro Martin. He's very, very good marking wise. What do you reckon about this guy on loan for a season? And he's Spanish. Optional fee. I believe the fee. I think the only one they can't recall him on was a mandatory fee. So, for example, PSV couldn't recall Steiny for us, but I think if it's optional, they still can recall him. Can't jump enough. Yeah, but remember, I think we're trying to go with with Vanderlei being able to offer us that. Dump the recall clause. Some nations you can't. I probably could have done, but then once again, if you try to negotiate it, they then put shitloads of stuff on the monthly fees to the point where it doubles the value of the loan a lot of the time, and it's just not worth it. Let's have a look at Alvaro. Nah, see, this starts to... Nah, because they'll fucking recall him as well. Because they'll do the whole wide set. Let's just see what happens if I get rid of this, for example, right? So 210, 220. They'll either put it back in. So now, that's added £800,000 to the starting value of the loan. And for example, say I was to get rid of the recall one. Do you see what I mean? About how much they stiff you when you try to put stuff like that in. So now we're in... Well, basically, you have to pay a shitload more money for the privilege of paying them a shitload more money. I think that's a lot. Oh, there's Palm. It was actually in that latest report. AI loans are notoriously bad. Oh, 6'2" and he's got 12 jumping reach. Come on, Stefano, buddy. Yeah, but that's what happens, right? That's why I hate negotiating with teams over loans, because they'll never, ever agree to anything like that on your side of things, but they expect you to. Like, imagine you asking an AI team for a fee on a loan, let alone any kind of excessive fee. There's a natural libero here, which is not going to be helpful to us, but you got to look, right? Of course I'll have a look. Marco Natali. Inter apparently are just trying to loan out everybody. They've already got the whole Polish national team. Now they're going for more. There's a guy here, Nicholas Simic, but he's at Palace and he's 28 and he's a real guy. Winger could be fun. Which winger? Kushav. He kind of reminds me of Tommel, but like not probably as good. And I honestly don't think that this guy's any better than the guy I'm trying to loan from Inter. Arguably worse, actually. He does have lovely agility. Remember, Inter guy has 20 agility, so he's just better, and we wouldn't have to worry about him long term. There's this guy at Nice, but he's like 8.4 million quid and not the quickest. Can play on both sides, though. He's 29, though. This is what I don't want to get into. Tommel, as far as I know, is still at Le Chowinge. He's kind of settled there now, it seems. Yeah, he's one of the few players that Le Chowinge haven't managed to sell. And I think I sort of understand why. Oh, now he's wanted by someone. Who's that? Borough won everybody. It's us and Middlesbrough basically in a race against time to sign a striker or sign a winger, aren't we? Tommel's fine. He doesn't seem like he's that much better than he was when we were there last time. Borough of 100 team got promoted, haven't they? Let's have a little look. Premier League. Yes. They came third and won the playoffs with Simon Tibbling. Oh boy, Tommel. If I recall correctly, Tommel had a big release clause because I gave him it. I suspect they might not be up for that. Although, we'll see. Tommel I like, but he's not £14 million good. Not a chance in hell. I'd pay like 5, but not 14. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be 14. It'd be more like 11 to 12. Still ain't paying it for Tommel. We could find better than that for Tommel. I'd rather pay the 1 point something million a season to have Orestes Sapolidis, particularly as he can play as the 10. Yeah, Tommel is basically almost trapped by that release clause a little bit because it's inflating his value more than you would like, potentially. Cry about heat. Thank you for the 12 months, friend.
12 months of watching a silly little man get angry at silly little men for making silly decisions in a silly little game.
Agreed. How could you not? I still want to see if our Dossie boy is going to be playing in the thing that he's not allowed to play in. So their left back is this guy, Doumbia, on loan from Everton. Yeah, he's a little bit alright, isn't he? Oh, Ivory Coast youth team. Oh yeah, that is this team though, right? So the wage demands of the Argentinian Roma centre-back. What? Amorini or Amorfini? The show's Diarra. Yes, Diarra got sold again this summer. Oh, the Salah lad. Let's just see. Was he a signing or a loan? I'm guessing he was a transfer. If Arnado leaves... Yeah, the problem is if Arnado leaves, that then leaves us without a left winger, and we would absolutely have to find someone. But let's have a look at Salah then. Look, where's Salah? Oh, is he... Or I get the feeling he might be an unsure boy. If he's an unsure guy, that worries me that his wages would be in... So where is he? Was it on a different screen I found him or something? This is where he somehow moved to another club in the time it's taken us to look. Oh, Lissandro, we didn't have any star ratings on him. He was just big and tall. 26... Hang on, let's just... Between 17 and 20. A+ recommendations. We might do, but the A+ness of them is not really that meaningful. Basically, they could be crap, but if they're free, it's A+, basically. I find that as far as scouting goes, the letter ratings are probably the least important and most meaningless section of the things to look at. Occasionally, it will still turn up stuff, but it's like the least important thing. I thought we did as well. How did he end up on that list if I... Weird. Interesting wingers. I want to just ask our Doffy. I think it's useless at this stage anyway, but we might as well have a look, right? Just see if he knows any loans. Yeah, it's definitely pure profit if Arnado goes, but it doesn't give us the replacement immediately, which is the issue often. 30, 29... Like, am I going to loan a guy from Bristol City? Is he actually going to be good enough for us? And the wages are insane. Mamadou Sarr... He might be okay, but like, if he's being loaned from Midtjylland, are we really likely to get any better? This guy here is 30 years. Yeah, I think the days of being able to use our DOF for loans are kind of gone at this stage. Yeah. Trust me, it's going okay, nothing specific. We're on the verge of potentially losing another really quite important player and are just struggling to find an immediate replacement, but I don't want to rush it because that's how we end up in real trouble. My hope is actually that we don't end up losing Arnado before the Sevilla game, so that way we could buy ourselves essentially another week to work that out. That's how we end up with Thai Guy, which admittedly was me. I pushed for that, and I was wrong. But I don't want to do it again. I want to be patient with it. Sometimes you've got to take a few punches. But that's them Spanish release clauses. I feel like we couldn't have really given Arnado a higher release clause than £30 million because he would have wanted an even more expensive contract at the time. Japanese guy. Good. Let's try... Oh, Lila in for Pineda now. We've still got that on the side things as well. 7 million. It's actually hilarious that... Look at the amount of... It's 1.5 up front and 7 million. Can't delay release clause. No, we can't delay those ones. You can only delay ones that you have specifically said that you're going to do, basically. So if he goes, he goes. I'm hoping that he at least dicks about a little bit. Because clearly, me offering him out for 25 is doing nothing. You'd think that is a bit weird, actually. That we've already agreed a £30 million bid. Newcastle want him, but maybe they don't want him that much. And I'm literally offering him for £5 million less, and they're like... Wait a minute. Chat, I've just had a realisation. It's the wrong Dosso, surely. It's the other Dosso. It has to be, right? It is. It's the other Dosso. We have Dosso. I always forget about that. Offering specifically to Newcastle, it doesn't work. Offering players specifically to specific clubs is... Ironically, Newcastle are more likely to bid when I don't do that than when I do, because that feature in FM is utterly busted. You'd think that sort of stuff would make sense, but it actually doesn't. It's the other way around. God, I wish that stuff did work, but sadly not. It'd make building a nation way easier. Yeah, we did, Andy. It's the guy from Osijek or Hajduk, but we're unsure about him just because the only team that's wanted him other than us is like Athens. And like, at first that was scary, but now we're like, okay, that could actually be okay, because like Athens are actually in for some quite other decent dudes too. Yeah, I know, Cyril is getting some strays today. Maybe Las Palmas are just good this season. No, sorry. I've sinned against you, chat, by even suggesting it. But we were crap in that first game, to be fair. That's cool, Andy. It's a fair point. Yeah, we were looking at him earlier, but basically we're just unsure on him at the moment. It's because we can't see all his attributes, and he's 26. And he's non-EU. So there's a lot of negatives that go against him. And the only team that are interested in him is like Athens. And I'm like... But they are a decent Champions League level side that play in the group stages most seasons. So there's definitely something to be said for that. And they're often winning the league. Team reports done through the squads often. I don't need to anymore. We have a different system which is, I think, better for assessing the team reports, which who was it that came up with this? I always forget who it was. I think it was Jiminy. Basically, what you do is there's a new filter that we use in the scouting screen. In a minute. Which is this. So what it does basically, there's obviously some Spanish sides in here you'll see, because unfortunately for some reason they're creeping in here. I suspect it's because the guy doing the next squad reports is putting them in here too. What this shows basically is any players in the last 30 days that have come through team reports. So it means that we don't have to check each one individually now. Every sort of 2 or 3 weeks we can just come into this screen and it will just show all of the players from the last month. It's brilliant. While we're here actually, there's a new guy, Mantane Dembele. And a Rabat dude here too, which is good. Not based in Spain. The downside is it means that it would hide any players that... What I could do is do not based in La Liga. Because I would still want Spanish players to come through. Say they're from the lower tiers. Because we are scouting a few of those clubs, I think, officially now. But that's a good shout, actually. Club. Division is not La Liga. Immense. Great suggestion. Love that. Yeah, this is the latest sort of... I think this is like about as optimized as far as team report scanning goes. Now, we'll probably find something new, but I'd say this is about as close as you're going to get for the time being. PSV guy to Newcastle. Which PSV guy to Newcastle? As in the one they're trying to sign right now. I suspect if Newcastle are signing him, we probably can't afford him. Plus PSV, right? They're not going to be selling him on cheap to Newcastle. Nathan Ake, by the way, PSV manager. Love that. The problem is we don't even know... Who are they... 60, was it 60 million? Okay, never mind. Music setup. Yeah, so weird, AJ. All I did was I restarted the PC again and it fixed it. I have no idea what happened with that, but it's kind of like, you know when you wake up and you just feel a bit funny and you just hurt for a bit? I feel like my computer just does that sometimes, where some of the things that aren't supposed to do things do, and then you end up in a weird situation. So yeah, that only did it one time and it's never done it again since. So strange. Yeah, it does take a while to go through individually. So that's why now, when a team report comes through, I literally just do that and then I move on with the day. And then usually someone in chat will be like, we haven't looked at team reports in a while. Or I just go, there's like a lull. I'll look for the team reports at that point. And it stops you having to look through tons of just pure crap. Because you know there's a lot of it, right? There's actually some good names here. Trevor Tresson. I love the fact that Tresson is... Oh, it's an Irish name. I thought it was Ivorian for a second. Trevor Tresson Clark is a good, solid name, though. And then just Fernando Crespo in there. Arnaudo has not yet been sold, which means he does get to play for us. I'll actually refund your points for that. It means he gets to play today, in theory. First rep free kick. Nicely done. Yeah, I think we've seen maybe 2. Opry's injured, because obviously he's a left back, and that's not allowed. I think I still start not Action Pong. Have we even made anyone... I don't think it's anyone new at all, is it? It's the exact same squad. No one new has joined us since last game, have they? So it's just a case of run it back. We do have a few more of the younger players available. Mayama Troy is wanted for some loans. Nice. McGarry as well, presumably. I might dev list you as well. Can't have them. They're not all going to be able to play for our B team, are we? Considering we've signed like 3 squads worth. Yeah, I think Magari especially could be really useful. The reputation of the league could be quite beneficial for him. At least we've got some good links building up. That's interesting that Arnado and Achimpong have a good link between them. It's probably from those first couple of games of last season as it happens. Feta needs a better start today, though. But could be Arnado's swan song. Wouldn't it be so funny if he just turned down the move to Napoli? Because they have signed every player in Europe. Send it back into a team. Probably. Let's have a look. Oh, it says page not found. Is this the centre back? Is this the centre back? He's got that dog in him. I realize it's probably just maybe you've missed the last letter of the page job. I do that constantly. They won't have that link for long. It's like the game's taunting us. It's like, hey, look, see those good links. Get used to it. Wait, are we like tackling harder on their entire team? I didn't set that. That's wild. Assistant's off on one. Oh, Opry's injured, isn't he? So Opry comes out, which means there's a place on the bench for... Fuck it, Mohamed Traore. Why not? Assistants. Yeah. Maybe that's why we did so crap against Betis last season. This is giving us a red card today, isn't it? It's feeling very red cardy. Okay. Dosso was going to need to play a hell of a lot better than he did last game, because he was not good. I'm hoping we'll see a bit more of that wonderful dribbliness out of him. But I think just giving him a run in the team is going to be crucial. Plus, Sevilla are not a bad side at all. Right, come on. Big header needed. Vanderlei. Good lad. Right, clear it better. That's more like it. Right, come on, Dossie boy. This is where we need to see you. Run it back. That's actually not bad. Right, that's fine. That's actually quite good control from us there. Now we can start to build up a play. Arnado swan song for the club potential. Oh, there's the run. Oh, he's got the man inside. Find him, please. There's so many runners. We've got like 6 guys. Just find one of them. Arnado! That's onside, I think. I think it's come off the defender. It is. Poor Taylor scores, not on his debut, but his second debut, i.e. his second game for the club. I don't think that's going to get an assist, actually, for Arnado. Because I think that actually deflects off the defender. But that was good, though. I love this from Achimpong. Really, really good work from him. I like Arnado just dropping into this space. I think this is going in already, though. Oh, actually, it's not. It hits the post. Hits the post and bounces back to Portea. That is very lucky. I guess he has enough finishing when he's like directly in front of the goal. Wait, Arnado genuinely didn't get the assist for that. I guess it's a shot, really, isn't it? That goal was nearly a full XG. Also, Real Madrid 6-0 up against Granada after an hour. Feta drops it. That's a really weird free kick. Oh, the keeper saved it on the post. I see. Right, Arnado driving forward again. Are we going to second phase them here? Mekawar, don't lose the ball now, bud. You've got Portela in front of you. Nice. I say second phase. We're actually out of any kind of set piece setup now. Oh, go on, whip it across. There's options. And one of them is Dosso! It's 2-0 to Tenerife. That surely must be onside, right? The initial pass is offside. Fuck. The pass was offside. God damn it, man. It's a really nice pass as well. Oh, he's miles offside, actually. Good pass from Giussi, though. Always looks for pass trait. Yes, Portea has the always looks for pass trait, which I think is one of the reasons that I'm now more comfortable with him playing as a right-sided winger. Because he, in theory, isn't going to shoot as much. So that might help us. Remember, we nearly 3-0 up against Sevilla last season, and we lost the game 6-2. So I'm not overly confident just because we're ahead here that it's going to sustain. Particularly as I'm not super confident in the... Oh my God, man. But stuff like that. And now we'll get out-jumped here. Oh. Do you know what? Our defenders, for Vanderlei and the lads, they do enough like not jumping for headers. And also that pass from Mekawar was embarrassing. Like, just put any amount of pace on the ball there. It's crazy. It's good pressure, though, from Portela. It's nice to see Dosso just look good in this game. Even if he didn't score... Well, he scored the goal. Like, it just wasn't his fault that the person that crossed the ball in was offside. Like, he got in the right position, started things off. Always trying to walk it in it. Oh, that's nice. Achimpong, great work. Now, let's get this progression coming now. Start to catch him in transition. Ping it through. Oh, that's so poor. We're going to concede off of our own brilliant counter-attacking play, aren't we? Tenerife managed to complete a simple pass challenge impossible. He has so many passing options there, and he's like, no, let me just not do that. I also thought we'd got back and covered this. Like, actually, does that deflect off the defense? Yes, it does. Cool. Always nice. They love a 4-4-2 in La Liga, apparently, yeah. Having pass into space... no, I'd never use pass into space for the exact same reason. I don't like pass into space because the reason hang on. I personally never use pass into space in my tactics because what I seem to think... In my head, it seems to always be, let's just give them the ball too much because of exactly that reason. Although I find that it's actually... It's often worse in the final third, I find. Pass into space just seems to give other teams the ball. He's going to just glance past him now. That's unfortunate. Once again, for the exact same reason that our players are incapable of completing a 6-yard pass. That was a bit of a long one, but still. You've got to be doing better with that. Vanderlei's done really poorly as well there. And then Canal just looks like he's an actual canal boat at times. Oh, dearie me. I mean, Sevilla are a decent side, of course. Whew. It's weird. No one's even playing that badly, according to the game. Despite the fact that both of those goals were avoidable if we just, like, completed a simple pass. But this is an issue we had last season too, where one of the ways that it showed that the other team was better was it just made your players incapable of passing a football, regardless of the player's attributes, unfortunately. We'd have a guy, I think, what was it, Chilavert that would do that sometimes, when he had, like, the best passing of any player on the team. I knew it was too good to be true when we got that goal. Right, let's run the subs. Yeah, Granada are getting a true hammering. Arnado's had a poor day, actually, but we haven't really got any obvious options for him there. Achapong struggled a little bit too. Steiny actually weirdly has stopped doing that as much now since we made that little tweak to his tactical setup. But I don't want to put that on every player because that will massively mess up the way we play. But Steiny's... the approach that we took on Steiny does seem to have worked reasonably well. Feta's been awful in places today. Giussi can switch over and then we'll get her hot in again, who has done very well off the bench lately, to give him credit. The rest of the benches are looking a little bit thin just because of the injury. Portea's done okay. Arnado is the obvious one, but like Alex maybe to the left-hand side? I always forget that Alex can play there, actually. And Bala, but for who? For the one player that's actually played okay today. That's the thing. I feel like Portea's done... I mean, admittedly, he's got a ratings bump because he scored a tap-in. But the thing is, I don't think that Mbala is going to make us better off the bench. He's slower and just very, very young still. Maybe it's like a 75th minute sub as like a last ditch, but I don't know if I'd want to bring him on now. I don't want to weaken the strength of the starting 11 too much. Or not starting 11, the on-field 11. Because that was what was, I think, costing us in the early stages of last season. Was bringing on a load of players that simply weren't up to scratch. Obviously, you've got to have the players up to scratch first. Ooh, that's... We're finding new and interesting ways to be bad, actually. Yeah, Danny Canal is struggling a lot again. And this is why I think that we need... Like, Vanderlei does okay. That's a very good goal. It's an interesting... I like the setup, though. Just edge of the box. On the half volley. Bang. Brilliant finish. Frustrating, but they've been the better side. We've once again had one shot on target and scored it. I think we're probably cooked here anyway. As unfortunate as that may be. It's not like Arnado, the key man or anything, has had a particularly good game himself. Like, now might be... Well, Dosso's been shocking again. Fuck it, man. Troyer is there. We're already losing at this stage. We might, at this point, I'm like, okay, oh, wait. Fuck it. We are a bit one-shot on target merchants. So we're not getting the benefit of winning while doing it, unfortunately. Yeah, Arnado's like, He's already ordering Neapolitan pizzas. He's ready to go. Come on, any tackle would be amazing. This is going to be a fourth goal, isn't it? That's unfortunate. Back post header or something? Yeah. Unfortunately, the moment our player slid and the tackle went straight back to the player, it was kind of inevitable at that play. That, and you do get the old, Mekawari's going to lose some back post headers sometimes. He's not the tallest boy. Was that Jarju? Was that a different player? This will be an upgrade on our defeat to Sevilla last season. We lost 6-2. It's a step in the right direction. Losing your opening 2 is not ideal, though. Oh, Juan Lu, I see. It's interesting how you can go and start playing. So, oh, that's a good pass, actually. Chilavert, he's through. Yeah, sure. Yeah, makes sense. Hit the crossbar from there, why don't we? Cool. 4-1's a little harsh, but when you've got finishing like that, he's tried to chip it, I think, but he's put way too much on it. It's a bit of an underperformance there. Who is responsible for most of that? Chilavert, that was his chance there. I think it was just kind of evenly spread around the team as it happens. That'll show your items in the strut. Well, yeah, but the window isn't shut yet. We are trying to deal with that as we go along, but we can't just sign any old player. We have to actually sign a player that we want to sign. There is definitely worry about the lack of depth in the squad, but worrying about it doesn't fix it. And we are going to try and fix that with what's left of the transfer window. We're certainly not short on money, at least. Yeah, Dosso, to be fair to Dosso, he did get in the right position for the goal that was offside. Like, he put that one in. He just needs to do that more often. I still think we need more strength on the right-hand side as well. I don't think that Portela is, like, elite enough. But, you know, finding the right player is always... We do still have Oriola. This is true. He's not registered for the squad, sadly. Not the ideal start to the season, for sure. Let's see. Basically, we need to kind of know what's going to happen with our NATO before we can make any more decisions. Because if he goes to Napoli, which looks likely, but we can't do anything with the money until we've got it. At that point, we then have a lot more money to play with. Doesn't mean I want to spend it all, but we can then try and figure out our next move. I'd like it if he's going to go. I just want him to go immediately. Should I just try and offer him a new contract? I know it sounds stupid, but I might just... Nah, I figured. I think Winter would be a first player I would probably try and go for, just because we know that he works well in this tactic, and we'd have plenty of money to go elsewhere. Our wage compared to the rest of the league is pretty low. We can actually see that now because we're into the season. We try to keep our wage. I mean, usually speaking, I'm quite good with wage budgets in general, but yeah, we are pretty low. We've got a lot of wage budget available, let's put it that way. We are at 15th. So we're the 15th highest spending team in the league. We're also considered to be rich now, which is kind of good. Like, there are a few, basically, it's promoted sides and Granada that are spending less on wages. But we do have a lot of available budget. Las Palmas have more, of course, by a good 10 million, actually, a season. God, the budgets towards the top are actually insane. Barcelona and Real Madrid are spending 10 times the money that we are. Wait. Yes, there you go. He is now gone. Our NATO is gone. So we don't get all of the cash, but we do get... Okay. He gets a bit of money. How much do we get out of this? Let's just look at our transfer budget. We've got £37 million in transfer budget now. We're in a slightly better spot. I might just go out and sign Joseph Winter. Just get that done immediately. Because I do want to sign him. Check if this works. Oh, he's Australian. Oh my God. 19 pace at 20 years old. That's insane. 14 jumping reach at 6 foot tall as well is pretty ridiculous too. Yeah, he's like world class good. Like, incredible. Wondrous player. Please, can I have him? Oh, I see. Either way. Didn't have any spaces. Wait, really? No, I think didn't he count towards the non-EU transfer allowance that Napoli has for the rest of the season. So he is there. It's this silly Italy non-EU thing. So basically, he's the one guy. He will fill the Italian non-EU slot for Napoli. I had all sorts of problems like this when I was managing in Serie A a few years ago. I'm willing to sign Joseph Winter just because he played well for us. Provided their fees are not obscene. 9 million quid. 5 to 8, and they want 9 million. Piss off. Buyback price. So basically, it's like it's a stopgap that I'd be willing to do because we'll probably just double our money on him anyway. Because Hoffenheim are dumb enough to do that, I think. I reckon they could probably buy him back. That's basically 2 seasons worth. So I probably could have I maybe could have dumped a bit more onto the 2 seasons bit, but that's all right, actually. It's more than I would want to... Bloody hell, Matt. Wait. Hang on, what? I already agreed with you that you would sign for us. We talked to his agent. He's enjoying his loan spell with Tenerife. That's not even the agent feedback I asked for. We asked for agent feedback earlier in today's stream. It literally says his wage demands. We talked to his agent earlier today. Fuck me. Row with... I don't... okay, that's frustrating. It might just be that because of losing Arnado, our squad's quality is down. And maybe that's caused it potentially to be an issue. That's frustrating, though. New agent. I don't think so. I think it's just FM being FM, really. Barney Worldies. If anything, it's the opposite, Norton. We've actually... The squad's arguably worse just because of players leaving and us trying to develop younger players. But I was kind of hoping that we'd sign the younger players and then be able to find a couple of guys that then could be first-teamers. And unfortunately, it's not gone that well. What are our expectations? He said to Matt Ridder, he's suddenly grown 3 feet. Hoffenheim, it's any number of those things. Yeah, he may have got a higher squad status at Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim? Let's make a Hoffenhaus a Hoffenheim, chat. That's our record transfer fee as well. Jarju's gone to Fortuna Sittard. Who are you? Yeah, sure, off you go. Macias is... Oh, okay. If nothing else, chat, it's gonna be fine because Cole Pineda is in the house. We've done a signing. Don't you love it when you do a signing? Cole Pineda's in. I guarantee he doesn't have 5-star PA. He just feels like one of those guys that's going to be 3.5-star PA. Okay. Do you know what? I like him more. Cole, 4.5 million. Why did he sign here when they offered like 7 million quid? So we've got Cole Pineda. That actually is good. He's a good player. He's a good option. He can play on both sides for us. I like his attributes. He's fast. He's 18, so there's room to improve. I like him. To me, that's just like good work. He's inconsistent, but he's 18. Solid personality. He's a wonder kid, apparently, although I'm still a bit suspicious on that one. It gives us depth on the right-hand side. It means Bilal, we don't have to bring on, like, Macias at right back. Particularly not now as he's gone to Marseille. I worry, Johnny, just because... He is still... No, I've got to convince myself he's good. Although he is definitely getting some defensive positioning training. Because he's already fast. He's already good at tackling. He's actually not even bad in the air. And he's 5'11". Sorry. Yeah, 5'11" with 10 jumping reach, which means he's not going to get absolutely dwarfed with back post headers in the same way that Mekawar does. And that, as we saw against Sevilla, is really, really important. Just a tiny bit of height in the fullback spots. So did I offer more up front? I get why they took it then. It's cold Pineda. We'll have to see if he does anything first. Darla. Yeah, maybe. I mean, hey, if he's as good as Darla, then I'm in. I like him. I think that's a good piece of business. Maybe a little more than I'd have wanted to pay, but we were in competition with some Premier League sides, so I'm pretty glad we got that over the line. That makes me feel a little bit better about where we're at right now. Do we know more about Frankie Boy? Because we kind of need a bit of a Frankie Borja. I don't know how long it's going to be until we get that scout report through, and I kind of want to just take a risk and pull the trigger on him. Now that Arnado's gone, we have to sign someone, and I think he could be the one. Yeah, we got a lot. One thing I've noticed is that we're very good this year, for whatever reason, at finding two-footed fullbacks. Feel they can get more from him. All right. That's okay. I accept that. Do you know what, lads? I'll do you a solid. I agree that you could get more for him, and I respect the fact that you're trying to do that for your player. How about I give you more for him, but not now? We could delay the signing, true, yeah. Although the problem is we wouldn't get much information on him immediately. Wait, does he not have to be registered, or is he not in our first team? Oh, he is. That's interesting. See you later, Hadrian. Inferno's probably already there, waiting. The stars basically are really just a measure of how good your coaches are at assessing footballers / scouts. Oh, did I say he wasn't a B team? Let's move him up then. I know what you mean. Oh, well. Want more time on Boca offer. That's fine. The only thing that could really... I think we'll be okay on that. They want more time, but no one else has bid on him yet. Derrida, again, that's fine. That's fine too. Wow, they're actually paying to be loaned out. Oh, okay, sorry, son. Let's get you a nice little loan. And if no one comes in from address at work, I'm not sure about it. Well, then, Pog, you're going to have to send me a picture, for I am not a clairvoyant. New terms. The problem is that if you cancel the deal and do it again with new terms, they will sometimes get pissed at you and refuse to accept any offers. If you've got release, if the player has a release clause, it's a great strategy because you can actually just keep doing it because they have to accept. Dosso's happy, boys. Which is hilarious because it's like the very reason he was unhappy was literally irrelevant, but that's okay. Outspoken makes a lot of sense. Wonder Kid, he should be cracking this season, but he hasn't had the service, to be fair. 0.13 XG is not good enough. Like, he hasn't had the opportunities to score goals for us, really. The only goal chance he's had was that one that was offside, through no fault of his own. I do worry about who might have to play against Villarreal in this next game. It might end up having to be Alex off the left-hand side. Spanish window shuts there as well. Sapolidis, baby. Now we're talking. I forgot about that. Right. Do you know what? I'm absolutely fine with having Sapolidis for the season. I think Sapolidis is a good player. The depth is there. And, let's not forget, and this is quite crucial, he can be a backup shadow striker too. So we now have more depth in the number 10 and on the right-hand side of the wing. And it's not really costing us much for a season. I think that's a good piece of business too. Icons and Stadiums pack. I use the TCM logos, if that's what you mean by icons. And I don't know what stadium pack. I think it's called FMT Stadium Pack. They're both on FM Scout, I believe. And on the left. Well, he can't play on the left because the left roll is here, remember? And he'd get punished too much for it. The skin I'm using is Saz25. If you do !skin in chat, like Stewie's just done, you'll find a link to the latest version of the skin. Pog sent me a dress link. Let's have a little gander, shall we? Oh. Sorry, I thought it was a picture of you wearing it. Pog, it's hard to picture you in a dress when you're not the one in the picture wearing the dress, so I have absolutely zero reference point for that. Tough to really give an opinion on it. I'm a visual learner, so to speak. Let's get you in. We've got loads of space now, of course, because of the players that have left. Pineda's in as well. Under 19, wait, doesn't need to be registered. Beautiful. Portela cannot play on the left side, no. He's right. The great thing about Portela is he can play the entire... Well, actually, weirdly, he can play the left side, just not in the role that we need. Which does beg the question of whether it would be worth training him there. To replace... That would be a good backup strategy if we don't like the look of the guy that we're getting potentially from Hajduk Split. That might be a good backup option, potentially. Fishing for thirst traps. Damn straight I am. Don't criticise me for that. You do the same. Like you're looking at... I follow Heart. Heart is great and all, but I feel like pragmatism is important when it comes to choosing clothes, right? I'm actually... Pog will back me up on this. I'm extremely good to go clothes shopping with because I will actually say it like it is in a useful way that actually makes good decisions. We were looking at some dresses yesterday and I was like, I don't think that would work and here's why, and it was good reasoning, so... And she wasn't mad at me or nothing. Do for a backup option anyway. Well, bear in mind, changing players' positions uses up CA. And I don't know if I want to do that unless we absolutely have to. I'd rather do that as a decision that we make because that's what we want to do going forward rather than like... I don't want to waste his CA on a backup, basically. When we can sign a guy who's going to play there. In theory. Provided he actually does join for us. Because we've not got a lot of time. I reckon we'll still get a load of guys over the next little while. Skakun is the guy that we picked up from Shakhtar really cheap, but as a result of that, he's also not very good. He's like a backup-y at best. What are we actually looking for, Stranger Bit? Because it's not Hawaiian print. Agreed. That's usually most of my logic. I'm fully like white jean shorted up today as well. I've gone full Matami Vice. After Liga appearances, 50 games. So it's the same deal. Basically, it's the same deal. Because if man plays 50 league games for us, he's worth that extra bit of money. And by the time he does so, it's probably going to be more like 3 seasons or something like that. It feels like a lot. And it is a lot. And I actually do kind of hate the audacity, in a way. Ready for GTA 6? Damn right. Of course, I'll be dead when it comes out. I know, stranger bit. I guess I want to sort of point you in the right direction to what you're exactly looking for, and then we can figure it out. Right, Borka, we accepted the contract. Squad player. Again, worrying. Like, the recommendation is early signs of a terrific signing. Minimum release fee. I want more than that. I don't know if I can get away with 6. He's 26. Let's do a 4-year contract. It's a bit longer. He's got no one. The other thing about him is that he has no Colombia caps, which worries me as well. Because, see if I can get away with that. That doesn't mean he won't get them. I'm just worried that he's giving the kind of player that's going to come in and be 3-star, 3-star, and on the bottom end of all of these, but we're honestly a little bit desperate here. Also, thank you, new and improved. Yeah, it's just like one of those things where you don't want me to just say, that looks nice, honey, because I'm afraid of like upsetting someone. You want someone that's actually going to give you proper answers when going shopping. I feel like that's so much more useful, right?
Straight from Bezos' pocket to yours, Matt.
You'll love to see it. New and improved, Jocelyn. Thank you for the 6 months. I think that's just a better use of your time, right? He's not Arnado. No, exactly. Remember, we got Arnado for free. Oh, it says stop. Deceptive page ahead. I'm afraid I can't do it. You're trying to lure me into a trap. Injury? Yeah, it's all right. No, it's about as good as it's going to get at this point, I think. To be fair, remember, let's not forget who is actually ahead of him at Colombia. It's the guy we've just sold. So there is that. No offer for Robbie Roller. I'll just do it again anyway, so that way he doesn't get mad at me. The B team. I'm very interested in the B team. But I do want to make sure that we don't get relegated. What is our expectations for this season? Avoid relegation from La Liga. So really, this season could just be a stabilization season where we don't get relegated. I'd settle for that. Let's see if there's anyone cracking in this report. Pablo Ruiz. He's fine, but... Actually, he's more than fine, but he's not what we need right now. Cheap as fuck, though. Frankie Borja. Right. Oh, please tell me this. No, it's still minimal. Literally, he's come through the report. There's no more information on him. We're just going to have to go purely by blind vibes on this guy, I think. But see if there's any pure crap we need to get rid of. Sorry, Lewis. And Lewis. For the younger guys down there. I just want to make sure that we don't accidentally skip over anyone really good while we're in here. Rover out for yeah, it's not a bad idea, honestly. You're on loan, so you're kind of worthless to us. You're a expensive player for Gladbach that doesn't play in any position we're looking for. You're a striker / right-sided player, but you're 27 and don't look amazing. You're at Napoli. No wonder you're trying to get rid of someone, Nappers. Noah Stope. Oh, he's so expensive. And also really old, too. Jesus Belza, 31 years old. Another right-sided winger. Clicking not interested. Acknowledge basically says... But it says, feel that no further actions and want to remove this entry from the scouting centre, but not interested, will basically prevent them from recommending the player again. Which is useful sometimes, but occasionally can cause problems. I used to do it all the time, but now I'm just like... Because you never know with this save, if we go to a different club, whether we want that information back because they may be more suitable there than they are here. Hang on. 16-year-old Real Oviedo, Arnau. The Doff has been absolutely pointless in this one. We asked him for loan options, and he gave us a lot of 32-year-olds from Bristol City. Hello, Chuck. Your birthday, Chuck. Can I get some HHHHHBBBBs from a man, Chuck? Only had it for a year. Maybe, but I used to find that it was a pain. The other problem with the not interested thing is if you have a player that you accidentally scout again, manually yourself, and they come through in the report, when you go to select a load of players, it will then no longer let you discard them again because you've already discarded them. So it's a bit of a pain in that sense too. This guy's probably worth signing anyway just because he's cheap. And seems to have some okay star. Never mind. Okay. Even he doesn't trust us anymore. And Boysa Kostic looks kind of decent, but again, he's absolutely pointless for right now. Gaich Revenge Zvezda, a Mez. 22-year-old Mezzy boy. Dragomir Tomic. As solid as he is, he isn't solid enough. Guy at Newcastle. Is he listed for loan, maybe? I mean, he is, but he's also too slow to be the winger in this system and too slow to be number 10 that can't play there. I love that he can play left back, though. Volante. We do love a Volante. Rodash. Oh, boy, does he. Thank you. Yes, please. Hello, Nighting Mate. All I would say is good. It's getting better, you know? Oh, I know that you can go and then report and remove them but it's just like a bit of a faff in it more than anything else. And you know I hate faff, even though I am human faff. All in Rodash. What about Brest? I think we just sign him, right? Technicals don't look amazing, but if nothing else, his physicals, and if he does have any PA, maybe. He's not a guy that we're going to be like legitimately able to put in the first team anyway. But for that kind of price, with the money we've got available to us, these are players we would just sign anyway. They're not answering any problems right now, but in future they could be useful. It'll give him a chance to just acclimatise. Not a you. Yeah, but he's not going to play for us. He's not like a starting player that's going to be in our squad or anything. He's most likely going to be on a youngster contract or something. So put him in the B team. He can play there because he's young enough. Valina, Sporting Gijón, a bit more expensive, and he's quite decent. Get him some game time, exactly, yeah. It's always better to sign the guys that are physically developed. They've got more chance of making it, basically. Justin Hendricks is a left back. I want more information on a lot of these guys before I drop the money on them, really. Particularly as they're all like Spanish or Jules Gordons or something. Good, interesting players, though. Kostic, centre back. Oh no, this is one of the guys we looked at before, isn't it? Yeah. The guy with 9 jumping reach. And I presume this guy is Bozan Boshancic. Nope, not fast enough. And he's a striker. These are just the same players again. Stop showing me them. They're not even on my list. Ardleanu's still there, amazingly. I think his fickleness prevents him from being next level. Adam Williams is that short dude from Lechowinge. I say short, he's 5'10", but for a centre-back you'd want more than that. Yeah, these are all repeat players. Stop showing me the same fucking players. Maybe I should discard those guys. Stankovic again is another one we've already seen. Yeah, I'm just going to do that this time because I'm getting annoyed at seeing the same players repeatedly when I'm not telling them to scout them again. Fickle is true, but Babesi just looked to be elite in general. Because I was really hoping that we'd have someone in that scout report that looked like tasty. Rodash feels currently more appealing options. Has more interest in joining Brest. I mean, hey, we've all had that conundrum, right? That release clause is absolutely heinous, my man. Luckily, his wage is so low. Wait, how many caps have you got? 12. Wow, okay. In that case, you are going to get one of these playing loads of games clauses. But it's going to be higher than this. Because I need a higher release clause on you than that, friend. Just in case. Book loyalty. I kind of didn't read for quite a while. But now I'm kind of been back into it a little bit more as I've been feeling better in general. So I read a book. It's just rom-com stuff. I read the new Abby Jimenez book, and now I'm reading the new Vari McFarlane book because I just like a good rom-com. Might dive into something a bit more deep after that, but sometimes it's always a good little palate cleanser to get me back into reading again. Do you know what? Actually, he's not that bad in the crucial things that matter technically. If he gets his passing and vision up a little bit, he's still a third-tier level player. B-team squad for sure. I might whack him on attacking movement training. Just because I know that that's really good for the... Yeah, definitely. This romantic comedy... No, it's what I do. I'm a romantic boy. Evasive and short term. That means he actually probably does still have quite decent professionalism. He just has... Oh, there's another... Is it... He has high controversy? Dave, I'm excellent. A little bit sunburnt, but that's okay because the weather is fucking tremendous. And hopefully it's going to be really good next weekend as well with the whole Eurovision party thing we've got cracking. I'm excited. We're going punting. I say I can't wait, but it's weird. I've lived near Cambridge my entire life and never been punting. Relegate clubs that could be tempted with release clauses. The issue with that is they're probably... Betis would be the one, but high wages initially. To read list. My Kindle library has 460 books in it, I believe, currently. That I haven't read. Let alone the ones I have. I mean, obviously, those are the ones that matter. However, it should start. Yeah. It's just... I just buy the books for 99p every single time, so I don't spend a great deal of money on books. I just have a lot of them because I do spend a great deal of money on books, but I get a lot of quality. I get a lot of quantity for that. Yeah, exactly. I've been punting this whole time. Right, well, this is frustrating. It's annoying that that deal didn't get over the line fast enough for Borja to play in this game, because it's a home game against Villarreal where we could really do with a good lineup. But, you know, needs must. Alex is on the left-hand side. I forget that Alex could play here. The issue with it, basically, is he doesn't have a very good left foot. He is still a solid player. Just not Sean Avery's book yet. No, I haven't read Sean Avery's book yet. I like to keep my hockey smart to a minimum. I haven't read any hockey smart for a while, actually. I do have a couple in my to read list, in fairness. There's one by Liz Tom Ford that looks kind of good. So I've got that one on the list, but nothing comes close to Icebreakers. We could register Rod for a game, actually. You are entirely correct. But I feel like that's doing a disservice to Ron himself. He deserves more. Any good hockey non-fiction books? They don't seem to write a lot of them. The last hockey non-fiction book I wrote was a book specifically about the Avs 2022 Stanley Cup run. So it's got a very specific audience, which just happens to be me. Pineda on the bench, presumably, instead of Socorro. I think the team is definitely better since we've signed... Wait, where's the young Greek dude? Beartown. Oh, yeah, that's the Frederick Backman one. I have actually read that. Is he in the wrong squad? Or did I just not register him? I swear I did. I did not. GG's. We definitely need him on the... Wait, can I not register him on the day? Oh, I can. Oh, he is there. Okay. Oh, he's there. Sorry, he's because it's highlighted in blue. To be fair, I don't know if I need to register Skakun. He's not that good. I think, put it this way, we'd only end up taking him out again in like a week because we'll be signing someone better. He was a risk worth taking because of his price, but he is not it, sadly. Okay, yeah, that'll have to do. I mean, maybe Alex will be able to flourish there a little bit in the meantime. So basically, I've got the B team set available on this. Not set available, sorry. I've got the B team squad switched on so I can pull up guys from the B team when I need to fill bench slots and stuff. That way, I don't just exclude them. That way, I don't end up running like 9 subs when I could have a couple of the B team guys that we really want to give some game time to on the bench. I do have the Beartown sequel on my... I think I even own the book. I just haven't got around to reading it yet. I tried reading another one of his other books, and it was really, really annoying and hard to read. I think it was called like Anxious People or something, which was really, really well reviewed. And I could not get into it at all. The style of writing made me so angry. It was like being in my own brain. There's probably some good books about the Red Wings. Being a more... Danny can now start. For the time being, he will, because who else is going to start alongside him, right? There's no one else that's yet here that's good enough to start. Until we can sign another centre-back, Danny Canal kind of has to start alongside Vanderlei. This is going to be tough, and I'd really not want to lose 3 games in a row at the start of the season, but such is life. Yeah, no, it actually is Viva. Yeah, he's done it with a romance author, as far as I remember. Sapolidis taking the number 9 is... I love that Arnado demanded that number only to then leave the club a week later. Extra reference for centre-back. What does that mean? Chat, have you tried scouting harder? You know, Canal is absolutely not. I agree. Totally agree. But, unfortunately, us agreeing that he is not it doesn't suddenly magic up a replacement for him immediately that we can afford and will sign for us, and that's the problem. We wanted to find that player before the end of the window, ideally, but we've got the money to make that work. Even if I have to spend a bit more than I would like on him, if I find a player that I'm like, this is him, I'll do it. Because this team has not got the depth that it had. We've lost a couple of crucial players and haven't really... I mean, it is stronger in terms of overall depth, and the future is looking very bright, but we can't afford to like get relegated while building for the future, I suppose, right? Korean dude from Lechowinge, he was worth like £40 million. And that was at Lechowinge. And that was like 2 years ago. He looks to be an absolute worldie. I'm actually amazed if he's still there. Arda Goulet. Interesting. Tell me more. Yeah, Canal... I think Canal is a little bit like Louis Fisher. The only thing that separates the two for me is the fact that Canal was a lot cheaper. And therefore, he doesn't have... I don't have quite the same sort of... You know it's bad when the game is saying, if you wish to make a change, we should replace him with Sven Smates. That's when there's a problem with your squad depth. When the game is unironically telling you to bring Sven on. On the left as well. Let's not forget. Alex has actually had an alright game, though, to be fair. Please no. What are these goals, man? We're conceding some of the strangest set-piece goals this season. That random volley from the edge of the box in the last game, and now this. They're all just randomly... but they never normally stand like that. So weird. It was like, yeah, a proper hockey corner. I mean, look at that. One shot in the whole first half an hour. What has happened to this team? I mean, they are worse, of course. But that is bad. It's not going to be as great immediately, but remember, most of these players, with the exception of Portea and Opry, were in the team last season, so it shouldn't be that much worse. But sometimes it will be like that, just because FMing. What worries me is that we're just playing like shit as well. Like, there's just no apparent creativity whatsoever. Board objectives was just to survive again, so, which is good. Because we're going to need that. Alex is looking... like, players like Feta, who were crucial last season, have just disappeared from being useful, apparently. Portea's been shocking again. I'll try Massa out there, because we've got no choice, because we have to bring Sven on the left side. Portea the problem? Maybe? We can try Alex there, but then we have no one on the left side. This is... once Frankie joined, we might try Frankie left side and Alex starting again on the right for next game, because we'll actually have the ability to do so. But Vandelay's been crap today as well. Might bring Cole on. And one of these two is going off for her hole. Juicy's furious, so as a result, you're getting yanked. We'll save the other sub just because of, the usual nonsense. I'd just like to see us create a chance. I don't think we've created a chance in the last... in fact, have we even created an attacking opening at all this season, other than that corner? Probably give away a penalty now. Do better on the right. Dosso, who... maybe. But I'm not going to change 7 things at once, because now we're back to the exact thing we were talking about at the start of stream. Yeah, we managed to get the American Le Havre guy, which I'm curious to see how he works out. Oh, Sevilla. Yeah, Sheila in the last minute of that Sevilla game. You're absolutely right. What is this? Hi, have we considered, even having any attacking openings at all, ever? Dosso's been given nothing to work with. He can't score chances if he's not actually getting any service. Wow. Everything, exactly, which is why I'm not concerned. Good tackle. Oh, for God's sake. And this right here is why I don't think Canny Canal is it, basically. It's shit like that, basically. But the thing is, we're just bad as well. Look at this. He wins the ball, has it in his possession, and just does that. What is that? Oh, well. It's frustrating to watch that. We played like absolute dog shit. Didn't have a shot on target. They're not looking good. Now, admittedly, Sevilla and Villarreal are very good sides, but Las Palmas weren't. Or aren't, I should say. Dosso's played more games than Chan. Yeah, exactly. It's the start of last season, but remember, we have harder games. This is not as easy as far as the start goes. There's every chance that... I think it's just a case of the team isn't technically as good because we have lost a couple of players that... Fisher wasn't even really playing for us towards the end of last season anyway, so losing him is not a huge deal. It's more the lack of... Then again, Arnado played in the last game, right? Other Dosso did it. It's okay. We'll sort this out. We've got a week till the transfer window, and our next game isn't until after the transfer window. And Dosso, we get Dosso back, chat. It's the game changer that we always knew we needed. So I think the plan would be actually to start Alex on the right and Frankie on the left. Give Portea a little bit of a break. And let him bed in. One thing I will do actually is check the scout reports for this, because we might be able to find an absolute monster out of one of the African nations that we're able to sign players from as well. Well, funny you say that, Matt, because there's 2 of them. In fact, there's arguably even more than that. They'll be quite expensive though, because Morocco, but we actually can afford them. Wanted by PSV. Okay, this is better. Oh, he's intriguing, but he's not what I was hoping to see. Doesn't mean he's not going to be great one day, but he doesn't make us any better right now. He has got the speed, though. If nothing else, he's the speed. Istra guy, we'll come and look at that as well. Maru is not EU. It's not, but is it counted as EU by the game and by Spain? Yes. Obviously, it's not EU, it's in Africa, but there's a lot of nations that you can still register players from. So Morocco is on the list, so that's fine. We can still do that. What about the other guy? The Istra dude's interesting as well, but he's a 26-year-old AM. Like, that is not the answer to our problems right now. What about the other guy, who actually... 20 years old. He's a fickle left back. We don't need to sign more left backs. There's one area of this team that is stacked out with in terms of, not even in terms of the quality, but in terms of the numbers of players that exist in it is left back. Because even Pineda can play left back as well. La Liga 2 Media Dream 11. Okay, nice idea. Right, we'll have a look at that. Nearly all blue stats. No, because it would be physically impossible. With the closest I've seen is that Henrique dude that we had. Was it Guerrero? Not we had. That was at Real Madrid on my last save. But you physically couldn't have all blue attributes because of the way that the distribution works, I don't think. Not yet, Ilano, but give it a week. Give it a... I wonder if it's just because it's Sunday vibes, or it's just the same thing happening where you have a little bit of a struggle and then we sort it out, happening like 4 times now in the save. Maybe people have finally cottoned on to the idea that maybe it isn't specifically the tactic. It's just about personnel and getting the right setup. And I'm glad of that. Yeah, let's have a look. Fuck it. I like these slightly off the beaten track scouting methods. This is how we find new stuff, right? So it's season preview, right? So goalkeeper we're fine with for the time being, since apparently no one wants Moreno. I just can't imagine why. We've got... Hey, I remember this dude. 1, he's a real guy, and 2, he scored against us in the playoff final, didn't he? He's also a strong... He's not bad, actually, but totally useless for what we need right now, because he's 20... Delmash, I recognise that name, too. He's a Barcelona player. Why are you... I know it's because it's Barca B, but, like, come on now, lads. Not even listed for loan. Marquez is left side, but he can play the role for Malaga. 25, he's intriguing. Betis got relegated super hard. they had a minus 70 goal difference. We've got Areo, that's... He's a lot of money, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, I know we have a lot of money, but we don't want to spend it on one guy. The players that we didn't get into, yeah, now you're counting in on. Let's look at the centre-backs. We definitely need centre-backs. So, Luque. 7 jumping... Wow. What a centre-back. Yeah, I know what we need. Chat, I think I found the answer. The answer to our prayers is he's a 5'8" centre-back with 7 jumping reach, which is even still low for 5'8". What about VR? Not really a huge fan of VR, but he's a wing... He's one of those like centre-back come full-backs that isn't really great for either of them. Just look at the Betis squad while we're here. I mean, there's a reason they came bottom of the league. I think that's worth noting. Are these guys in their starting 11? You are. Who is their backline? Daniele Gilardi, who's a 32-year-old. And this guy, Alex Perez. He's wanted. He's 29 and he's very average. Who's he under a bid from? Racing Santander. Yeah, there's Shabic as well. Asked to leave. That's so goddamn funny. Remember, this is the guy that forced a move out of us, even though we were promoted, because we got relegated. You think that would go away after getting promoted again, but no. He sure as shit isn't worth paying close to £15 million and that contract for. the absolute brass balls on this man. He's been relegated twice in the last 2 years, and he's like, I deserve twice the amount of money I'm on. Maybe he thinks that his salary should double every time he gets another relegation. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. They have a guy called Matt Smet. Oh, it's him! It's the guy with the turtleneck. I mean... I don't mean. I emphatically do not mean we should sign him. But man is wearing a turtleneck in his profile picture. I mean, what's not to like? If this was Tinder, I'm swiping whichever direction it is to say, yes, please. He looks like Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Anti-panic 100% definitely was, yes. Like, he's a solid player, but he's 27 and he's not better than any of the guys we currently have in that role. That's the difficulty when you're at this sort of middle ground level. But don't worry, this random Armenian guy is going to be the answer to all our prayers. Just you wait, chat. Oh. So what do we have to accomplish before the end of the set? Darwin Pass is just signed for Man United. key players on the right. Well, we did, didn't we? But there was a right-sided... Oh, right. Sorry. We looked at Delmash. They're both Barcelona guys. Oh. Like... These guys are not section key players. Oh, here. Sorry, yes. Right wing back from Cadiz, 45 million. We'd have to find someone that's like affordable too, which is the issue. Smithy! Thank you for the 45 months. Pasta looked like it was 33, I think, for Harvey. I don't know how Harvey's going to feel about playing for Man United. There's a goalkeeper there, Albacete, Moran, who 900k. Oh, that's a huge swing. He is, but like the thing is, right, we have money and we already have a goalkeeper. I don't even think that much of that is his fault, as we've seen towards the end of the season, right? It's not an area that I want to spend any money because we don't need to. The other areas we absolutely do need to. That's the guy we already looked at. I do like that guy though. Barca guy, Valladolid. That's Quieto. Right-sided player, Luis Lopez. Not Lopez. Lopez. It's a 5.4 million guy. That's Ruiz again. Oh, it resets, doesn't it? Soler. 23 million quid. He'd have to be absolutely world-class for me to sign him, and he is not. No, we'd already looked at Quieto. He is a shadow striker. He's also 29. And I don't want to sign a 29-year-old shadow striker. Unless they're like world class, then yeah, we make a decision on it. But for me, it's not worth spending the 6.2. He's not better than Dosso. Like, I don't think it would make us any better, and I don't want to spend £6 million to have a guy who's not as good as the guy we already have. Betty Stood. I recognise this guy's name. They're all just sort of right in that. The only way I would really consider one of these dudes would be if they had an absurdly low relegation release clause that we were able to take advantage of. That's where there's potentially be deals to be found. Although I worry that a lot of those deals may have already happened. Random Jordan Jenkins. These guys are just not good enough, I don't think. Good name. It's worth a go, but I don't think that was really going to... What we need to do is get Frankie over the line. I think that'll actually answer a lot of questions. Once Frankie's in, we'll know a lot more about whether, firstly, we need to sign someone else to make him better, or whether we can then just like... Because then Alex doesn't have to worry about the left-hand side. Streaming to YouTube. YouTube was just, basically, it was the only game that would work on the laptop I'd borrowed off my mum at the time, and I just kind of wanted to give YouTube a go, because I thought I'd be okay at it. As for streaming, that was because COVID happened. And I was like, I've got this time, we're stuck, I may as well do that, because I've always wanted to try the streaming thing, but I was really anxious about it, because I worried that I wouldn't be able to I worried that the Twitch chat would be way worse than, like, it'd be like YouTube comments, but, like, worse. It turns out that is not true at all, but that was my concern at the time, and I didn't know if I'd be able to handle it, per se. But as it happens, I'm glad I started the whole streaming thing, because it's just been incredibly fun. Ron for future prospect? No, for future considerations. Mark, I don't know if you've even started the season yet. I'm glad that you finally found a Worms. Yeah, well, you are, but no, the thing is, I like the kind of... We have, like, non-lethal toxicity is probably the best way to describe chat. As in, it's not going to kill you. It's natty cappy. That is not going to... I mean, we can have a little look, but it's not likely to make much difference at this stage. Most of the time, the guys you find on natty cappy are... We'll have a quick look, but the only thing that could really make any difference to our situation right now is if we found a guy who was getting caps, was good, and was playing for a club that we could realistically sign him from. Most likely what's going to happen is it'll be players from crap nations at crap clubs, or players from decent nations but are already at decent clubs, and therefore price themselves out of our move way. That's the issue. Nicholas, but there you go. That's the difference. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you are on loan at Le Chaux. You have actually played 2 games for them, to be fair. Who's on our shortlist? We got some players on the shortlist, but we looked at the shortlist last stream, and realistically, I don't want to spend £35 million on Diego Mosquera. The time to get Mosquera was before he moved to Swansea, unfortunately. That guy is only on here because we just had a look at him. Borja's already on here. Nocon is another one that we might potentially go in for. Tommel, obviously, is Tommel. This guy from Pogon is really expensive for a player that doesn't look all that great. So there's that. And then it kind of trails off pretty fucking quickly. Mihailovic, he's okay, but like nobody's really standing out as being like the guy. What about this guy? We actually, oh wow, Well, Savic there. Savic is there because we just asked his agent. So you know when you ask a player's agent, it temporarily adds them to your main shortlist for 30 days. It's really annoying. But that's why some of these guys are on here. I didn't actually add them myself. There's also Alder Aponza. But he's a right-sided winger as well. I don't think he's a significant enough step up. I think at that point, I'd rather go for no Connors. I think he would cost more, but he does seem to have, like, a decent upside. I do worry about him still because he's 20. It's not great. Did you get anywhere? I hope so. I think you're on loan here, actually, at the moment, James. You're one of the. You might be one of the 6 trials that are ending today, as it happens. Yes, you are. Oh, you are wanted, though, by Laredo and Loire in the 3rd and 4th tier of Spain. It's not like it's worked out that well for you, really, has it? What we need, basically, is exactly what Paul says. Just that random dude that just appears that's like 6'4", 17 jumping reach. And the thing is, that player is probably out there. We know these players exist because we always seem to be able to find them. But it sometimes takes a little while to find them. No deal. I'm just going to keep offering him out every time they say no, just because otherwise he will... Let me just offer him out for 250k. If someone gives me any money for him, I'd take it at this stage. Yeah, those are the trials I finished. I just want Frankie over the line. Like, the longer he takes to sign for us, the less time we've actually got knowing what we need to do. Because once he's in, I am then just going to deep dive it. And see if we can find someone. But I don't want... Basically, I still don't want to spend insane amounts of money on a player I'm not sure about, because that would be not great. Because then we have spent a lot of money that we shouldn't have done, and then we've also got no real player to show for it at the end of it. No interest, but we'll try it anyway. Mekwa, another one. Right, here we go. All those trials are ending, but we'll get them back in again. No club wants McTominay. You hate it. How could they not want McTominay? Scumbags, a lot of them. The only benefit we've really got here is the fact that despite us playing 3 games this season, there are 6 teams that have identical records in the league to us. This is looking like it's shaping up like one of those seasons, potentially, which could always work out. I want to just have a look at this individual report, just in case. Zacharias Kufa is a good name. Player, sadly not. Frankie, bud, come on now. Like, just sign the contract. It's fine. This guy's going to be the answer to... Wait, is he actually good? Okay, he's not. But he's not awful either. He's just not good either. Don't know what I was really expecting from Bagdasarian. Lesser in front of him. Dobbik. Zamora in for Lewis McGarry. Good to know. Whitby's making progress as well. It's the 28th of August. We could try... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, the Greek guy is not as good as Dosso in that AM role. So... Do you know, that's the problem. I don't think we'd get better with him starting. Dosso's issue isn't that he's missing chances. He's just not getting the chances because there's nobody providing them for him at the moment. And that's weird. But I wonder if it's just coming from a lack of athleticism from that left-hand side and getting bodies down there. Ow. No offers for Robbie Roller. Wow, they really don't want Robbie Roller, do they? I think we're... disappointed with the lack of attempts to loan him out. How many fucking times have I tried to loan him out in like the last week? This man is an absolute menace. Like, as far as I was concerned, as long as you loan them out repeatedly, they do care. But I've offered him out for loan like 4 times already today. Just no one wants him for obvious reasons, right? Offers made for card. Somebody wants a bit of the me. Club Deportivo... I thought it was a Club Deportivo eyebrow then. Your boys joining Club Deportivo eyebrows, chat. Yeah, so basically, team reports. When it comes in, obviously I'm just sending it around again. But that's already part of the process. But basically, the filter that we've got set up is quite clever. What it is... Obviously, you don't need this bit. So it's any player between the ages of 15 and whatever age you want, honestly. I have it set to 23. That's just personal preference. Then, potential is at least half a star. That way you're not getting... players you'd ignore anyway, right? And then the crucial part is this. Days since Scout Reports created is not between 0 and 999. What this does, basically, is it will only show you players who have been scouted through team report scouting and not players that you have manually said to scout. So these guys here, for example... haven't actually been scouted yet. They're players that I've told them to scout, but the moment they get one scout report on this player, he will disappear off this list. That's the beauty of it, because it will only show team report scouting reports because they don't count as proper scout reports. It's a brilliant little trick. And I feel like I really need to figure out exactly who sent that to me back in the day, because it's made it much, much easier for this. This is where Frankie joins us on deadline day and we do some real wheel and dealing shit. Because we've got Bilbao after that. And then Valencia and Atletico. Like, our start to the season is proper difficult, regardless of the strength of our squad and the way we're playing. These are not easy games. Right, so they've all left. Aqua United. It's super clever. Just allows you to triage it so much easier. Ooh, hello. Michael George. So there's George Michael here. He's no natural fitness, but he's 100% worth a little looky there. Oh. Fixture rearrangements. Okay, that's because of Europe. What is our actual start to the season? Oh my god. Our next 4 games are easy. Like, we could lose these 2. Atletico away, Valencia at home, Atletico away, Barca at home. We're playing in our first 7 matches of the season. 6 teams that were like top 6. We're basically playing the entire top 6 part. No. They're all European sides, basically, with the exception of Las Palmas. The only 2 we haven't played in that set are Real Madrid and Real Sociedad, essentially. But what that does mean is if we're still even vaguely in touch with relegation after those games, the problem is it is going to absolutely destroy our morale, and there's not a lot we can do about that anyway, because we'd have struggled to win those games even with that squad, although we did beat Barca last season, if you recall. So anything is possible when you believe. So Luis McGarry's gone to Toledo. Enjoy Ohio, my friend. Frankie Bud. This is taking the piss a little bit now, buddy. Silly boy. This is looking like man is literally going to wait till deadline day. So the team reports themselves, they're not fiddly, they just take ages. Like, it took me about an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours to do the ones that I have set up now, the around about 850 odd of them. It's a huge time sink initially. But the reason I was willing to do it here is because I felt like this is a club we were going to be at for a while. Although, you know, with the way the season has started, who knows? I thought it was worth the time commitment this time around, because I think long term it's what's going to enable us to recruit our way to being a team that can challenge in La Liga. Because we're not going to be able to... Basically, we're not going to become a competitive team in La Liga that's going to be able to compete at the very top end and in Europe by trying to sign our way with players that are in the first team already. That just isn't going to work for us because it costs a lot of money and we don't have that money. The only way we're going to really be able to do that is to... Oh, he's rejected. Okay. Right. We're actually on deadline day and the player we're trying to sign and have been for over a week has still not said yes. The settings... well, I just showed the settings. So put it this way. I walked through the settings in about a minute, so it should take you roughly the same amount of time to set them up. Probably less time, because you don't have to explain it while you're doing it, right? He needs to sign immediately. Actually, fuck it. I'm going to go centre-back hunting immediately anyway. Wait, interesting, Svenny. Love that. Because it doesn't matter what's going on. We need a centre-back anyway. So regardless of what's going on with the left-sided players, then the centre-backs is irrelevant. Get ready. Nicholas Jackson's been sent off. No way. Okay. There's Kasim Yusuf. He's 14 million quid. He is very, very, very good, though. No dribbling ability, but who cares? What about Kasim Yusuf? He's... fucking excellent. He would be... It's the physicals. He has extraordinary physicals. Now, the big problem I think with him is fickle personality, doesn't like big matches, and a competitive streak. Which means he's a red card merchant. He's going to disappear in big games. And his technicals aren't actually that amazing. Which is a bit of a worry. Macacao to China. Thank you very much for the follow.
Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks.
What if they would loan him? Okay, riddle me this, chat. I don't think he's worth us paying £15 million for, but I do think he could be worth us paying £3 million for the season. With an optional fee of $15 million anyway, which is about what they'd expect us to pay in a full transfer. So it means at the end of the season, if he was an absolute monster, we could buy him for basically the same fee. Right? Stuffing matches. Well, you say that, but there's more and more matches that count as big because we're in La Liga. So the game cares about big matches. Defender left. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. Oh, fuck. As if he wants to be a left, but let's see if I can get rid of that. That's incredible. And this should again show you how I hate these negotiations. Just to clarify, I've switched his position to defender left. They've then put it back in again and up to the amount, like, basically, so I now have to pay more even though they've put the exact same clause back in again. That's impressive levels of bullshit. It's literally £15,000 a month just for having the audacity to negotiate with them, pretty much. God, these are so broken. They removed role. Oh, they did. You're right. That's still stupid, but I see your point. Yeah. Let me just... Please tell me. Let me do this. Fucking hell. So you have to pay nearly double just to play him as a centre-back, which is what he is. I bet you they won't let me negotiate this. Oh, I hate this shit so much. Stuff like that is actually a real, like, game-ruining experience because it makes no fucking sense. No, sorry, doesn't make fucking sense. It makes sense that they would want the player, but, like, why is there not any wiggle room when I try to negotiate with them? Oh, that's so annoying. Because he's actually pretty good. Stuff like that is really irritating. Yeah, I'd give them more money to shut the hell up, yeah. I don't know if they'd even let us. They might not even let us have him back later, but it's definitely a maybe like 2 hours to go in the window type of situation. Maybe we go back in and just have to pay it. We do have 36 million. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it's almost the principle of it more than anything else. The fact that I should have to pay double the amount. Do you want him to play or not? I guess they probably didn't even want to loan him, did they really? He's actually not even listed for loan, to be fair. Right, any centre-backs? What about this guy from Angers? Oh, why are they all full-backs? I swear every single centre-back we found today has been a full-back. Okay, there's a 29-year-old called Enrique Silva. He's a centre-back. He's really, really mid. There's just nothing about him that's making me go, yeah, this is the dude. He's also 29. Borja, where's Borja? Yeah, Borja's non-EU. The guy that we're getting from Osijek is non-EU, yeah. So he'd fill that slot. And he'd kind of have to at this stage. We just, can I filter this by position? No, you can't, can you? Or can you? 1 sec. No, you can't. Be good if you could actually do that. We'll just have to look instead. Using our eyes. That lesser known skill that I do not possess. Right, guy at Bournemouth. Well, how is he so expensive? They're in League One. He's so mid as well. Bergval. Wait, Bergval? Where's Bergval? Oh, it actually is Bergval. He's not going to play centre-back for us. Probably. Oh, we could sort by position, but the problem is the game doesn't actually do a very good job at then secondarily sorting it. Because, yeah. If only you could sort by position and then ability, which is what I've done, but the game doesn't care. It just kind of does what it wants. We might still get some kind of vague sorting here, though, I think. No, there's just wingers at the bottom. FM, please. Be better. I'm just going to look through anyone that could be a centre-back for like this. It's probably quicker than trying to sort it at this stage. Guy at PSG. 21. Anytime. Sorry, Archer. We are just trying to make signings right now. There have been some signings, but not anyone fantastic, which is why we're trying to sign players currently. What do you need exactly? A centre-back. Let me just try Joseph Winter again. Just out of interest. Because if we could somehow get that over the line, then if nothing else, that's that's a thing, you know? Maybe he sacked his agent or something. What else is there? He's a goalkeeper. God damn it. He's a defender. There's a guy from Inter. Oh, we already looked at him. I remember that name immediately. Bear in mind, this is just guys. The cheap PSG guy, unless it's a different one to the one I looked at, isn't that good. Like 6'2". This guy is just... I just don't look at him and say, this guy's going to make us better, because I just don't think he would. He's also a bit more fullbacky too. Maybe it was a different one. Did I miss another one? Yeah, no, it's... Let's just go back on scouted players, maybe. Well, we haven't got the Arnado replacement yet. That's the issue. The Arnado guy has had over a week now to say yes to the contract, but he hasn't. And he's being a dick. Yeah, it's the same guys as before that we already sort of dismissed because they're not great. Oh, I thought he had that. He's 9 tackling. Journeyman, Zauni's the PSG guy. Babic is... I liked Babic at one point. The Roma guy, there was a reason we looked at... What was the reason we didn't go for the Roma guy originally? Was it money or there was something else about him, I think? I just can't remember what. I mean, this guy's at Dukla. It drops off really bloody fast. This guy here is 20 years old and plays for Zesco. I mean, I think we should sign this guy anyway, because holy shit, why is he still at Zesco? Oh, because he's not a U. Yes, you're right. Arnado replacement who's waiting for his answer. Well, Arnado, the replacement for Arnado is the guy that we are signing to replace Arnado. Hang on. Can we try to sign Arnado's replacement while we wait for his answer? But Arnado's replacement is the one we're waiting for the answer on. I don't want to find another guy. Argentina. So that's why we couldn't get the Roma guy, right? This guy, though, I feel like we probably should try and sign, just because why not, right? He can't hurt. Malaga left winger. Malaga left winger is probably not a bad shout to look into, honestly. That I agree with, actually. Let's try and do that. I just worry. I hate signing players that I can't see their attributes if I'm spending big money on them, because then you're literally just shooting in the dark and hoping for the best, which I do a lot, I admit. Sampath, thank you for the follow. It's just, we've got this money and I don't want to waste it on shit. That's the problem. Oh, hang on. What about this? 13 jumping reach for Minchul Quack. I mean, if it looks like a quack, looks like a quack, looks like a duck, and quacks like a duck. So, Roma centre-back guy. It was Salah, wasn't it, the Roma guy? But we can't register him. If we signed the Roma guy, we wouldn't be able to register him because he's non-EU. So there's no point in signing a guy that would not be able to register anyway, unfortunately. I do like the fact that he's got 20 jumping reach, but... Like, don't get me wrong, Borja is going to sign for us. But he's going to make us wait, and he will be the non-EU guy. That's the thing. Not sign Borja and get the Malaga winner instead, but we don't know if the Malaga winner is any good either, and he costs more money. Oh, he probably costs similar money, right? But the thing is, we don't know if either of them are any good. So, by cancelling a transfer now, we could end up even worse. Do I have any knowledge of the guy at all? It was this guy, Marquez, right? Let's do a comparison, even though we can't actually see really anything. Hang on, we can go to Borja's profile first. They would cost a similar amount. I just think Frankie's better. By quite some margin, if anything. Oh, we can't even... So it's left... Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's got, like, unnecessary stuff that isn't actually that important for the role. Dribbling is probably worse. Crossing is marginally better. Passing is actually worse on Frankie, but his technique is better. Anticipation's about the same. Flair's a little higher. Off the ball is worse. Is Frankie not left-footed? Well, you're right, he's not. That's a good... I like that idea, actually. I see your point now. Yep. No, I'm coming around to it. Let's just check his agent. That wage is heinous. It's a lot of money in wages. How much are we offering Frankie? 36, and this guy wants 45? Then again, it's not actually that... It's not like Frankie's wanting, like, 10. If Frankie was wanting 10, then that would weigh it a bit more in his direction, but at the moment he doesn't. Naff. Wait a minute. Is Ron about to become... Ron Bezalel might be about to have the most useful time of his entire career. Imagine if I'm able to convince him to take Ron on loan for a year. Wait a second. Oh, international calls because Spain... Oh, I'm trying it. Ron would, no, he probably would. He'd be a really good striker. He just doesn't play as a striker. Is it loan, though? Yes. It literally says that. Loan until end of season. Yeah, no, watch Ron reject Malaga. That would be the ultimate, like, the last, like, FU from Ron. That's about the same as we're paying for Frankie anyway, isn't it? Let me just... Well, they've accepted it. If somehow we get Ron to go away for a year... Wait a second. Oh. It would be so funny if Ron was the reason this deal got done. Bear in mind, Ron's been... So Winter's not interested. That's annoying, but we deal with it. This one I just want to get over the line. I don't think it's actually going to be young. The fact is, he's just kind of highly rated, so we may as well just take him anyway because he's cheap. That release clause is not happening, sir. I think he's unlikely to ever really play for us, but, you know, you've got to give him a chance. Okay. So let's go on him back on loan. I actually don't want to do that, right? They've accepted it. But obviously that doesn't mean anything. Stepping Stone, yeah, no thank you. Squad player. Minimum fee release clause of 28 is a little on the low side, eh, Pablo? Actually, I'll go with 40 because we're paying 10. He's 25, 4 years. Give me 4 years and I'll give you a Spanish release clause. Sorry, a international cap clause because you're Spanish, pure Spanish. It is high wages, but we knew that anyway. That isn't news. I might even get that down a bit. It wouldn't make him our highest paid player, and we do actually have a lot of wage budget available. It doesn't break the structure, and he's Spanish, so the likelihood of him getting a call up for Spain is probably 0. I'd say we're pretty safe on that. If he comes over the line immediately, I'll cancel Frankie. Oh, so Isaac's coming straight in. What should be like really good now? He isn't, but if he's got any future with us, maybe, you know? That was a great suggestion. Took me a while to understand it, but I totally get what you were saying. Ah, that's fine. The B team just got a little bit better. B team matches, registration window. We can have to ignore that for a minute anyway, because PSV want Mekawar. Well, good luck paying for him, lads. Because he now has a £60 million release clause. The B team are certainly going to be doing good shit, yeah. We could get the... Well... I don't want to start shopping for Salah yet. Actually, I kind of do, because we may as well. Because that could all still fall apart and we won't be able to sign him, but at the very least, we may as well get in the process of signing him, right? I'm still not convinced that the Roma guy is actually that good, but he does have big, tall man. He does have 20 jumping reach. That much we do know. Did we check how much Roma... Oh, no, it was a transfer, wasn't it? It wasn't a loan. It was like a full-on... We just outright sign him. Bloody hell. Annoying, but sure. Hello, everyone. I'm doing good. I'll be doing a lot better if we manage to pull off some miracles in the next 15 hours of deadline day. Okay. No offers for 2 players. That's those 2, but they'll have to just lump it. I'll offer him out again, but if he still kicks off about the amount of teams that are interested in him, which is 0, I've done all I can, but I do want to keep doing it just in case, because I don't want to get that promise failed. I will end up failing it anyway. Right, okay, so Salah. Squad player. Important player. 22k a week. He's 23. He's Argentinian. I'm paying 2.7 million, so I'll give him a release clause of like 15, because it's not like the end of the world then. 4-year contract. If you get Argentina caps, I'll give you like that. We'll get that wage down a little bit more, and cool. We may have to delay the Salah deal because I suspect that the Salah deal is going to come through immediately. I hope they don't take too long with this shit, though. Wojciech Fiala, I recognise that name. He's a striker as well. Wow, weird attributes for him. Most of these guys are going to be utterly useless to us, I suspect. Oh, they're just really not good at all, are they? Any Bs down here? Caldani we already know about. Moschini, I think I looked at him as well. Most of these are, not that I'm opposed to the younger players, it's just testing the waters. I think they're you're a B-, Jonathan Perez. You're not a centre-back, are you? Stop lying. He's a Paraguayan international, though. Right, 30 now. Ron has fucked us. I physically cannot... There's no way he agrees to that, is there? Ron is about to... What's really annoying is I have to then renegotiate Marquez's contract every single bloody time that we try this. I did 4 years. I did... No, I didn't do option extension. I did Spanish release clause of like 63, wasn't it? And then I put that down to like 44. Surplus requirements. That won't matter. He's not even in the squad. Like, he's not a registered player. Putting him in the B team doesn't make any difference at this stage. Besides, he'll just kick off about it, and then you can't just... Bezalel rejects Malaga. It's because he doesn't want to play for Malaga. It's nothing to do with, like... It's not to do with us not wanting him. It's him not wanting to go to Malaga. He's already been annoyed at me for a... Well, has he annoyed me?
I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman.
This is where Ron ends up playing Shadow Striker for us somehow. Rowdy, thank you for the follow. I mean, we'll give it a... You know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. There's no point in not trying it. The problem is if you set them to surplus requirements, their transfer value just gets decimated. And we can't afford to have that happen to Ron just because on the off chance that we could sell him. Borja, Marcos, Lasala. Yeah, that's the problem. Right, Frankie Borja. Wait until the 11th hour, literally. God, it's the fact that I forgot that he was left-footed. The problem is...
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
We can't even choose Marquez because they will not sell him to us. We can't get rid of this stupid player exchange crap. So nothing we do will make any difference because of the player exchange crap. Philostraya, thank you for the follow. You can. Feel free to tell me how. This seems like a good little moment to learn. It's not red lock there. Oh, I'm an idiot. You're absolutely right. I didn't see that. Sorry, I just assumed that it was red lock when it went straight in there. I'm an idiot. Watch them just go red lock. Watch them red lock us on the transfer. I could have just paid them £1 million. Throwing Ron away would have still been funnier than this, though. I must admit. But I will do that. But I would have rather just given them Ron because it would have been funny. But no, thank you for that. Oh no, it's not going to make me... What do you mean, Wanderer? Perfect human being. I am not. Ooh, wait. Shit. I now have to sign them or not. We can't even... This is a hell of a risk, but I'm going to...
You came in summer. In winter, it can get...
If Marcus turns us down now, we're fucked. Sorry, Ronnie. Marcus wants to join. Yeah, hopefully he will. Monkey Man, thank you for the follow. Honest mistake. Honest mistake, Ron. Never happen again. Your boy would... I swear to God, if he joins some other team, he has less interest in doing... The showings again! They never stop, do they? Watch him now want a different contract. Luckily, we didn't actually walk away from the negotiations themselves, so that will help. Wow, he actually wants a higher release clause this time. I'm still giving him a higher release clause than that, but that's weird. Sure, I'd even let Ron go to Las Palmas. That would be their problem. There we go. Tenerife signed Salah. He's a stopgap at best, but at least he's a 23-year-old stopgap, right? It's a lot of not a lot of CA to use on a player that's going to be a non-EU. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but if it keeps us up, it keeps us up. Are those two happy with the amount of times I've loaned them out or tried to loan them out yet? Because if they're still kicking off... Okay, good. Those two are finally happy. So let's get Marquez over the line. And that will give us 11 hours to still find some other players then. We can do a bit of a deep dive then because we'll have more money left. We'll know how much we're working with. Provided he doesn't... Right, good Pablo. Shout out Pablo. Oh. Right, Pablo's in. He's still really average. but he does have the physicals at the very least. How does he compare to Arnado, actually, is what I want to know. The one thing Arnado had was youth. He was younger than... I do not like spending that kind of money on a 25-year-old because we're basically not going to make any profit out of him. I just had the doorbell. One sec, chat. It's back. Doorbell went. Pog had ordered some stuff. What am I comparing him to? I've actually forgotten. It's Marquez, right? Oh. Why does that not work on... Oh, it's because it's deadline day. It doesn't seem to work on deadline day, which is weird. Today we learned. Winger attack. So Arnado's got better crossing by 1, but worse dribbling. And dribbling is important in this. First touch is slightly worse, passing slightly worse, technique slightly worse. He's actually faster. Or has better acceleration and better agility. Worse balance. It's certainly not the end of the world. I think it's a reasonable replacement, you know? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's a stop. But what I was saying before is I don't like spending that kind of money on stopgap players because then you have no money to invest in the future. This guy isn't going to get better. So whatever happens, he's only going to ever be as good as he is. He is 6'1", though, which means we might be able to get the benefit of back post headers, potentially. Particularly with these PPMs. Was Frank. Frank who? Oh, Frankie. Oh, we actually see that now, can't we? We probably still don't know. We have no idea. We still don't know. Right, okay, that's done then. Where now? What's left? £22 million. That's still a decent amount. I love that we still owe money on Fisher. I still think there's another centre-back out there. Salah looks fine. Got cancelled. Well, I cancelled it. We couldn't sign both. And we figured that Marquez, while costing a little bit more, was technically better. Like, Salah is okay. I don't like the lack of aggression or his lack of heading ability, but he is good in the tackle. He does need to be on defensive positioning, though. And he has 20 jumping reach. That is really important to mention. He has got 20 jumping reach, and he's not slow with it. Crucially. Like, 14 pace is actually solid for someone who's 6'6". He's both tall and athletic, which is rare. He's way better than Skelly. That's the thing. In fact, despite being 2 inches shorter, he's better than Skelly from a physical sense too, which is good. Vanderlei and Salah, and once again, good on both feet. Our defenders are very sort of ambidextrous these days. Okay, back to scouting, and let's just go to players in range this time. I feel like with the scouted players one, we're potentially missing options that we haven't actually scouted fully yet or have enough knowledge of. Let's just see who's available in general, realistically. Because if I find a guy that I have to drop 15 million on, if I believe that he's better than Lewis Fisher and certainly could become better, then I'm doing it. Oh, wait, this is not centre-backs. This is just everybody. I'll put no age. No, I won't. I'll put it like maximum of 27, even though I don't think I'd want to sign a 27-year-old because it would cost us a load of money that we wouldn't be able to recoup. Transfer listed. Well, we should find them if they're in here, right? Jesus Luque of Cadiz. 8.8 million is 26, which is not ideal. Oh, it's that guy. The guy with no jumping reach. Shit. Lesueur of Panathinaikos, which is a little worrying. He's technically really bad. For this level, anyway. At 26, you'd expect better technicals from him. We've looked at him already. Bello from Charleroi. It's a really old report, unfortunately. Oh, Jesus, man. This is why I hate these types of players. What about Selemin? He might be worth signing anyway, regardless of being the starter for us, because he's 19 and he would become a couple of years. He's more of a one for the future, but I like what I see here. Provided the way... He's very cheap. So I think we'll just sign him anyway, but I don't think he's going to be the answer to the problem, of course. But in the future, I think he could be decent. And 2 years he'll be EU anyway, so... Oh, it's got £800,000 release clause. That's worth a punt. There's a freebie there, but I don't think it's actually any good. See if there are any random freebies, right? But at this stage, I think they're most likely to have signed for someone else anyway. Or not signed for someone else, signed for somebody. Let's just do contract status. Unattached. I won't sort by ability because we just don't know most of them. There'll probably be a few in there we have some knowledge of. Really only Leo O'Brien, but there might be some higher world rep. Oh, wow, there really isn't. Okay, never mind. It was worth a look, right? It's because we're too late in the window for that sort of thing, really. Back we go. But this is the reason that I don't know. I feel like with players like Marquez, it's cost us a lot of money, and there's just simply no upside to it as far as like transfer profit goes. Guy at Burnley here, Owen Gordon. It's not great, is he? Reading dude. Wow, why is the Reading dude so expensive compared to the Burnley guy? When... Oh, I sort of understand a bit more now. Are Reading, like, really good now? 23rd in the Championship. What's happened to Burnley, then? They're also in the Championship. Oh, they're being managed by Shea Dunkley. Union Berlin guy. 7.4 million, 27, wanted by Monza. That's Serie B. Do I want to sign a 27-year-old for 7.4 million who's wanted by a Serie B side? Again, we're just pissing money away by signing players like that. They are so bad in terms of, like, any upside on them. I think the best thing you can do is try to develop from within. I think what we need is probably just a massive loanee if we can find one. As much as I'd hate it. At least we got Salah over the line. It's a shame we can just go back and get Winter, because I think he would have actually been fine. Something for Serbia under 21. I mean, that'd be great for the future, but we have to let the time develop, and I don't think they'd be good enough for our starting 11 at this stage. Now that it's deadline day, though, there might be clubs that are more willing to be a bit more flexible when it comes to loans. So we might find a few more interesting options on the loan list, potentially. Just on account of clubs being like, shit, we just need to get rid of this guy because they've signed someone else at that point. So, hey, what about the hedgehog? Oh. Fuck. I do like that he has hair like that and is called the hedgehog. I forgot he was the guy with 2 jumping reach, though. That's less good. Stanisic of Lorient. Hey, Serbian centre-back here. It's a loan. And it is a 6'1" Serbian centre-back. He's okay, yeah. Hoffenheim. Wait. Joseph Winter? As if they're taking the piss now. So he would join us on loan, just not doubtful. That's old information, isn't it? And they won't let me put a bid in again. Wait, I can? I might as well, just for the memes. Yeah, so they don't want to loan him. He wants to come on loan. He won't join permanently, even though he already said that he would. Because we literally asked him earlier in stream. That's so annoying. I guess that's what we get for, like, holding on a little bit longer than maybe we should have done. Mainz dude, 25. Mainz guy's alright. 17 jumping reach, 6'2", solid tackle, decent header, good bravery, very good concentration, loves big matches, resolute personality, short simple passes, weirdly knocks ball past opponent, don't know why. Hartgrove and Everson is okay. Just as depth. So then we have Vanderlei, Everson. I like him more than the Serbian dude, yeah. It's the 17 jumping reach, but he also has better physicals and mentals to go with it. I really like his mentals. Who is he wanted by? Torino and Osasuna. Where did Torino come last year? 11th in Serie A, and Osasuna are better than us. Actually, they came 13th last year. He feels like the type of player that's right at our level. I like him. watch his agent say nothing. That's fine. He doesn't want to move permanently. I get that. We'll loan you then. Please don't have some stupid... So the problem we're going to have here is he's relatively cheap. They want a mandatory fee. If we do a mandatory fee, he won't agree to come to us because we won't be able to negotiate a mandatory contract with him. However, we might be able to swap it out. Yeah, the thing is, James, we won't be able to complete the contract with him because you know when you do a mandatory fee, you have to give them a contract and he doesn't want to sign for us. It is mad that they're doing that. Like, what have they seen that we don't know? But the issue is basically he won't sign for us. We could switch it to optional and see if that makes any difference. People have told me to try this before and it hasn't worked, but I want to see if it does this time. Okay, so they want a bit... That's actually not horrendous still. $5.75 is actually still not that bad. I still don't know if I'd want to trigger it, but the thing is we don't have to trigger it. We just have to have him here. I don't want to sign yet another 25-year-old, but on loan, it's okay. Oh, Jesus. The way I'm sort of consoling myself about this is we have signed an absolutely mental amount of young players for the future of this team, but that only works if we stay in the top flight while they get better. And he could help us do so. We'll get this guy over the line as well. Squad player, that worries me a little bit. Considering he can't be registered. Please be breakthrough prospect, come on. Shit. I'm doing it anyway. This might be a horrible mistake. Although the fact that he wants to be a breakthrough a squad player maybe suggests that there's actually a decent player in this guy. Watch this guy actually be the best centre-back in the world or something. That's like under a certain age and we just happen to pick him up on a joke. Has he got caps? No. And no youth caps either, which is a little bit concerning. You'd think he'd have some Colombia caps by now if he was that good. Even like youth caps, right? Let's try it. Did I mean to give him that much money? Probably not. We've still got 9 hours as well. And if he is better than Salah, then brilliant. Because we can just deregister Salah. Panic buy. No, because he's... we're loaning him. So it doesn't really matter too much because he's not a super expensive loan. It's kind of risky. It is. The way that I'm looking at it, though, is... He has no youth caps for Colombia at 19. If he even had the slightest bit of quality about him, I feel like, he probably would have had at least some like under 19 caps for Colombia. And if he does get them, then he's probably turned into an alright player. Which does make me wonder if he was even worth signing. But for 850 grand... As if I've managed to get them back on the table. By getting them to reject my transfer bid, we can now potentially loan Joseph Winter. It's got a mandatory future fee of 6 million, which is less than I tried to bid on him a minute ago. Could I switch that to... That's not even that much. I know this looks like a lot, right? But remember, he's not on a very large wage. Okay, final little trick at this. This is probably a risk as well. 6.25 million. Switch it to optional of 7.25 million. 8.5 million. That way we don't have to worry about with any kind of... That way it doesn't piss away money for the future again. And that means we pay 2.2 million for a guy that's going to start the entire season for us. Now, he might still reject us, but I don't think he would. That, to me, is actually okay. And all of a sudden, our centre-back line would get a lot better. He's all right, isn't he? Like, he's not great. He'll be fine. But I didn't sign him for now anyway. For 850 grand or whatever, he's all right. What we really want is Winter and... I do still want to go for Everson and Winter. Because just depth options, right? The only downside is the potential... I didn't see what what positions they wanted them to play in. Hopefully it was just centre-back. Or did they not even specify? Oh, they didn't even specify. So they won't recall him, is what I'm worried about, basically. Hello to Groovy Gamer. 30 youth appearances. The problem with that is we wouldn't be able to sign any of those guys from Colombia because of the non-EU. Or we could sign them, but we wouldn't be able to play them, so they wouldn't have any immediate like impact for us. But that's certainly not a bad idea, actually. It's kind of one of the logic things we take into account when doing like the natty caps as well. I reckon Everson's going to be 3-star, 3-star again. But on the plus side, natty caps, yeah, we did it last season. He may be 3-star, 3-star, but it does give us a lot of depth. So now we've got Vanderlei, Everson, Salah, and Canal. Mischief managed. And we don't have to buy them next season anyway. Are you serious? You just said that you would... This player is doing my nutting. Do you know what? I didn't even want you. Mental. Winter is in fact not coming. It literally said he would join us on loan. But no. To be fair, before it said he'd join us permanently. Aye. Follow up on my interest in Kasim Yusuf. I'd love to, lads, but you were being dicks about it by trying to demand me pay you double the amount of a loan fee because I wanted to play him as a centre-back, which is literally his position. Well, it's not, but like, it really is. Deary me. Oh, it was a scout report. Perfect timing. We've still got money left, I guess. Yeah, I'd love a blackmail option. It would be very useful right about now. Maybe I should have a look in this, just in case. Nah. It's always worth a look. Well, he seems to like playing for us last season just fine. It's that same fucking dude again. Go away. Right. Anyone in here that's good? John Solis is 30 years old and is a central midfielder. None of these guys are in good positions that we want. Oh, whoa. It's just reset itself. Hey, hang on. Nakahama. Hey, Newcastle have got another Japanese striker. Oh, did I not click it? Shit. Yeah, I did. Bergvar, we already looked at you. FM. Ernest Oswald is a great name. And honestly, could be a really good keeper one day. Gonzalo Gomes. He's cheap as fuck. But he's not really the right type of player for that role. Jan Lacera. That's the Angers guy, isn't it? 12 jumping reach, 5'11". Enrique Silva, we didn't like him either. Shelvat. Oh, no, he's 29. He plays all the positions, though. Gonzalez. Ball playing defender, 29. 29? Something we already looked at you. Yeah, most of these guys are just not it. They're all very old, very expensive, and very average. Or certainly wouldn't make us better. Cheap guy. Well, not cheap guy. Guy at Cardiff. Wow, he's a real dude as well. There's still guys that are under 30 years old that are real players. Didn't realise that. There's only like pure crap at the bottom of this list as well that we need to kind of get rid of. Yeah, a few of them. Samson Spore dude. Let's have a little look. Samson Spore. Striker, 17. Gurkhan Budak, like potentially interesting player, but not much point in us doing with anything right now with him. I suspect that he wouldn't sign for us right now anyway. Certainly want to keep an eye on, though. So Hooney, we already know about you. You're the guy that is, yeah, just really average. He'll probably be a GOAT one day. Then again, he's 21. Dylan Antonini. He probably can play that middle role, but also none of you. We don't have any more spots for that. Same with this guy, unfortunately. Miran Hartman, lol. We already got the replacement for you, never mind. Alvaro Martin. He's pretty decent, but didn't Inter want stupid money for him? I don't need another... Oh, then again, if we didn't sign Winter, then would it be worth picking up Alvaro Martin? Given that the loan would only cost 1.2 million. With no obligations. Oh, no, it's because the wide centre-back crap, isn't it? They wanted this... See how much they asked for now. It's not that much more, but it's also like... Do I want to get involved in that again? So there's a guy called... Is that... Oh, Mohamed Mulder. Wow, he's dreadful, but he might be good in the future. God, this is sorting by ability. I think most of these guys are like future options rather than anything that's going to be useful to us right now. Pogon Polish national team. The Pogon guy... he may have come through, he may have not have done, but he didn't look good. Even with what we could see, he didn't look good enough, so I doubt that was going to likely change. He simply didn't look good enough even then. This guy here, Marish Obst, to me, also he was a winger, not a centre-back. Unless it was a different player you're thinking of, in which case I'm curious now. Because this guy's Pogon player, but he's less of an overpriced now because we have money, whereas before we didn't. So at the time he seemed more overpriced than he does now. But if I was going to sign a Polish player, I'd probably get the guy from Hearts instead. Which is still on the table, actually, or is it? One centre back was national team. Then I doubt it. Wasn't he playing in like the Italian? Oh, this guy here. He's playing in like an average Serie B side. I don't think it was. If it was this guy, I just don't think he was. Oh, Oshinsky, or was that him? Oshinsky. Oh, this guy here. Oh, this guy from Pogon. The report hasn't come through yet. Or maybe I just didn't click it at all. I just don't think he's likely to be good enough for us. Like, only 3 Poland caps. He's 24. The Inter-Polish guy. What, Jakub Marshall? Oh, wait, no. This guy. Fonalczyk. 20 years old, wonder kid. He's weird looking. Like, all of his good attributes from a technical standpoint are not really, other than marking, defensive attributes. Like, his tackling is weirdly low, as is his heading. Technique's really good. So is his marking and long shots. He's a very strange player. Also injured at the moment with a hip injury and will be out for 6 weeks. You play for Plymouth. I like that. Where was the Hearts guy? Or is he not in the squad right now? This might be the longest I've ever spent on a deadline day just because I'm trying to like wheel and deal, but it's tough. We're in that position where he's still listed, but it's 15 million quid. I'm just not super convinced that he's going to be that much better than Portela as a right winger. We are getting a bit Harry Redknapp, yeah. Wait, we're using inverted forward, don't we? Sorry, inverted winger on attack. His crossing is likely better than Portela, but his dribbling is going to be worse no matter what. First touch is likely to be worse as well. Long shots probably marginally better. Passing slightly better. Technique probably going to be worse. For Arnedo, yeah, we signed Marquez, who actually is fairly comparatively speaking, fairly decent comparatively speaking. I still don't like how much I don't like how much we paid for him, and I don't like his age. But other than that, he's all right. Portea's just kind of a lot better than Nocon, honestly. Dosso right wing is the move. Dosso right wing doesn't give us a shadow striker anymore, so we probably need to have a player in that position. Like, unfortunately, thinking one player is better in that role is fine, but it doesn't then solve the gaping problem that we have in the other role. You know, we have Ron. We don't have Ron, though, do we? We've already established that Ron is not good enough. Nico Kranjčar. I guess you could argue that it's Steiny, really, isn't it? Columbia got Hajduk. No, we had to stop. We had to not sign the guy from Hajduk because we needed to sign we needed to sign a centre-back, basically, and we found a non-EU guy that we liked, and we basically had a choice between him and Frankie, and Frankie started to look less and less good the more I looked at him, basically. I don't think the answer lies in this particular scout report, if I'm honest. Was it Salah? Yeah, it was Salah. Yeah, we ended up signing Salah. And we also picked up a guy on loan from Mainz who's pretty good too. So we got 2 centre-backs on loan. Salah's joined permanently, but the other guy's on loan. And I like the look of him quite a lot. He reminds me of Winter a little bit. Okay, how are you doing? Vibin, probably. Playing for... Was he at Brighton? Yeah, he's still at Brighton. And he's actually only made 43 Premier League appearances in like 3 seasons. Oh, it's only been 2 seasons actually. Yeah, first season he wasn't really much of a starter for them, but last year he played 33 Premier League games. And he's valued at £66 million. He's got better. What are the Eos is the answer? They are probably the answer, but not this season. That would be catastrophic for us to do that. We would basically be guaranteeing relegation. Loan. Not for a guy that's going to start for them in the Premier League. I suspect they're not going to loan him to us. Not if he's starting every game. Norway and Serbian national teams. Maybe. But I don't really know where we're looking at this point in terms of what position are we even looking for now, because I don't want to sign any more centre-backs because we just picked up 2 more of them, and we actually still have to fit them into our squad too, which should be a case of just shifting out some players further down the list. A lot of these guys are youngsters actually, so I don't know why I'm even like discounting these guys. These guys I'll just send around again. Improve us on depth. Yeah, we got the money to as well. Improve us, I think, is nigh on impossible. You're in that wonderful... Heart guy's a good option. I just disagree massively, basically. £15 million for a guy who isn't better than the guy who's already in the position. I just don't think it makes us better. It's depth, but I don't want to spend 15 million quid on depth. Honestly. He might well be good, but I just don't think he's a good... He is a good player. He's not a good purchase, I think, is the way I would look at him. If we didn't have a right side, and we also have Alex there too, I just don't think he's worth them. I don't think he's worth us paying £15.5 million for, plus the wages. I know the wages will probably be okay. You're another youngster, actually. Why have we got so many youngsters in the report from nations I'm not even scouting at the moment? Basically, the biggest issue, I think, is that we've kind of encountered this sort of crossroads that you get in saves where you're managing in quite large leagues, which is that the league is incredibly competitive and it's really tough to improve in those leagues. And by trying to sign our way in terms of starting 11 players to get better, for the most part, with the exception of the occasional incredible freebie, you're most likely going to be throwing money at a problem that is only likely to marginally improve your actual starting 11. And you can't be spending £15 million on marginal gains. I'd much rather be investing that £15 million in 5 or 6 younger players who we can develop to become better that will improve us overall. The only concern right now for me is that I want to make sure that we stay in the top flight while that happens, basically. But I do want to have a little look at some of those squads. Why not? Let's have a little look at Serbia while we're at it. We've still got 6 hours on deadline day. At least we've actually brought in some centre-back options. That's crucial. If we hadn't got those guys, then I'd be very worried right now. But we do. There's a guy at Palace, but obviously he's way... Oh, he's a real dude as well. See if there's any youngsters in the squad that are maybe a little bit tasty and playing for, like... Yeah. No, the end of the season. Oh, we absolutely could. We haven't even started the season, really. And if it is, it is, right? But I just didn't think that throwing £30 million at players that would make us marginally better was would be the difference. And then we'd have the exact same problem next summer again because we'd have to do the same thing again. That's the thing. You're already kicking the ball down the road slightly rather than actually fixing the problem. Wow, he's fucking amazing. He's kind of fun, isn't he? Velibor, I mean, he's not useful for us right now, but he's kind of just fun. I wonder if he was available relatively cheap. Because he's got 12 Serbia caps at 21. Is he a nice player for the future? But the thing is, he's 21. Like, he is for the future. Obviously, not that 21 is old, but it means that we wouldn't get as much time to develop them as we would like. But I still wouldn't be... I think he's done a lot of good developing himself, honestly. If he was 18, I'd be... Oh, that's quite expensive now, actually. Tackling's good. Passing's okay. Vision's okay. Left-footed. Very quick, though. And very agile. And 12 Serbia caps is nothing to be sniffed at 21 years old. We just move from the shortlist and add him back on again so we actually keep an eye on him properly. Benfica guy. Markovic. Duško Markovic. He's like a quite... Charlton, Hull City, Salford. So that's like championship level. Which isn't bad at all because I would argue that our squad is probably upper championship level these days. Not like top, but like could maybe make the playoffs. No, actually would it? It's probably top 10. But I don't think he's it. I can't guarantee that he's fast enough to play either role. Eldin Music at Benfica. It's actually okay. The thing I don't mind about Music... Firstly, he has fabulous... he's on 67 grand a week. There's no way we could loan him. Right? Yeah. That would have been crazy. I think he's probably getting into Benfica's team pretty soon. What about Norway? Give an eye on his career. It is, but that's not quite who I meant. Get a tune out of him. Do you think? Let's see. Oh, it's a Norwegian. Of course there is. Norwegian at Brighton. He's probably playing a lot of games and he's a striker / winger. He's probably played enough games to the point where he's reasonably pacey though. Oh. Oh, that takes the absolute piss. So they would have let us have him for like 2 million But then I said, actually, I don't want to have to play him as a striker. And they're like, that'll be 7 million, please. That's the worst one I've ever seen. Han Jacob Homling, I remember that guy's name from being Brentford related. Norwegian, so he's EU. He's a left back, though. Fiorentina dude. For that left back, would you consider Tenerife a good move? Probably not, honestly, just because we've got so many left backs already and I couldn't guarantee him game time. This guy's not quick enough. I don't know what role he plays. But any of the roles he'd play in this team, I don't think he's fast enough. And we've already got, like, tons of CMs. For this role, he's not great. For this one, he's not great. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe it is just a case of accepting that this is our team at the moment. And it has got better now that we've brought in a few players. Like, Marquez makes us better. It moves Alex over to the right. We've now got more options on that spot as well. We've got better centre-back, so that's improved the defensive side situation, which means Danny Canal doesn't have to start. The fullback depth is better. Moreno never left anyway, which is hilarious. No one came back in after that initial bid. And it would then give us, basically, rather than spending what would be probably quite a lot of money on a player that I'm not convinced would be any good or long-term and wasting all this money we've now got, it might be better to just go with what we've got for that. Where are we sitting for now in terms of season preview? We've actually moved up the season preview. I don't think our squad is actually that much worse. I just think we've had a really tough start to the season. Scouting over the next few months to try to find the guys in January because then we have time to find them. You said there's a TS Galaxy guy. That's always fun. I'm always down for that. Noah Stropper? Great name. You say it was in here? Was it a while ago? It's weird. Oh, this guy here. Charles Minderia. -, or C-. It's Zimbabwe that he has the caps for. He doesn't look slow, though. We came 11th last season. He's probably worth picking up anyway, actually, for the memes. Bit like the guy from Zambia, because why the hell not? For like 275 grand, that seems fair, right? Yeah, we came 11th last season. I don't think the squad is stupidly worse than it was last year. If anything, with some of the injuries we got back, it's actually better. A- rated centre-back. Was there? Bit like the Tiger. Well, yeah, we don't want that. Exactly. I want to prevent us doing a more expensive version of the Thai guy, basically. That's what I want to avoid. And I think Marquez is good enough to not be that, but only because Arnado isn't here. But then we wouldn't have signed him if Arnado was here, I suppose, right? Who was the A- rated centre-back? I wish you could filter this by rating. Robles. Peñarol. Oh, Peñarol. Okay, now you've intrigued me. Although that does mean Uruguayan, which means he would be non-EU. But if he's better than Salah, then...
Cooper, do not hate me.
So be it, right? Shaco, thank you for the follow.
600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
I just filled my position. So is it one of these two, presumably? So to build a nation, I'd say it takes longer because we're actually playing the games, whereas for building a nation, we were mostly simming the non-Champions League games. Was it this dude? 5 caps at 19. He is a centre-back. He's 6'1", but the jumping reach is not there. Or was it this dude? Nah, it can't be him. If this guy's cheap, though... Jesus! I want to scout him further because I'm just kind of curious to know why on earth he thinks he should get that. Because his tackling doesn't look that great. Positioning's okay. Heading's mid. I would have thought it was maybe down to his age, but he's 19. Capped, I guess, yeah. Maybe he is actually good. I just simply don't know. Yeah, until we can find who that guy is, we'll just have to accept it as it is. Oh, fuck up, Charlesy. But yeah, because we don't sim a lot of games, if ever, really, other than the occasional random cup game where we know we're just getting dicked on, so we just kind of do that. I think I did that against like Wesker this season. Yeah, 5 caps at 19 is good. It either means he's actually really decent, which is great news for the future. Maybe we could pick him up in January. And then maybe he's better than Salah, so we swap them out. Don't know if he can be, but we'll see. Or it means there's like a giant gaping hole in the national team. Oh shit, okay. Charles has got hands. Actually, Is that going to work? All right, fine. What I'll do, Charlesy boy, I'll give you a bit of that. There we go. I'm not super concerned whether we sign him or not, to be fair, but it's worth a look, right? Go back up just to see if there is any is that a green I saw there, or is that too far down still? No, that's not new. They're all Ds. Well, Minderira is in. The big one. The one we really wanted. Wait, were you not signed for straight away? Oh, whoa! Well, that's just nice, isn't it? Charles Minderira, actually decent. Like, he's solid for 18. I mean, he's not useful now, but there might actually be a player in him, potentially. That surprises me. The pace, and I love the agility and acceleration on him. That's a little bit concerning. That's really good. Consistency is low, but that's fine. Perfectionist personality means he will be a bit of a dick, but he might have decent professionalism anyway. Okay, then. That's actually a surprisingly useful player for us. And because he's 18, he doesn't have to be registered, right? Technically. We might do, actually. We've still got some more spaces in the squad, actually, which I need to fill up. Cuttle doesn't have to be registered. Mbala doesn't have to be registered. The squad's actually looking a bit healthier now because we've got a few more players knocking about that don't actually have to be registered, which is nice. BT for Charles, he might not lie. He probably will, won't he? Because he's in the under-19s anyway, so he may as well go to the B team for the time being. Plus, that way we can call him up to the first team when we need to. Yeah, he just hates the journalists. Thing is, I reckon XG-wise, we deserve to be where we are. We should have more than no points, but then everyone should really, if you've had a shot in a game, right? So we're actually bad after 2 games, or 3 games rather. And it's not going to get better, because our next few matches are incredibly difficult. But even if we had the squad that we had and everything was going well like it did last year, we'd still expect to lose most of these games anyway. We have to sort of prepare to be bottom after like 8 games or 7 games, just because all the tough games are coming in a row. That's the deadline done. That's our squad. That's us sorted now. So who are we adding to the team? Ron is not in. Marquez obviously is in. Skakun might just be worth putting in because we can. Defender as well. Pineda doesn't have to go in the squad. Roverola can't. These two can't anyway. Mbala's registered available anyway. He's B team anyway. Kadiri doesn't matter. Dunkley, these guys don't matter. Cool. So basically, everyone that I would kind of conceivably want to put in the team is in the team, unless there's anyone unavailable that I've missed. Better check that actually, just in case. So he's... I forgot about the minimum wage requirement. Gustavo Vieira. Oh, a different guy. I like that we found another dude. Anyway, McSauce... he's foreign. We can't put... unfortunately, his foreignness... We're going to have to be really xenophobic here. But Scotty Mac can't be in the squad because of his foreignness. I think we're okay, actually. I think pretty much everyone I would want, for the most part, is in the squad. With a squad slot to spare. Like, there's a few guys that don't need to be put in there. Scorer developing. Bear in mind, he's only been at the club like 6 months, so we're not going to be seeing any like crazy development out of him just yet. And he's very, very young. He was 15, remember, when he came through. Am I spelling his name right? Might just do... Oh, it's two R's, isn't it? Luis Socorro. Oh, it's Lucas. It's his brother. Green arrows, always a good sign. Oh, he actually has gone up in 1 communication. It's a start. Like, we're not expecting anything crazy from him just yet. 6, thank you for the follow. Maybe. It's possibly that he's, as you say, just in the under-19s, which does make me a little bit worried. This guy here. I don't hate him. He just looks a lot like a lot of those other centre-backs that we were looking at, with the low aggression, not amazing in the air, and he's not very quick either. Long term. I hope so. Luis is the kind of guy that... basically, my plan this summer was that if we sold Moreno, say a club actually did come in with good money for him, which they nearly did and then just never did in the end. We had 1 bid at the start of the window and then nothing after that. If a club had come in for him, I would have been tempted to sell him. Just because I was trying to drum up some cash. Turns out we didn't need to in the end. Because of the Arnado money and all that. And also that really big deal we got for... Who else was that player I sold for shitloads and didn't even need to do much on him? I would have potentially gone with Socorro, or maybe brought in a guy above him for a little bit. Oh, now we got bids. Wait, Monaco went Fernandez. Fernandez? Isn't that our... That's one of the... Fuck. Was he not on my shortlist? He was one of the Mexican guys we scouted that maybe could have been a good option for us. Fisher, of course it was Fisher, yeah. Do we fancy just getting in on this action? Just because he's really good, even if he doesn't... Oh yeah, he's not interested, but not good enough for him. That must be why we didn't bid on him. I may have already looked at that. Didn't see him on the shortlist. Oh, you mean was he actually on the shortlist though? I'm not sure he was. Oh no, he was. So you mean that he was on the shortlist, but we had it filtered for players that would realistically sign for us. So it doesn't matter if he wasn't there, we wouldn't have been able to sign him anyway. Right, I get it. I feel better now. I haven't missed a massive one there. I am actually... Normally I would sell him at that point, but we don't really need to get rid of a player at this point. We've got plenty of cash. I'm curious to see when the scouting finishes on no-con what he actually looks like. We could sell a Stanis, but at this stage we don't need to. Like, we can't replace him. Sorry, we can't bring in any other player with the squad slot that he vacates anyway, so I don't think it's really worth it at this point. Oh, he's got straight away. Oh, I thought it said 91. And we certainly don't need the transfer money at this stage, given that we've got 22 million in the bank. 22 million in the bank and 4 months of scouting, potentially, to find the next Kayembe, the next Cube. I guarantee they're out there, because it's been a few years since we found some of those guys now, which means they've had a chance to restock. We just have to take our time to find them. Strasbourg wants mates. That started the season. In it. Did you see our schedule? It is heinous. It's literally Derby on the opening day, which admittedly we fucked up. Then it's Sevilla, Villarreal, Athletic Club Valencia, Atletico Barcelona. It's like 6 straight games against European sides. If we get anything, I'll be amazed. The guy I called Mr. Massive One, I think, was the Mexican guy, because there was a second Mexican player that we liked as well, but I'm guessing he was also on the shortlist, and if he didn't show up, it means we probably couldn't sign him either. Oh, that was a tough one. But I'm still glad that we did this the way we have. I actually still think we could potentially get relegated and the board wouldn't sack me. Because it's avoid relegation. It's... Athletic... Yeah, but remember, Athletic Club, they are up and down. Did they qualify for Europe last year? They came 7th, so yeah. They're like a decent team, though. Like, I know in that window we could have shelled out loads of that cash on a couple of like 15, 16 million pound players that are like 23, 24, make us slightly better. But I just don't want to sell our future on short-term gratification that may or may not even work out. It's incredibly high risk, and I don't think it's particularly high reward. That's the downside too. Like, if we'd have found a guy who was the guy, then I'd have 100% did it. But I just don't see anyone that was there that I was like, yeah, this is him. European competition. They surely were playing Conference League, no? Oh, wait, what? Oh, maybe there was cup winner stuff. Well, they have had a game, in fact. While they lost away at Estrella Damadora Sad. Cheers, lads. That's fun. Is there anyone fun in their team, potentially, that we missed out on? That's great. Shout out to Estrella knocking out Athletic Club. They've got a guy called Winsley Botelli. Great name. That's a real dude. Okay, so they've at least had midweek games too, which might give us a chance. The problem is we're away from home. They have had a bit of a shaky start to the season, though. So maybe with the guys into the team, Alex on the right instead of Portea this time. Try him out. Although, do I just trust Portea again and give him a go? Now that we've got like the new guys in, Real Madrid have started well. Las Palmas have won 4 out of 4. Maybe they're just good this season. Yeah, we'll just sell them a few Basque. We've got loads of them. They can have Gorka Bilbao. Right, who's coming in then? Alex is certainly not playing left side. That's Marquez's spot. In you come, Pabbers. The back line is definitely going to get better now because we've got Everson instead of Canal. And he's right-footed too, which is nice. There's a lot more options. That's nice. It's nice seeing a bit more depth there. Start the Greek. The match sharpness would kill him. I know he won't get it without playing, but I'd rather start Portea than him. Alex definitely has to be on the bench, obviously, instead of probably Skelly at this point. I think the bench has sufficiently strengthened to the point where... Oh, Salah's in as well. Probably in place of... Probably Mohamed Traore. How realistically am I going to bring him off the bench at this point? Yeah, that new manager might be really good. They've had him for a while, I think, though. Is there any new guys here that desperately need to be on the... Danny Canal, feels harsh taking him out of the team entirely. Maybe he'll come instead of Ayose. I'd rather bring him on than Ayose, let's be honest. Although, give it a chance. Have I missed any bench slots? Because it hides them from you. Sometimes no, I haven't. Okay, cool. Grove and Everson is in. Marquez is in. This is Portea's like last real chance before I just start Alex over him instead. Marza was a guy we had at Sirens. We had these two... Either Mexican or Argentinian. I think they were both Argentinian strikers. No, Argentinian loanees. Towards the very start of our time at Sirens, we had Marza, who was a striker, who we loaned for like 2 seasons, if I recall. And then there was a centre-back that we took in the same period. That's possibly where you're thinking of Marza from. This guy's just a random dude we picked up for like 200 grand because he has okay attributes. I think, anyway. And Mbala's wanted. That's a loan. I think, really, we've just got to lick the stamp and send it. I think the team is better than it was in the last game. Although what I do want to check is to make sure Vanderlei is on attacking headers and stuff. Yeah, he is okay. Although, really, I'd prefer Salah on there, honestly, with his 19 jumping reach. He's got better heading than him. And also, I have him above Skelly at this point. Skelly's not going to be realistically coming on. I like the Ron so far up there. And he's better in the air than... Danny Canal's not bad there. Lucas Marza, that was the one, yes. I can't remember the name of the other guy we had. It was a centre-back we had on loan as well. But I think we managed to get him back more regularly. It's nice to see Steiny and Giussi, despite the poor performances so far, looking okay. Squad numbers then in. Number 4 it is? Sure, why not? I'm not expecting anything great here. I think it is just going to take us... It's going to take time. And we just have to give it time. And not knee-jerk it. We've made all the personnel changes that we realistically can. I don't think the squad's any better than last season. That's what I will say. But I do think some of the players that have got the potential to grow are going to get better. And thus it maybe will be just underhands. Yeah, it's like I'm going to give him nearly what he wants. You've got to keep him honest. Their morale's pretty toilet as well, but so is ours. That international break, the first one we find, can't come soon enough. I just want to see us have a game where we actually create some chances potentially from open play and maybe score a goal. And don't just concede random funny set-piece goals repeatedly. Oh, this is going to go in top bins, isn't it? Oh, do you know what? I feel like 2 games ago that probably goes in. Just because of the way things have been going for us lately. Marcus has started well. 6.9. Nice. Vanderlei's got a good rating as well. Dosso doesn't look horrendous. I mean, we have no shots still, but apparently the build-up play is good. I am clutching at every straw imaginable here, but at least we've got half an hour into a game thus far without conceding. Never mind, we're going to concede off this play now. Because he's just done that. What's that, a bit of sustained possession? No. Actually, that's quite good. That's a bit more like it, a bit of energy. One thing I noticed in the second half of the season is we saw a lot of highlights that started with us winning the ball and being aggressive on our opponents. And I wonder if this is the beginning of that type of play. Now, Mekawa, oh, look at the space. He's probably going to have to shoot, isn't he? No. Juicy. Bang! Alexander Feta, 1-0. It's our first shot of the entire game. And that is a well-worked goal that deservedly, from the build-up at least, deserved to happen. And there's better. That's what we need out of Feta. That was much, much nicer. Like, the build-up here, I loved the run from Portea. This little ball inside actually is really nice. The way he lures the defender in and Giussi not shooting there, passing it to a guy that actually can shoot. It's a great finish. Good stuff. It is our only shot of the game so far. What, really only 0.14? But you take them all, right? It was definitely Feta, for sure. What do you reckon, back post header now? Oh my, what a weird header. Nekwa really is a liability in that position, isn't he, when he does that, but... We are fortunate to be in front. Giussi's taken a knock as well, annoyingly. Let's just let them settle down for it. It's a shame that Portea isn't going to get any kind of ratings bump for creating that goal, when he literally did. That's a shame. They do look a bit tired compared to us, yeah. which is definitely going to be helpful for us. No, I know, James, I know. We'll do that. I don't want to make any changes at half time, but I want to plan the changes perhaps a little bit more. So Alex for Portea seems like an obvious one later in the second half. Dosso's doing okay. Opry struggling a little bit. That is still the problem child of this team. I still think that left wing back role is maybe one that needs to be maybe simplified into just straight up wing backery, like a wing back support or something, so they're not drifting inside as much and getting caught out down that left wing. I think if I was to make one tactical tweak, it might be to be a bit more conventional in terms of the left back spot, because it just always seems to be the one position that's regularly putting up poor ratings, whereas the others seem to oscillate depending on the personnel in the role. That one just seems to always be a little bit faffy. And I don't think the wide centre-back thing is the answer, as much as I would like it to be. But we're winning a game at half-time. They've had 3 half-time subs. Hopefully that doesn't make them better. And they'll give us a chance. But I do worry that we've still only had the one shot on target. We're very good at that, aren't we? Lately, we've probably become one shot on target, 1 goal merchants. Very unlike us. The worst thing about it is we're not even benefiting from it with any points. We're just doing it in games that we're losing anyway. How has he managed to get through the middle there? How has he missed that? So many questions. Well, that kind of happened last season as well, where we faded in games, but usually that was because of the quality of substitution options. Stuff like that. Like, what is that about? It's such a simple pass. They will obviously score now, I think. Oh, well played. That's better. Oh, wait, no, hang on. We've had a tackle that's gone back to us for once. Are we about to get lucky? Because they should have at least equalised in this game. They had that great chance through on goal. Right. Sensible play now, lads. Build it up. Let's build something good. Wow, that is an incredibly aggressive pass. Go and whip it across. There's bodies in there. Dosso's one of them. Oh, wait. We're not done yet. Marquez. Feta. Oh, hang on a minute. We're building something brilliant here. Marquez. Oh, he's taking it. He's overdoing it a bit now, bud. Juicy. Portea. Cutting inside. Portea. It's 2-0. Tenerife lead 2-0. It's... Sorry? Cyril just absolutely stolen one. Hang on a minute. How is he getting... Did he just... Did Cyril just get hit by the ball and it went in? He's headed it. He's... All right, Cyril. Go off, sis. Respect it. I do feel for Portea there. On account of the fact that, you know, it's probably going in already. The keeper's never getting to that. Do you know what? If someone needed a goal right now, it was probably Cyril, so I guess we'll accept it. But Portea is getting screwed here in terms of his match rating. He should really have had like a... Oh, that's a great pass. It's 3. Alexander Feta. Bang. 2 goals for Feta. 3-0 up away at Athletic Club. Cyril saved it. What a great pass. Who was that with the assist? It was Vanderlei. Great first touch from Feta, actually, just get that out of his feet. I thought he was going to twat that first time. We've also had every shot on target be a goal today. And also, we've not won this game yet. We've got to be very careful with our subs now. Now feels like the perfect time to get Portea off. I know he's done well, but I want to protect that rating. Hello, Inferno. How's the game going? I imagine Hadrian's a very happy mod right now. Now might actually be a chance to try Sapolidis as the 10. Now that we're 3-0 up. And he's a very good player for that role. It's not like I'm just throwing anyone at it. Do I try Cole Pineda? Just to bring him on? That's the thing, Kraken. As much as they've had some chances in this game, we've taken our opportunities in this game too. And actually, weirdly, as the game's worn on, I've started to create more and more. Which is surprising. Giussi's been sensational today. So I'm actually going to keep him on, move him across and bring Herholt in. Leave the other sub. This is better from us. But we had... Do you know what? Actually, the performance now, weirdly, is starting to match a little bit. Like, we're starting to get a bit more XG. The team's starting to create a few more chances now. We've still got fortunate by creating as many... Wow. Moreno does love a bit of that, doesn't he? How is he on a 7 when he's made 1... Oh, wait, did he save that? Do you know what? Actually, that's really good goalkeeping then. I didn't realise he got a touch on that. Oh, nicely done, Moreno. Yeah, Las Palmas have won all 4 games so far. They're absolutely crushing it this season. I don't want to concede a goal too early in this game if we are going to. Oh, wow. We got lucky off the post there as well. I think Athletic Club could consider themselves a bit unfortunate not to have scored a goal here. But I think in the overall, we have probably been ever so slightly the better side. We've just created some decent chances today. finally. And Feta was able to actually dispatch them in the way that he does. Good save from Moreno. And I do think once Dosso gets a bit of confidence in him and starts... He has all the minerals to play that role really, really well in this tactic. What on earth are we watching here? Feta's ball in. And it should have been another one from Pineda, of all people. Don't know. Oh, yeah, Cole's 6'1", isn't he? Maybe we just needed height in that position. Pineda's on a 7.0 upon coming on in that left wing-back spot. And bear in mind, he wouldn't have got much for winning that header considering it was off target. That was much, much, much better from us. 2 goals from Feta, 1 from Dosso. Everson looked really tidy. Vanderlei looked like Vanderlei. Pineda looked really good off the bench. Bilal kind of woke up towards the end. I feel like Porter actually did well. Marquez didn't have a goal or an assist in this game, but did get a good rating as well. Herho always seems to be able to put up good numbers. Giussi before him was putting up good numbers too. That's better. It feels like it's just getting that win is massive because, we're going to lose some of our next few matches considering they're all against like Real. No, they're all against like Barcelona and that, right? But stopping the rot with a win like that is so goddamn important because it means that the morale doesn't continue to tank in the meantime. And more importantly, you get points on the board. And arguably even more important than that, we got the goal difference back. Like, we've had a bit of a crappy time in terms of that, but just getting a few wins there. It's down to -4. We've got wins on the board. The 3 teams that are in the relegation zone as well have already played this weekend, so we're going to be where we are. We just need 3 sides to be absolute shite. Maybe Athletic Club are going to be crap this year. They'll be like this year's Betis. And it's next up, it's at home against Valencia. You never know. Like, we were pretty good at home last season. It was actually away from home that we struggled a little bit. Please don't be too severe. Nice. Feta's still considered a wonder kid. I like that. I know we're nearly at the end of stream today, but I still want to do one more game. Because it's just fun, innit? Espanyol have started well for a newly promoted side. We've got to be careful with that. We don't really want the newly promoted sides doing stuff. I still think we looked a little bit shaky defensively in that game. Because they had that really good chance where the ball was played through the middle at random. And Vanderlei and Everson were a little bit at sea. But I wonder if it's just going to take them a couple of games to sort themselves out. Point is, we looked way less of a defensive liability in that game than we do when Canal plays at the back. I think it's about time that Canal was put out to sea at this point. I don't think we'll get anyone to pay us a lot of money for him, and right now he's a useful, squad player. But I just don't think I would trust him. I think I'd rather bring on Salah, if need be. Salah's just like Skelly, but better now. And because he's a permanent player, we don't have to worry about him being recalled. Marquez, though, it's always encouraging to see a player in a position that often gets poor ratings get a good rating in a match when they didn't contribute a goal or an assist. But he did have 2 key passes. So that's a good sign. I wonder if Dosso had many chances in that game or whether it was just that one opportunity. Because that's Salah, the centre-back that we signed. I can't remember his first name is, actually. I love the fact that, what is going on with that? It does suck, actually, that Racing Santander are up there as well. Is there another team that was sort of a... Lisandro, that's it. Lisandro Salah, yeah. Oh, yeah, so I was going to look at Dosso's XG, his form. That's better, though. 0.7. He had 2 shots on target. No, he actually only had the 1 shot on target. But he had 2 shots in that game. He's
very depressing.
It's better from him, slowly but surely. Hello, Hadrian. We flapped around a little bit, but we have just won our first game of the season away at Athletic Club 3-0. Dosso got 1 and 2 goals from Feta. So the team is looking better, and I'm glad that we didn't splurge all of our transfer budget basically on players that I think will be able to be okay for this season, whilst the other guys get better. Leverkusen, 12.5 million for Adrian Nocon. I don't know. I'm not going to feel bad if we don't get him. Oh, that's interesting. Williams Lima. That's the dude that we were just looking at. The sporting guy. Not sporting guy, the guy from Peñarol. I might regret this massively, but I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm curious to see what he looks like. And the fact that Sporting are interested is interesting, but they just sign a lot of people, don't they? So, oh, Liverpool have just signed a guy from Las Palmas for 40 million quid. That's great news. It sucks that they have money, but it's good because they no longer have whoever Munoz is. Anything that makes Las Palmas worse is good news. Baggy's boss, thank you very much for the tier 1, my friend. Oh, My Stream Deck completely stopped working. It's not actually come through yet for some reason, but when it does, there it is. There we go. So strange. Ah, dear. Yeah, we can't even get him now, exactly. It wasn't Minyambres, no, which is even weirder in a way. But thank you so much for that, man. I know you only followed today, so that's very, very kind of you. Hope you have enjoyed stream. I hope everyone else that's new today has enjoyed stream. If you're not new, then I don't care if you enjoy stream. Second in the coefficients. That's cool. Did any other teams like crop up and do really well in the Netherlands beyond the obvious suspects? And they can't replace him too, which is tremendous. Yeah, the no-con guy going to Leverkusen, I don't know. I just don't think he would have made us notably better than we already were in that role. And it certainly wasn't worth spending. I'd have spent... I just don't know. I think it was the right choice to not sign him, truthfully. Villarreal with a big dub. Okay, good. So now with all the matches complete, we are officially not in the relegation zone. And also, I imagine our expected points is now exactly where we are. So we're doing fine. New Japan, man. Perhaps. We never really got a proper idea of what his attributes look like, right? Because we had to stream. I respect it. Oh, thank you, Baggy's boss. Wow. That is very, very kind. What brought you to stream today? I'm just curious because with the way that there's this lull in FM right now, we tend to not get a lot of like brand new viewers just because, you know, people aren't really looking for that type of content this time of the cycle, right? Just the shirt. I mean, to be fair, it does beckon. Where's Japan, man? He's still playing in Japan. He might do Primcio, but I'm not betting on it. Our loanees are actually looking pretty spicy when you consider some of the quality of these guys. That Gorka Bilbao dude, man. Exciting. 18-month-old game in it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I find intriguing about it, particularly as I've not even been really doing any shorts platform content for about the last month. It's because I've been so tied up in, well, first depression. But then, after that went away for a little bit, we're back to I'm just pouring everything into Le Showinge. I want to try to get the Le Showinge recap out, not Le Showinge, Serong, out at the end of this week coming. Hopefully I can, but we'll have to see. Then I guessed, hey, and now you're disappointed because you come to the live and you realise, actually, do you know what? This guy I can't stand in long form. Well, I can't stand in super long form. And if so, I respect it. Just don't tell me. Shooting stars, a bit of that. That really hurt my throat making that noise. I think I'm still a bit dehydrated from yesterday, honestly. I drank so much water, it was unbelievable. Did a lot of walking. 37,000 steps yesterday, I'll have you know. Which was just as well, because we had some Pizza Hut. Oh, and chat, I forgot to mention this. I did a little bit of... I actually did some chefing. I did a bit of baking on Friday, because I didn't know... I was going to go out with my family, but I couldn't actually do that then, so I decided to do some baking. I made Kinder Chocolate Blondies. And they're bloody delicious. Yeah, 37k, so it was 17k run. So 5k park run and then 12 kilometers home from park run. Which I regretted, but that's why I've got the sunburn. And then Pog and I walked down to town and did like, you know, Ely things, basically. Saw her mate, got some coffee, the usual jazz. And then I came back, watched the Fulham game. And then my mate decided to cycle here from the other side of Cambridge. So then we went down to the pub. So I had to walk all the way back into town again. So that was good. Before MTK, you'd love to see it. I promise the YouTube videos will be coming back at some point, Curious Kraken. It's just a bit of a weird, like, cycle for us all, honestly. But it's hit me pretty hard over the last sort of several months, and I've just been confused, but starting to just get my head around things a little bit more now. And I think it's partly just because I've stepped back a little bit and I've given myself a bit more patience, and that's working out quite nicely as well. Well, the B team have kicked off nicely. 2 games. 2 wins. Good lads. Jack Vale. Oh, thank you, Baggy Boss. Wow, it's weird, chat. What we've just witnessed, unfortunately, I don't believe we've got any Jack Vales in this save. He may have retired, unfortunately, given that we're 13 seasons in. We don't get a lot of Twitch actually doing any kind of recommendations, so that's crazy. You might be the first person, honestly, Baggy's Boss, in about a year that's actually come from Twitch recommendations. Their discovery features are absolutely useless. And if you are thinking of making FM content, anybody, I would highly recommend not to rely on them. Which I've already... It depends. I don't actually know who the player is, unfortunately, so it's hard for me to give a comment on that, but I suspect he's not in the save. Shit, speaking of players retiring, I didn't extend the Patreon contracts. Oh, God, have any of them retired? Nope, we're all right. That could have been terrifying. Who am I kidding? They were never getting jobs. To Maureen instead. Yeah, I think what we've done is we've collectively sent all the potential Twitch ads straight to Maureen. 33 on this. I think if he's 33, the likelihood is he may have retired early. Son of a Kishoff to Anderlecht. I hope I refunded the points there. Bang. What if I've made that move yet? Harsh. Hey, someone's got to take him, right? One thing I will say is actually working on the Sarong stuff again and getting deep into it has made me kind of just enjoy the content making process now, and I'm keen to continue doing so. Gazman! Thank you for the 27. How has your weekend been, my friend? Hopefully it has been as deliciously delightful outside as mine is right now. And Pog and I are making burgers later. The day just doesn't seem to get any better than that. Fulham aren't playing, so they can't harm my mental health. The Avs are already out of the playoffs, so they can't harm my mental health. What could possibly go wrong? The computer just explodes immediately. And we move. First barbecue. Oh, hey, bomb. Mate, next week, it's barbecue central. We're going to this Airbnb. There's fire pit, barbecue. We're going to make Viking do the barbecue because you always make the vegan guy do it. That's going to be tremendous. I am looking forward to it. To the point where I was quite literally jumping around the Okay, this is intriguing. I was quite literally jumping around the kitchen with joy when I was talking to Pog about it the other day. Like full-on bunny hop shit, because again, I have too much energy. Over 100 count. Maybe he's decent. And now you're here and you're like, I found out that he is in fact not decent. He's just the lowest common denominator. That's me. I'm the underside of the fraction. Try this into a B team or U team, gives them game time. They wouldn't be able to play in the games, unfortunately, because trialists can't play. They're ineligible, unfortunately, as far as I know. 2 barbecues. Oh, mate. So Pog and I have got some patio. This is actually funny. It just randomly rocked up in the middle of last week. This giant set of patio furniture because her parents just ordered it and sent it to our house. So that's just in our downstairs loo right now. There's this giant box, like probably about, I don't know, 5 feet long and about a foot wide. It's just in the downstairs loo right now because I've got nowhere else to put it. Give yourselves too much credit. Yeah. Someone's got to. £16 million for Walter Moreno. 16. As much as there is a part in the back of my head, the little devil has just come out on my shoulder and it said, "Oi, take the money, you twat." I don't know if I want to go in the rest of the season without a goalkeeper because Manny's just got injured and I just don't know if Socorro, as he's 16, is quite ready yet. And I can't negotiate it. The part of me that loves a good meme was very tempted. I want you to know this. Like, I want you to know that I was very close to doing it, and I want some credit for nearly doing it. The fact you're not the... Well, we still need to cut the lawns. I need to get my mother's flamethrower out to do that, really. Oh, God. But once we do that, getting the barbecue out, get the buys round, it'll be delicious. Particularly as our back garden is perfect for barbecues. Also, something I've been really noticing now about this house is how cool this house stays, even when it's hot. No credit for Ross. Oh, dear. Positive thoughts out. James. It's like what I said the other day, which was like totally unoriginal, but definitely not horrendously awful. And that was that basically you and everyone else in chat actually has a 100% record of getting through these things. It's not finished you off yet. Fuck. I need to save that. And it won't. I need to tell myself this occasionally, but I won't. I'm a very much a do as I say, not as I do type of chappy. And it's not La Liga. There we go. You care for her, exactly. Not Napoli. I guess, Napoli, to be fair, didn't actually bid on him as far as I know, right? They're probably the only player that they didn't bid on. Oh, hang on a second. Nigeria. Chat, I think Nigeria might have accidentally been chefing. Daniel Osagi. He's only 15, so that could be anything, really. Raphael Collins. Definitely more information required, but there's some interesting looking players here. Ogwuche. I must admit, I'm not as enamoured by them as I was when I first saw them, but Kenneth Ogbonna? The thing about these guys is that... Oh, he's a 3-star centre-back too. Hang on, who's he wanted by? Kortrijk and Almere City. Okay. He's not amazing, and he's actually weirdly expensive. Yeah, they're meal... Agreed, yes. They're making sure they eat their protein. Usually you don't see that amount of good players in like one little batch from those clubs. Like, they'll occasionally produce the odd guy here and there, but also Berg Arneson's just moved to Sydney from Paphos, weirdly. Well, if Moreno gets a long-term injury, he does. I think we're in a case where we were really struggling for cash. I would have probably been tempted to do that, but I just think that I'm still not convinced that we're great at the moment, and I do think that Moreno probably will be able to save us some points this season. But if he does turn into an absolute dross monster, then I will just fully go for Socorro. Because I'm waiting for that moment to happen. At least, if nothing else, he's going to be playing games for our B team this season, so Socorro should still be getting loads of match time. Luckily, our B team games are always the day after the first team ones. So as long as he doesn't actually feature, I think he'll be fine. And even then, he's a goalie, right? Like, what are you really doing with yourself? Tell you what, when Jordan Pickford saved that goal, that Harry Wilson effort in the game yesterday, I genuinely thought he'd broken his shoulder and or elbow. He landed so awkwardly, it was unbelievable. Like, his whole arm just seemed to buckle underneath his body, and then he just carried on after writhing around in pain for a little while. I actually thought that was a really serious injury at first. It's a great save, though. Rayon Sports. Wow, we're literally getting teams I don't even remember adding to the list right now. Shavit. I think Shaviti is quite a common name, isn't it? Oh, it's a very... There's a guy called Shavit Heifer. There is a guy called Shavit. Shavit Zabag is great. Shavit Shekel is amazing. 2 different Shavit Shekels, in fact. Where was the guy I was looking at originally, though? Shavit Fruitman, too, is amazing. I swear there was a guy I was looking at initially. There is a good amount of them, yeah. Shavit Shekel is a great name. Right. Valencia. I mean, how good are Valencia? Quite, probably. Oh, Jesus. They actually came 4th last year under Mark Schneider. They're in the Champions League and predicted to be 5th. This is going to be very difficult. Anything we get from this game is a bonus. This is complete free hit territory. But I'm glad the team played better last time out. It's really important that happens. Is the bench looking swifty? Yep. Okay, they're all there. Alex is still a bit knackered, or injured rather. Is there anyone else that needs to be in the team? Is Socorro even playing games in the second? Yeah, he is. So he's played 2 times in the second tier this season. Ratings are out the wazoo. Amazing. I expect nothing from this game. This is a game that, if we lose, basically the best case scenario that I'm logically thinking is we don't lose too severely, really. ICX, thank you for the 52. How's it going, friend? Like, if we just don't lose this game 4-0, I'm probably happy. But I would like to see us, have a chance or two. That would be nice to see us still create stuff, but we're asking a lot of these lads. You're probably right. It is probably worth. My concern is that I will forget to change it over next game. That's often why I leave the players like that. Yeah, we had a few of these don't get embarrassed games last season too. They do play. Oh, they got Mads Bagger. We're cooked. And a Polish goalie. No, yeah, I should have done. Shouldn't I? Oh, well, it's done now. I always forget that button exists. The problem then is it will count all the other changes as well. I'll remember. Right? Oh, he gets a number now. If nothing else, he'll be pleased for that. Just me presenting him with his shirt right before sending him to the slaughter. One thing I'll be curious to see now is this is Athletic Club are a good team, but they were tired and we played really well. How do we stack up against a really good Valencia? And are there any players that are capable of actually putting in good performances in this? Yeah. Go out there and beat them. Damn straight. I wasn't saying that to them. I was saying that to you. They need to always think they're going to win every game. Achibong is nervous. Yeah. Luckily, he's not starting, so it shouldn't be the end of the world. Sometimes their body language can change throughout the game. I think Almeria could be in real trouble. They've had a red card. Anthony Alanga's been sent off after 1 minute, and Arda Güler has made it 1-0 after 2 minutes. That could be double digits incoming, friends, which is good for us. I just want to see us, at least look a bit more in the game. Those first couple of games, we looked very out of it, which is a little bit worrying. Nuga faces on the save. Nah, not really. Oh my god, we're leading. Basically, my conclusion is that the new game ones started to look basically the same, because they kind of were at the time, right? And the players started to lack personality to me, so I actually went back to not using them, because at least while gopping, the inbuilt FM faces, I feel, have a bit more personality to them. And I actually thought that was them scoring. Feta's got another assist, and we lead against Valencia. At least this means that they have to score twice to beat us. We've given ourselves a better chance at not losing the game. Although, conceding a goal immediately here would suck. Oh, I don't like this. This setup is weird. Particularly as we don't normally do that well against the shape that they're playing. Those narrow tactics are actually a bit of a kryptonite to this thing that we do. I'm hoping that next year we'll see a bit more variety in the faces and stuff, but yeah. I think it's just because I've been using the new guns for such a long time, you almost feel like you've seen them all even when you haven't. So I kind of just wanted to freshen things up a little bit, and it does kind of give the players a little bit more personality, I feel like. Oh shit, they've really overloaded this left-hand side. Does mean if we could win the ball off them in a good position, there might be an option here to... Oh, wow. I think there might be some counter-attacking chances available for us in this game. The highlight is continuing. Oh, thank God for that. Thing is, we're hitting the target with shots, and we're actually having shots. It's already a step in the right direction. As Real Madrid are 3-up. This is slightly more capable from us. I still don't know if we're going to be able to win this game. Marcus is struggling a little bit. Approved punnery, absolutely. Shout out to Almeria only being... Oh. I'm just going to keep saying shout out to Almeria, and then they will just continually concede goals. Jose Luis Bois is the best player on the pitch other than Vanderlei. Hart Averson, though, is doing better. Feta looks fine. The front line look a little bit average, but that's what the bench is for. This feels like one of these games that could get away from us in the second half. Oh, it's actually 5-0. And it's an own goal as well. Oh, surely not another one. Feta onto Vanderlei's head again? It literally was, and now the game's decided that half-time is the perfect time to mess with my frame rate. Get it back. Cheers, lads. Love to see it. Just getting those early... I mean, to be fair, we scored early goals in, I think, 2 of the games already this season, and we've lost them, so it's not always an indicator. Almeria are getting truly decked, yes. Oh, wow. Bagger is an aggressive little man, isn't he? Little Napoleon in the midfield there. Right, don't get pulled too far out. Nice, nice, nice. At least if they're attacking down the left-hand side. Oh, shite. I was like, oh, we won't get beaten by back post headers. Turns out we will. What do you reckon the Almeria final score... Oh, good lord. I was about to say, what do you think the second half of the final score for Almeria is going to be? They've just had a second red card has hit the Bernabeu. Do you reckon it might be 10? It was 5 at half-time, and now there's 9 men. And it's already Real Madrid. Like, they could do this with 11 men. Oh, dear. Yeah, but Hutchinson needs to come on in that game too. Right, let's go a bit further. Oh, go on. Marcus off the left. This would be good. We're looking a bit more of a threat from set pieces now. Oh, wait, short corner? We don't do short corner. We don't even have short corners as part of our what? I don't mind it, but it's weird because we don't even use short corners as one of our instructions. They do that occasionally, don't they? It's like Free Will is getting a little bit too big for its boots. If that had gone in, I'd have been over the moon, but then I'd have also been like, why aren't you paying attention? Whoa. Dangerous now. I think Valencia are starting to throw a few more bodies forward now. He's going to have to shoot, presumably. They've been quite patient, to be honest. Oh, and again, Moreno. He's doing an okay job now. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hang on, but even if we do end up throwing this away and lose, I think that the performance levels underneath are actually much more competitive than they have been lately. It feels more like us of last season, giving the bigger teams a bit of a run for their money now. We do still like a real off-the-bench option, 6-0. As far as if Marquez does start to shit the bed, which unfortunately he does appear to be doing, as is Portea. Which means it might be a case of Alex on the left and then Greek fella on the right, just to mix the... Because I think the quality of the squad will still be pretty decent with that. Oh, use the width! No, Steiny! Steiny has to find Mekawa with that pass. Right, here we go. Cyril. Take it was a ball inside for Marquez if you can find it. He has. Oh, go on. Whoa. We're creating some good quality chances in this game. That was honestly a great opportunity. Right, it's gone. Ooh, hang on. Again, back to Marquez. He's got Steinmetz there as well. Finds him. Go on, Stein. Have a pop, son. Ah. Oh, he's being too good at his job. Marquez, he's tried it, but that's fine. Vanderlei's back. It's been a pretty 7, 8. It's coming. It's coming. Right, Porteo off for Sapa. Marquez has maybe had a key pass there, I think. This feels like perfect time for her hole, actually. And as good as Feta's been, Sheila off the bench is a bit of a cheat code. Mekawar's not been great. This feels like Cole Pineda, actually. No longer getting beaten back post headers. We'll save the rest of the last sub. It's 9. It's 9-0. In 65 minutes, it is 9-0. Come on, it has to be 10. You can't do this to us, Real Madrid. You must score a 10th goal against Almeria. 10-0! It's 10! Real Madrid 10, Almeria 0. What's the record score for... What a save. Do you reckon we could get a Velociraptor Venlo type of situation going? It's 11. There's time. It's 11-0 to Real Madrid. Totally off topic, but we're actually still winning, by the way. Incredibly, we are still winning. And now they've hit the bar. 13 does feel doable. It's... At least they get there, but like, don't shy off towards it. 12-0. We finished 11th last season as well, which is better than what it was looking like at one point, if I'm honest. So I was pretty pleased with that. 12. 12-0. Come on. Going defensive is a terrible idea. It just invites too much pressure. I'd rather still maintain a little bit of... Still no hat-trick? No way. Oh, there we go. So we're just going to casually go and beat Athletic Club. And this is why we don't panic. This is why we don't panic. Vanderlei again, by the way, with both goals. He has been insane this season. I don't even know why. He's not even that amazing in the air. Oh, Vanderlei does it again. It's 12-0 to Real Madrid, and there's still time for more. I'm pleased with that. It's a tight game, but I think we've been ever so slightly the better side. Just barely. Oh, slide him back in. Go on. He's through. Sapling, just square it. It's a tap-in, surely. Oh, no. How has he fucked that up? They have bungled the bag there. Marquez. Still going. Dosso, it's 3. It's Sapolidis makes it 3-0. As if we're going to win back-to-back games 3-0. Ah. Nah, I haven't, Gozzy. Most of them I just don't think... when I've looked at them, and I have tried to look at most of them, they just haven't looked better than what's already there for me, and I just didn't want to dick about with it too much. That's why I always want to make sure he's still carrying a goal for it. I find that the best way to shut a game down isn't to change the mentality, it's to change some of these things like the tempo, the set piece playing for, and more time wasting. I think that does a much better job, and it still gives you an out. It's 12-0. Real Madrid have won 12-0. 12-0! Vanderlei with a brace, Sapolidis with a goal. Who were the assisters today? Sapo himself, in fact. 2 off the bench. That's exciting. 1 was a set piece, obviously. Dosso with an assist as well, which is good. What's the other side? Oh, it's Veta, of course it was. That's much better. Yeah, to be honest, I called double digits, but I didn't expect them to actually do it. FM's usually quite bad about that. I guess when it's Real Madrid against Almeria and they are down to 9 men at half time. Steiny with a green performance. This is good. I do think we needed to make the signings that we did, but I think the crucial thing that we did was sign a centre-back that could play next to Vanderlei, because Danny Canal was just a liability. We were so defensively weak, and I think it was also costing us from an attacking standpoint because of ball retention, whereas Everson looks so much better. Real Madrid's goal difference is plus 25 after 5 matches, and Almeria minus 15. Yeah, winning these... Bear in mind, I didn't think we'd end up with any points after this run of games, so getting 6 on the board and already being 6 points clear of the drop zone is a bloody great start. And it proves that we actually are decent. Can he keep going? Fuck it. What's next? 9 days till Atletico. Can I get a drink first? I'm completely out of drink. Can't Steiny play goalie? Probably. He's everything. Record win, 12-1. So they've won it. Vanderlei actually was from Nottingham Forest of all places. I haven't done a whiz quiz yet. I'm still a bit dehydrated. Fuck it, let's do a whiz quiz. I'm going to go grab myself a beverage of some sort. Maybe even a blondie while I'm at it. And we'll do a bit more. Fuck it. When's the next international break? Oh my god. We could do these two as well, because then it's international break and then it would just be lots of... And then I could do that bit off stream. That we'd have to do it on stream. We'll do Atletico and Barca. Fuck it. We'll do an extra hour today, right? It's not like I'm in the way of the football because the football started at 12 today, so I was always going to be in the way of the football. Right, I'll be back in a second, chat. Let's get some whiz quizzies. Just occurs to me that it was Kenji Gore. I didn't even mute myself there. I also didn't even need a piss. I just went to get a drink, literally. But I did get one of the Kinder chocolate blondies that I baked. Look at that cross section right there. They are spectacular. And a nice glass of Dr. Beppis. You need sustenance. They are so sick. And very sickly. They're like 200 and something calories each, but they're still delicious. I might make muffins next week. I found this wonderful recipe for strawberry and white chocolate muffins, and I'm very tempted to make those. Oh, what's happening now? Wait, what? I mean, to be fair, if anyone deserves one, it's probably him. I wish I could, Chris. God, they're good. So I'm standing away from the microphone, but I chew because I don't want the volleys to have to hear that. You guys are fine. You can just listen to what sounds like Blink-182 or something. God, that's so good. The downside of doing loads of baking when you're trying to lose weight, though, Christ. I was kind of hoping I could just be a continue merchant for a couple of days, but apparently not. They never ever like that, do they? Dr. Chilla. That's the other thing as well. You then have to, like, you just got to eat them. It's thank God I've got Pong around. It was fine last time because I gave them to my dad, so it was all right. This time around, I have no one to give them to. I've just got to eat them. Maybe see if my neighbour wants some. Yeah, we'll do that. He's actually weirdly, he's earned it. Vanderlei is so just solid. He's not like outstanding. He's just good in the air, solid defender, good player. He's got 3 goals this season already. He only got, what was that? He only got 3 in the whole of last season. Oh yeah, I mean, I burned them off. Yesterday I burned, my active calories burned was 1,900 yesterday, which is mental. That was 1,300 of them alone were just from the run. Top half of La Liga. That's a bit aggressive, buddy. Maybe I should have got rid of that actually and paid him more. We can certainly afford to, though. We're going to get rid of that, though. You 100% deserve it. Sell-on fee is fine. I want to just make this prohibitive, just in case someone idiotic thinks about it, you know? Leicester are winning. I guess who? Too stupid to be elite football. I think with Nicholas Jackson, he feels like he has all the delicious ingredients to be an incredible elite attacking forward, but the chef is absolutely incompetent. And I don't mean the manager, I mean the chef himself, as in him. And I think that's the problem. He could be... just so much about him. He is incredibly intelligent on the ball sometimes as well. He just can't do it consistently. But he does still score a lot. Oh, Vanderlei has the hair as well. Who needs the hedgehog when we've got Vanderlei? The thing is, he probably does, doesn't he? Like, if this was FM and we knew nothing about him and he was just like a random regen, he'd be one of those guys that... He's that player that randomly ends up at Atletico and is worth like 160 million that just absolutely annihilates you in the Champions League quarterfinals every single season. That's who he feels like to me. Or that might just be because I'm thinking of... there was a guy that played for Atletico for a bit called Jackson... Was it Jackson Martinez? Was he at Atletico? Also, our B team just lost a game. I can't help but feel like that's not allowed. Why has that happened? Yes, in Porto. Yeah. I loved Jackson Martinez. Such a fun player. The next Loic, there's a lot of those types of players about though, aren't there? I do kind of miss... It feels like clubs don't sign those types of players as much. It feels like scouting and... I almost feel like the data-driven scouting approaches and the analytics and stuff is actually kind of ruining some of the mystique of sports. I'm not saying it's a bad thing in terms of what it is, but I feel like from a viewing perspective, sometimes the unknown with footballers is actually one of the things that makes me like football. And I suspect that's part of the reason why I've become more and more athletic. I'm apathetic towards football specifically over the last couple of years. I find it harder and harder to care about things outside of my direct club's situation. There was a time when I would just want to consume football no matter who was playing, within reason, right? But that, I don't know. Now it's like I can barely bring myself to watch an important title game, for example. Not like later, obviously that doesn't count anymore, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to matter to me as much anymore. Yeah, Kvaratskhelia, he feels... That and the way that he plays is so interesting. He's just a fun player to watch. I feel like there's less and less players now. This could be because of the way that coaching's changed as well. It feels like there are less and less players that have a uniqueness about the way that they play. Anything from their gait to their dribbling style to the way they kick a ball. You know, like in baseball, the way that pitchers throw the ball. I know that baseball is a lot more start-stop, or not start-stop, but it's a lot more it's individual action kind of thing. But who was that pitcher? Scott Hatterberg? Was he the pitcher? No, he wasn't the pitcher, was he? I'm thinking Moneyball now, chat. Just interesting stuff about sport like that. That's where my interests lie. I don't even care about Anderlecht. It's true. Vanderlei of the Avs. That is an incredibly specific and niche question. I really do not have an answer for you, my friend. I mean, if we're talking about clutch D-men, then I suppose it's Kale McCarr. And if you argue... Wait, what? Hang on a second. Wait a minute. What are Pauk doing? Remember, I turned down £16 million. Yeah, I think we're talking like a D-man that's like reliable and incredibly good going forward. Then it is definitely Kale McCarr. Remember, Moreno has a release clause of £30 million. That's the same bid. I swear that's the same amount of money, £16 million. And it's the same amount up front as well, is it not? 250k more. Wow. I was kind of hoping they'd just randomly decide to trigger the release clause or something. Because then I would... Well, not that I have a choice. But then I would totally accept it. If they pay his release clause, obviously I don't have a choice to accept it. But I 100% would. Even if it was like £1 short, I'd be all over that shit. I'd be like, Sakuro, you're in, buddy. If you're good enough, you're old enough. Oh, we did that one. Was there another look up in there? Or was that a song request? It was a song request. We're good. There's this really cool feature I found on Spotify. I'm sure it's been around for ages, but it was on Friday. I just loaded Spotify on my phone for whatever reason. I think it was to add a song I saw on TikTok. And there was this new like For You page thing on Spotify, but it works the same way that TikTok does, where you can like scroll up and it shows like 30-second snippets of random songs that are sort of related to you. But you get the same sensation that you do with like scrolly apps, but without the doom element of it, and you get to discover cool new music. And I think that's a really clever way of creating that same dopamine loop, but without the sort of negative emotional consequences, and you get to discover cool music. I found so many great songs doing that. Yeah, like, check it now. If you've not noticed this before, because why would you, right? Load up Spotify on your phone if you have it. Have a look. You should see them, like, they're almost like vertical video style music video type things. Click on one of them. It'll be like For You or something. Have a little look at it. And it's actually really good because you can just scroll up it and you can add them to your library just with one click on each one, like you're saving it on TikTok. It's a really clever idea, and it's a great way of discovering new music, because what it does is you can also scroll right to do different genres as well, or click the genres on each song too. It's really, really clever. I found so many cool bands just on Friday, just sat there for like an hour waiting for Pog to get out of work. All the songs that I used in today's intro were songs I found on Friday. So many good summer vibey songs. I've been really into the synth pop stuff lately, so... But yeah, would highly recommend you giving it a go. If you're looking for new music and stuff, you can set the genre. It's really cool. And otherwise, I'd just been looking at, like, I'd just been doom scrolling. I wasn't... Wow, Steiny's training. Holy Christ. Are we seeing like a second... He's just finding that last little bit of gas, I think. I think he's probably getting maxed out soon just because he's so young. Sevilla lose the Athletic Club win. That is unfortunate now that there's not 3 teams on 0. Yeah, not on Vanderlei's one. There's no doom scrolling here. Pog's great. I mean, she's still, you know, wants to leave the job that she's in, and time. I'm just hoping she gets this job that she applied for the other day, but if not, then it'll be the next one, you know? I just want what's best for her, right? Because at the end of the day, I just want her to be happy. She's that, she's just a very important person, isn't it? She's a VI Pog. Is that another bid on Moreno for the same exact amount again? Or have they added another 625k? I'm actually surprised you could even get through La Masia. They actually have. No, that's the same bid. 600. That's 16 million pounds again. Stop bidding the same amount, or at least make it negotiable. Like, it's kind of annoying that if I could negotiate with them, I bet you I could actually get that up to like 25. They're very persistent. Baron von Tolbooth and the Chrome Nun. Inferno, you have your Spotify listening habits public on Discord. I see what you listen to. That sounds exactly like something you would listen to, and do not pretend that it's otherwise. You're the most old soul person I've ever encountered. Yeah, that's why Release Radar can be a bit annoying, because it's like, hey, here's loads of remixes of songs that you listen to one time. It needs some work, but I do like the For You thing they're doing, because it allows you to sort of curate it yourself a little bit more. Takes it out of the hands of just random algorithms a little bit. Obviously, it's still in the hands of another one, but one that seems to be slightly better at its job. Oh, I mean, I'm one of those people that, like, I listen to most things. Most genres I can find something I like outside of probably jazz. So mine presents, where the hell's my phone gone? Oh, it's on the chair. So, it should be on, if you just literally load Spotify up on the main page, and then, so I don't know if you can see that. That's the main page, and you scroll down a little bit. It says made for SecondYellowCard, but then under that, where's it gone? Has motherfucker disappeared? I swear to God. Wait, where's it gone? Is it on your library? No. As if it's disappeared. Chat, it's gone. It's actually gone. I liked it too much. Where the hell's it gone? It was one time only. Maybe it was a beta test and I just happened to get it. Because I was using it for like a couple of days. But now I'm sad. That was a really cool feature, Spotify. Bring it back, specifically for me. It should just be on your main page. That's disappointing. Is anyone else? Oh, so you've got it. Okay, good. That proves that it at least exists and I'm not a massive liar. Well, okay, it doesn't prove that. Just not on this particular occasion. Did I miss any ET reports while we were doing that? No, okay, good. It was literally just called For You. And there's like several like almost like vertical, so like 9x16 or 60 man, I can't remember which way around. Vertical video things, thumbnails, and 3 of them across. And then they're clickable, and you can sort of see like a music video in the background. I'm a little bit annoyed now. Why has that happened? I don't understand. It might be because I'm listening to music right now, actually. The answer could be, but because I'm technically got Spotify on right now, it doesn't want to disrupt that, because obviously I have to use this for the stream, and it knows that. Real Sociedad. Wait, you want Estanis? That's bold. What are they up to here? The verticals are probably the other one. I think it's literally just called For You, which is how I got it. Favorite song thing? No, I don't think it's that. There's some cool stuff on there. The daylist stuff. My daylist has got really weird. It just seems to think that all I listen to is Hans Zimmer, and it's like, don't attack me like that. Oh, hello. West Ham have scored at Man United. Because of course they have. Is anyone wanted to bring back? Alex is still kind of... I think Alex is probably good enough to play, though. At this point. Manny's back. The bench is still the same, although... When did Albert get hurt? Maybe a B-team game or something? Yeah, the daily stuff was kind of fun for a bit. I do like me some Hans Zimmer, but it's weird. It just seems to think that... Even though I've been... Ooh, it's the same kind of system. I've been listening to a lot of stuff lately, and it's just weird that it still seems to think that... I have a lot of different mixes. There's some very obscure shit in there. Like, hype washing up mix. Things like that. All seems to be mostly the same stuff. Country hybrid. Best PE teacher. That's true. Oh, God, that whole thing on cliches last week, where they were talking about the whole Graham Potter having to apologise every time he speaks thing, is just like, it's so... Not them talking about it, just that whole, like... tedious crap. Is like, do they want him to coach a football team, or do they want him to apologise for random shit? It doesn't seem to be going so well there, does it, though? But to hit a DJ set. Now, this I've got to see. Get called up at least by Belgium. I don't know. The problem with Belgium is that they're just trying to walk in. No, because they have all those massive sides that just produce constant quality, it's going to be so tough for Steiny to break in there. Princess Court. That's how I found... Pink Pilates Princess playlist that I used to use on stream a little while ago. What on earth? That nearly went in. As if Vanderlei nearly got another one. That's a nice chance, though. We all of a sudden just look completely capable of playing okay in matches and being okay at this level. It's like it literally just took 2 games for them to settle in a little bit. Oh, that's bad. This is where we lose 7-0 to Atletico now. And I look like a tit. Oh, that's a great part. That is a great goal from Atleti. That might be offside, though. It is. Nah, Simeone's been gone for a little while. He does normally stay quite a long time, to be fair. Classical music? God, my computer is actually struggling. How hot is it in here? Oh, it's only 24. It ain't seen nothing yet. Apparently not Monday tomorrow, but next Monday it's going to be really, really hot. But I'll be hungover, so it's fine. I would never do that. I'm an adult. I love that Real Madrid have a plus 25 goal difference after 6 games and are 3rd in the league. How have you managed it? We're actually doing quite a good job from a defensive standpoint today. They've had all the ball, which is exactly like what happened. Eurovision, exactly. It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait. Pardon me. As soon as stream finishes on Thursday, I'm like, Pog, let's get a takeaway. Let's go Tesco's to get the bevies. Friday, all kinds of fun stuff planned. I'm going to do a bit of baking. See the friends on Friday evening in this place. Then punting in Cambridge on Saturday. Lunch, Eurovision vibes. Sunday clearing up most of the mess, I suspect. Oh, go on. Oh, pull it back. Oh, my. Oh, it's in. It's actually in. Alexander's done it again. He's scored his 3rd goal of the season. He's back. He had 2 little issue-y kind of games at the start. What a strike. I genuinely didn't think that went in.
Here's a fun
I was already reacting as if he pushed this over the bar, because he does from these angles quite a lot. Look at this. He's just yeeted that. He's quite literally gone bar down. Keeper does get a touch on that, though. That was like a hockey-type goal, just into the roof of the net. Brilliant stuff. Kamsi, thank you for the follow. How are we winning away at Atletico now? Veta is very good. At some point, Chilavert is going to care about this. But for the time being, he doesn't. And that's fine. Tell you what, though, when Feta inevitably does get a 3-month injury at some point, we're going to be very glad that we had Chilavert in the squad. Oh, thank you, Curbs. That's very kind, man. Welcome. I say welcome aboard. You're not first. You've been before, right? But still, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. How are we still... Oh, hello. This is in their zone. This could be some final third turnover behaviour, and it is. Feta slides it through. He's got to do something. Oh, go on, bend one, buddy. You know you want to. It's 2. Portea has... I'm so glad we didn't just completely tear the playbook up and just needed a couple of little tweaks, you know? We looked at it. We had a little taste. It was just lacking salt. Just needed a little pinch on the top in the form of a random Norwegian defender and a little guy from Malaga who's actually been really bad today. It's gone under the radar. He's been awful. 3 finishing, apparently. I guess that's the composure coming into play. Marquez. Dosso. Ooh, the aggression out of Atletico now. It's like Simeone still here. Marquez has been really bad, though, so we will get Alex on now. Being able to use Alex off the left is really kind of useful. Portea's been good. Do I go and try the Sapolidis-Dosso situation again? And Steiny's even managing to get better, like... Mekawar as well. Which side does Cole come on? I'm going to try Cole at left back again. He did really well when he came on there last time, and I want to see if he's got it in him again. That's a great pass. And he's missed it. Young team, so things will only be... Exactly. It's the long game. Like, we're playing the long game here. And it's not going to work immediately. A lot of those players we've signed this summer, the really exciting ones, those guys are the 5 years from now, when we're in Europe, those guys are just starting to really begin to cook and will be unstoppable because they'll all have massive release clauses, completely locked in, and hopefully be like an absolute spine of a team that is going to have cost us probably less than £5 million to assemble. Oh, Alex. Nice. Good. Really good. Oh, square it. You've got to. That right there from Portela, that is why in the end I think he's the right man for that job, because he didn't shoot there. And normally they would. But because he has that PPM, he looked for Sapolidis, who admittedly has made an absolute meal of that. But that's tremendous. Oh my God. That was awesome. Portela's looks extremely good today. Like, he obviously shot for his goal, but there wasn't really any obvious pass on in that position, so he made the right choice. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Herholt. Surely not. Oh. Holt. This is... I'm very happy with the way this team is starting to play. Ooh. Go on, drop it short for once, maybe. Or find Vanderlei again for the 3rd goal. Oh, he's trying it. Oh, wow. Swania's got big hands. Chibi, you can find world is true. I think maybe it's just because you reassess the value of the money you have and the players that are available to you. So a guy that you'd have been like, would I? Suddenly becomes like, yes, I would. You take the... Oh, no, Herholt's been an absolute trooper the entire time. We've just won away at Atletico. We're 3 wins in a row. And more important than just 3 wins in a row, 3 clean sheets in a row. We've now not conceded a goal in 3 games. Moreno's been cooking. Portela was brilliant there. Feta was great again. Damn. Now, I mean, to be fair, I was worried. After those first 3 games, I was concerned. Because how could you not be? It wasn't so much that we were losing to the teams we were losing to. Las Palmas did sing a bit because we were expected to lose those games. It was the way we were losing. Like, the lack of creativity, just looking really poor for the most part. But now, no, Herholt's never kicked up a fuss as far as I know. Oh, I absolutely do cry I hate it. But sometimes I make sensible decisions. I promise you it has happened. Good Lord, look at these goal differences as well. We've got a positive goal difference for the first time in La Liga ever. Tremendous. We just feel like a team that is going to be in this kind of zone, and that's all we need to be. Maybe a cheeky little cup run. It's there, because it then allows us to... We now have... This is the beauty. I now feel completely comfortable in saying that this team is not getting relegated, because we're able to win those games. We'll have much easier games that we can get chances in, right? We've already got like a quarter of the points we need to get to stay up, and I'm feeling confident we'll get the rest. But that now means we have ample time to spend the £21 million in transfer budgets we've got. El Sardinero. Wait, what? Which team plays in the Sardine Stadium? Is it Racing Santander? No. It is. It is Racing Santander. El Sardinero. Yeah, Real Madrid's goal is, hopefully you know, if you don't know why, the reason they have a 25 plus goal, I wasn't sure if you were in stream for this, the reason Real Madrid have a plus 25 goal difference is because Almeria got 2 players sent off in the first half in a game, and Real Madrid beat them 12-0. It was tremendous. Oh, this one here, yeah. It's the Sardine Stadium. I'm claiming it. That's great. 3 wins in a row, 3 clean sheets in a row. That's not likely to continue, but where are we actually wise? Exactly where we should be. The question that everyone wants to know the answer to, because I'm sure you're all gagging to know, is where... Oh. Hang on, as if we're still underperforming. That's good news. Is where on the list is Moreno? Has he now finally become a goalkeeper worthy of the list? Well, looky here. Moreno, somehow he's still at -10. I love that. We've kept 3 clean sheets in a row and somehow bro is still... Who's this man down here? That is, well, to the surprise of nobody, Tomas Ahumada, the Almeria goalkeeper. However, he was also statistically the best goalkeeper in La Liga last season. I actually even considered potentially trying to find a way to sign him at one point just because he looked really good. He should be... Yeah, I mean, he did concede 12 goals. What was Real Madrid's XG in that game, actually? I must know. It was probably like 5. It probably isn't likely to be more than 5 XG. Just where it's like 9. Oh my god. 7.25 they had in that game. Still overperformed it by 5. It's the fact that Almeria didn't even have a shot. 2 red cards, no shots. They only had 1... Straight red card for Anthony Elanga, and then 2 bookings. That was the only 2 bookings. They only got 3 cards in the entire game, and 2 of them were red. Yeah, he still made 15 saves in that game. That's wild. Team of the week, you say? Oh, bench. Fair enough. 25 corners. That poor man. To get a 6.7 as a goalkeeper in a game you've lost 12-0 is actually incredibly impressive. Like, I've had Moreno get that in a game we've lost 2-0. Hippies on the ref. That's so unlike Real. They would not do... I don't believe you, Andrew. Real Madrid are a fine, upstanding institution who would never be crybabies about anything ever, and anything who says different is a liar. Let me tell you. It's never happened in history. Wow. Gee, it's £16 million again. Imagine. The highlights are key. Anything more than key for most of these games is just a little bit overkill. Unless we're doing like really deep tactical shit, I tend to keep it on key. Or unless we're in a cup final. It's also just occurred to me that if we are going to be in a cup final, it's likely to happen across the hotness of the summer, which means I'm going to be standing up in a suit at some point. Which is going to be fun. Oh, another defeat, lads. Scott McTominay, man of the match, though. Good to see. Yes, that would have been pretty bad. Watch find a way to, like, Australia actually underperformed in that game. Always cool. No, downstairs. Our bedroom's fine. It's all right. Pog would say otherwise, but sure. The living room stays ridiculously cool at all times. It's great. This room here, however, does not. Now, it does help that I have the window shut because I'm still not entirely sure if I want to be yelling about tiny little fake men when my neighbours could potentially hear me sitting in their gardens. Well, I didn't seem to care where I lived before, but now you got to walk your way into these things. Geese updates. Did see a delightful black goose when I was running yesterday. He was flapping along, and it was a big boy as well. Big black beak, orange beak too. I was like, damn. Just don't see like pure black geese very often. But he was big. Wasn't actually on the water. He was sort of gliding along just above the water. Pond skipping, so to speak. The bungalow really hates me. I saw that man passive-aggressively cutting his topiary yesterday. Could have got an Ollie Shannon's good side. I mean, hey, Shannon's a good... She's great. She was power washing the front of her house yesterday when I came back from the run. When you say big, I'm talking like goose size, James, you know? A hefty goose. I actually cannot wait to get that tattoo now. Shopping carts in the front go, oh, yeah, no, seriously. Like, he's got full... We're talking... 50-odd, 60 feet of topiary. They've got a massive side garden. It's this weird... It's like a property where it's all turned sideways. So the front garden is one side, and the back garden, if you like, is all around the side. It's like a weirdly big place. But yeah, he's always out there like pruning the... There's also a really cool topiary on one of the streets, like not that far over. Well, actually quite a few over. But they've got like this giant duck hedge, which is pretty sick. Also, we were walking back from town the other day, or like a couple of weeks ago, and there was just like this table just set on the side of this person's garden, and it just had like a Tupperware on it, and it just had a little sign that said free focaccia bread. Chat, I live in a place where people give away free focaccia bread outside their houses. What is life? It's brilliant if you like focaccia bread. Durian Timber is playing for Osasuna. Wow. Do it be vibes. Oh, it do be vibes. Hundy P. It's great. I found this is how much of a wemp I am. I found myself picking up litter yesterday. We were walking through the park and I saw a can of Monster just laying on the floor in this pristine park, and I was like, no, not on my watch. So Pog's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm not letting that sully this fair city. There I am, just picking up Monster cans and like old pasta wrappers. Bloody people coming up from Cambridge. Litter picker friends. Exactly, yeah. Oh, Parker have gone for... When does the Greek window shut, by the way? Isn't a posh area. Well, to be fair, you heard what Ben said when I told him I lived in Ely. No, not Ciabatta or something. A Fulham fan on YouTube. Why do you specifically watch a Fulham fan on YouTube? Solely videos of him litter picking. I never really felt the desire. It's one of those things that I would never really think about. But I was just walking through. It was a beautiful afternoon. I was just like, why would you leave a can of Monster there? It's the only piece of litter in this entire park. What? There's a bin right there. It was like 10 feet away. So I was like, nah. I'm not standing this. Ben's from Yarmouth. That's true. Mug Ben off more. I'm doing my civic duty, chat. The geese are real. I know. It's because... Well, James, I'll tell you this. I actually had the opportunity to do so yesterday, but Pog so rudely denied me. When we went down into the city yesterday afternoon, my plan was we go down, get a coffee, maybe grab a bit of pizza. Wasn't there, unfortunately, but I got the coffee. And I was like, great, we're going to go down to the Slipway to see my friends, correct? And then we ended up having to return a pillow to a mate. And then she's like, oh, let me just have a mooch around the shops first. And I was like, no worries, you've said first. That implies geese. And then we're walking home and I'm just like, so about them geese? And she's like, absolute bastard. Deprived me of geese. Yes, I was down by the river yesterday night as well. But that was on the wrong part of the river. That was right by this pub that I like going to. Picking litter for free? True. There are actually... You do just randomly see people walking around the town, not in like high vis, just picking up litter. And I guess yesterday I was one of those people, I suppose. But... feels justified. There you go. Representing Norwich well, presumably. Are you interested in a new concert? Yes, please. That would also give us some stability if we do end up absolutely shitting the bed. New contract right now is actually perfect. Because just in case... You know, I know we've won 3 in a row and everything's looking rosy, but, you know, Barcelona hump us 13-0 here and all of a sudden it goes a little bit wrong. I've been standing up for nearly 5 hours today. Oh. Almeria only with a 1-0 defeat. Real Madrid, ooh, back to the top. They go. Top scorer in the league, Angel Badin. He's a very diminutive man. Respect. We're back to winning again. And it's another clean sheet. And Mohamed Traore scored for the B team. Love that for you. It's back by 30. I would, considering that we beat them last season. But we had Manny Whitby in that game, so it's different, you know. We didn't even look that bad in the away game against Barca last season, if I recall. I shall, in fact. Yes, we're literally only going to play this last game anyway, and then we're going to get a little... Luton Town docked points. That's something that needs looking into. As if it couldn't get any worse for the Hatters. We're just going to do this Barcelona game, and then we're going to get on with our afternoon. Tenerife offer me a new contract. Go on, give me a bit of length. Give me that girth, Tenerife. What would you say if I said 4 years at like 16k? You'd say yes. Lads, I agree. Makes it harder to sack me. I don't need the money. Actually, is it the term that makes it harder to sack me, or is it the length, or is it the amount I'm earning? I probably might have just made myself easier to sack as it happens. Either way, new deal for Roy Fleming, 4-year contract. He's earning that good shit. Swallows under 19. What a sentence that is. Right. No stress, no stress, no need to be depressed. Sounds like a Sabrina Carpenter song. Believe you less. No, the geese exist. I promise you. I will find a way to prove to you that the geese exist. Coaching course. Woo. Maybe. Also, hello. Thapello Thabanso. Yeah, I suppose if they... Besides, they've got the money either way, really, don't they? They're not likely to suddenly... Jabulani Zulu. What a name. The problem with him, though, is every time he jumps up in the air, he, like, wiggles about a little bit, and it's really hard for other players to see. Good, though. We move. I'll prove those geese exist. I'll make it my life's work. Well, maybe not life's work. Make it my next week's work. Probably should just do work, actually. That would probably be better. Okay. He wants to put Herholt instead of Feta. Did he watch the last game? If anyone needs replacing, it's certainly not him. He's literally the joint top scorer in the team and has the most goal contributions of anybody. Yeah, he puts very aggressive spin on the ball no matter what he does. Yeah, right. So now what we need to do is... What did I do here? There was something I dicked about with, and I've forgotten what it was, although it may not have mattered anymore because... Oh, Jose Garcia's back. Good times. The new film clipper badge. I believe it's if you make a clip on Twitch, from my stream specifically, and it gets viewed by a lot of people. If you look across the top of the chat where it says, like, the gifted subs, if you scroll across and there's, like, the stream chat, shout out Wanderer. Sorry, not stream chat, the bits thing. If you scroll across one more, there's now, like, clips leader, which is that exact thing. Jose Garcia. That's a good shout, actually. Because then Jose Garcia is like a guy we give minutes to if needs be. Skelly, I don't know if you'd settle for the B team, but... he's registered in our squad for the higher team, so we can't B team him. That's why we couldn't move people prior to the season. Or rather, we could, but I'm glad we didn't now, actually. Otherwise, we'd have no Sven. That's all right. I like this setup, though, of having the B team switched on here so we can bring up our random Joses when we need to. That would explain why Svenny couldn't move, because once he was registered, he was locked in. Lamine Yamal, Homer, or Home, Huber. That's a part of a Bruggen. We're going to get cooked, but that's okay. All of a sudden, the star ratings of the team seems to... I know it's because of form, but either way, morale is good. We're looking good. Yeah, if he wasn't registered, he'd kick off. But that's all right. The B team is looking... I think part of the issue is a lot of those guys I signed this summer, I did end up loaning quite a few of them back, and a lot of the other ones I've loaned out again. So the B team actually perhaps isn't as strong as it could be. But either way, they're playing games, and our BT is going to be... BT? Our B team is still going to be decent. But I think the future does look incredibly bright for this side, no matter what. Ooh, I still think we probably lose this game like 3-0 in the end. Oh, that's... Oh, no way. I think that one might be on Thomas Steinmetz. That was an unfortunate goal. I'm pretty certain that Thomas Steinmetz has just kicked that into the face of Lamine Yamal. Yes, he has. That is incredibly reminiscent of the goal that Dallas conceded against the Avs in Game 6. I think it was Game 6, where they just cleared the puck against their own player's face, straight into the net. Ooh, that's not a great one from Steiny there. Easiest goal Yamal will ever score. Steiny, amazingly, doesn't get mistakenly into goal for that. But a misplaced pass in, like, the opposition's penalty area, that's a mistake leading to a goal. Kick the ball into another player's face from your own goal line. Nah. What could he have possibly done? The worst thing is, he didn't even have to do that. He had time to actually control that. Oh, Jesus. Oh. It would help if the goalie attempted to save it, but I realise this is Barcelona. We're probably asking for a little bit too much there. What a weird play. Fallen Worlds. I've been trying to. It is on, like, watchable TV. We need to get Team GB in there. What's Moreno doing? Tell you what he's doing. He's trying to force through a move to Pauk. He knows where his bread's buttered. That is a lot of XG. But I suppose it will be, given the 2 goals they've scored. It's not great. I think it was a nice passing move, but our defence was certainly at sea. Post YouTube, what am I posting? But I am going to be... We're making the recaps. They're coming, you know. Oh, that's unfortunate. That'll do. We were always in for a tough one. They've made a Jamel Mefta. Good name. It's no Yerfo. Portela is... Nah, I mean, to be fair, the way I look at it is like not everyone knows the reasons why I haven't been posting to YouTube, because if they can't make streams most of the time, as far as they know, it's just like, this guy's not uploaded in ages. Like, what's going on with that? So it does make sense. It does often depend on what mood I'm in, though. Sometimes I'll just see that and be like, pressure. But then I'm also just like, the fact that people would care enough to want me to post on YouTube in the first place is actually kind of incredibly flattering. So I look at that. That's the way I try to look at it. In a way, that's what I'm doing right now. In this case, I mean, Alex is going to come in, isn't he? Wait. On the right, do I want to do that? Dog fancy. Oh, now we're talking. That I can do. Do you know what? I'm going to roll the dice on everybody at this point. Marcus has actually done surprisingly well. I think no matter what we do here, it's unlikely to yield any results. It is Barcelona, after all. And they've actually played quite tastily today. But we've not exactly embarrassed ourselves. Well, we have. Defensively, the amount of chances we've given them actually hasn't been that many, and it's been surprisingly okay. It's just the first goal was a little bit embarrassing. It would be nice if we just grab a random set-piece goal or something, just to keep things going. But not getting slaughtered. Oh, hang on, here we go. Go on, Marquez on Vanderlei's head, please. Ah, wait, still not done yet? I thought that was in. Marquez keeping a 6-point, like a not horrendous rating in this game is somewhat surprising. Yeah, Barcelona have struggled to start this year a little bit, haven't they? They've not got plus 26 like Real Madrid. Wow, Villarreal. See, we lost to Villarreal really comfortably in the end, didn't we? And I'm starting to see why. Only losing 2-0 to Barca is actually not the end of the world. I'm still going to yell at them, obviously. I'm not a madman. But minimising the massive defeats and maximising the chances to win is going to be useful for us. I know it's down to head-to-head anyway, but still makes me feel better inside. For me, it justifies our ability to play well in these types of matches, which I think is more important, some might say. Either way, though, like if you'd have given me those fixtures at the start of the season and said, hey, you're going to have 9 points from those first 7 games where you're literally going to play Las Palmas and then 6 European challenging sides, if we got 9 points from them, we're 6 points clear of the drop zone, only a -1 goal difference, I'm biting your hand off. The only downside is that we did lose that game to Las Palmas, which we probably... Like, we'd actually be in a proper European battle otherwise. Yeah, Almeria have got a hell of a job to do to beat the head-to-head accusations in that one, potentially. Right. Sick! That means, Tuesday stream, we're just going to bust through loads of games. Try and get up to, like, maybe even, like, youth preview or something. Like, there's no case where the youth preview is going to be near as good as it was last year. Not physically possible. If it did, then we're in for a treaty. But like Tuesday, we're just going to go because this team is nicely placed and I feel like we've got all the minerals ready to really cook now. And honestly, the other cool thing is this team hasn't really... We've stabilized, right? We've managed to make money with a team that's basically the same level of quality, I would say, and got way more stuff to show for it. So I'm pleased with that. And we've already got more points than last season. This is good. If it's as good or better, then I don't know how that's even possible, honestly. We've established, which is what the board wanted us to do. We can't say more than that. Let's raid Gaffer. We got to raid the Gaffer on these days. I can finally open the bastard window. How do I spell this correctly? Is that correct? Please tell me the little name pops up. Love to see it. Yeah, we'll just plow through, build on it. And more importantly, we can spend our time trying to find some genuine worldy boys in there. I'll do a bit of scouty feelers in the next couple of weeks anyway, because I've got like a 2-week break that I need to now get through for next stream anyway. So I'll do a little bit of scouting off stream where I can just sit there and podcast it or put a game on the other window and do a bit. I'll lock the fuck in is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I will see you guys over on Tuesday. And it's going to be a delicious time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. It's fucking lovely out there. Go for a walk or something. Go for a hot girl walk, chat. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun.